Welcome to the Health Leader Forge, a joint production between the University of New Hampshire and the Northern New England Association of Healthcare Executives. My name is Mark Bonica, and I am an assistant professor in the University of New Hampshire's Department of Health Management and Policy. Today's guest is my colleague, Dr. Vanessa Druskett, Associate Professor of Organizational Behavior and Management here at the University of New Hampshire. Vanessa studies and teaches about team emotional intelligence, helping organizations develop more effective norms and behaviors. In the full version of the interview, we go through Vanessa's intellectual journey from an early interest in social work to work on leadership, teams, and emotional intelligence. We talk in detail about a few of her papers, particularly a Harvard Business Review paper she co-authored called Building the Emotional Intelligence of Teams, which has been cited over 1,000 times. I have included a ungated version in the show notes, so you can click through there and download it for free and follow along if you'd like with the conversation. I hope you enjoy my conversation with Vanessa, and if you do, won't you leave us a review on iTunes, Stitcher, SoundCloud, or wherever you might be listening to this podcast? It helps other people find us. Thanks for listening, and here is Dr. Vanessa Druskett. Welcome to the podcast, Vanessa.
Thank you, Mark. It's great to be here with you and your listeners.
I want to start with your academic journey and your education. So you started out, got a BA in psychology at Indiana University. Mm-hmm. What drew you to psychology?
Well, actually, I started out, I grew up in Massachusetts, and I decided I was interested in social work. And there were very few schools that had social work as an undergraduate major. One of them was Boston University, which is, you'll see that's pre-ession for later, but the other one was Indiana University. So I picked Indiana, went down and started studying social work and decided that it wasn't for me. I was too opinionated, okay? The idea was that I was going to have to go in and not take all my liberal values and all my values, and I was going to have to go in and work with people and not have values, my values orientation get in the way. And so I was at a loss for what to do. My roommate said, "Let's become business majors." I said, "Sure, what else?" So I became a business major for a semester. And that's what introduced me to organizational psychology, organizational behavior. So just to give you that lead, I hated business. Again, once again, my values got in the way. I went from a 3.9 GPA to 2.4 or something like this in one semester.
Oh, wow.
I hated classes.
Okay.
So anyway, at the time I was taking psychology courses, I started taking more and I fell in love with psychology, but I could never see myself doing clinical psychology because it was way too similar to the social work issue, right? But since I now had the business minor, I could see, marrying psychology with the workplace. And so that's what I ended up getting interested in.
Okay. So you went from Indiana to Columbia, where you earned a master's in organizational psychology. Was that right away, or did you have some work time in between?
I did a lot of things in between. I traveled. Okay. I was a ski bum for a while. But one of the things that becomes really important is during my journey at that time, I worked, in my lifetime at this point, 31 different jobs. Wow. So I'm not talking about different consulting jobs. I would consider consulting one job, right? But I was an explorer. I was always a little bit of an explorer, and I traveled and I worked in different places. For example, I worked on a kibbutz in Israel, and I was working in the laundry for 4 months. That was one of my jobs. And so I got kind of a really good sense of who I was in relation to these different jobs. And what I found was that every job I had, I was a little bit of a different person. So there's something about the context that either turned me on and got me engaged and I was a great employee, or something that alienated me and I just wasn't that engaged. And so I got back from traveling, always knowing I was going to go on in school, and decided that I was going to follow that business, that interest, the marrying between psychology and business. And specifically, I got interested in group dynamics. I started thinking about group cultures or team cultures based on the different places I've worked. And so I picked Teachers College, Columbia Teachers College, because it had some group dynamics information there. And I had some really good faculty at the time, and moved to New York, and that was fun. So it was a great experience there. Great experience.
And were you thinking, at that point, I'm going to go on, get a PhD, become an academic, or were you thinking, I don't know, stop at the master's and maybe become a consultant or something like that?
I always thought I'd go on, but I wasn't quite sure. I was going to see what happened. But I did get involved in research at Teachers College, and I did a bunch of research, fascinating research with some of the faculty there, and that really launched me. At the time, I met my husband, and he was in Boston. And so I couldn't stay on. I decided not to stay on at Teachers College, but I had to go back to Boston if I was going to go on. And so I took a year kind of moving back to Boston with him, and then went back for the doctorate a year later.
Okay. And you did the doctorate at Boston University.
Yes.
Yes. And at that point, social psychology. So what is the field of social psychology?
Okay, so first let me say a tough question for me was, do I go into social psychology or do I go into a business school?
Okay.
And everybody said to me, look, all the theories are in psychology. Business is just stealing the great theories, or organizational behavior is stealing the great theories. So get grounded in the theories within psychology. And at the time, Boston University also had an amazing OB department, and it still does. And so I decided social psychology basically is the study of how the situation impacts behavior. All right. So this is, again, comes back to my interest in why I was so different in all these situations. Here's Vanessa, she goes from one job as in the laundry at the kibbutz, and she's on fire, and I'm so good at it. They leave me alone and let me run the laundry all on my own, to another jobs where I just didn't want to get out of bed in the morning. And I found that a lot of it was the situation with the people, the way they treated me, the way they appreciated me, the way I got to have some control. And so all were things that I picked up on later in my future research. And I wanted to delve into the situation. And so I picked social psychology.
It's funny that you said that, because I had a kind of similar experience. When I was doing my MBA, and I had transitioned from being a philosophy major to being into business, and I was at my MBA. And the thing that I really liked about the business school was how they stole from everybody.
Yes.
To me, that seemed like a cool thing, actually. Yes. And I thought I would go. I thought that would be my, that I would wind up doing a PhD in business. I wound up doing economics, which kind of steals from everybody too, but a different way. Interesting. Okay.
Well, let me say, that's why I teach in a business school now. College ended up being too narrow, whereas the business school was just, come on, any theories, we're really interested in the outcome, and that was what was exciting to me. What were you how you influence the business world or the people in the business world. Right?
Yeah. So did you have this idea that you wanted to? I mean, you saw how the environment changed you and how you interact with the environment. Did you have an idea that you maybe wanted to help people figure that out or change it, or what were your kind of thinking, like, what do I want to do with this at that time?
Yeah, at that time, I hadn't yet come to that conclusion. I was just so in love with psychology, with applying psychology to the workplace. I was so in love with every class I took at Teachers College. I was just enamored with the whole thing. And for me at the time, I knew I was interested in group dynamics. By the way, when I was at Teachers College, I got an A in every course except for my group dynamics course, which I got a B.
Oh, well.
Again, too opinionated. I had too many, didn't quite fit what the teacher was thinking. But still, that was my love coming out of that. My essay to get into the doctoral program was all about group dynamics, but I was very open-minded about what I would look at within that realm.
That's neat. Well, so I want to talk about. I've got a couple of papers that I've pulled that I mentioned to you before we got started that I've pulled that you'd written. One of which must have been one of your earliest papers, the 1994 piece, "Gender and Leadership Style: Transformational and Transactional Leadership in the Roman Catholic Church." This must have been something. Was this something you were working on in your PhD, or did you do it shortly afterward?
I had the opportunity to work with a faculty member at Boston University who was a former priest, and he received a huge grant from the Lilly Foundation to study the Catholic Church, essentially, and especially of the schools and the hospitals and the churches and the leadership within the Catholic Church and all those places. And so he pulled me in to help him with that. It was, I got some funding from it. And one of his interests was in transformational leadership. And so he had thrown in to his survey lots of questions about transformational leadership. So I took an interest in that area, and that was the impetus of that paper.
Okay. So transformational leadership, I think, comes out of the 80s. Yeah. I mean, I know the precedents were probably date back into the 50s, and I don't know, X and theory Y and all that kind of stuff. But yeah, it was like the term was coined like in the 80s, right?
Yes.
So it's still a relatively new idea.
Yes.
At this point.
It's still hot right now. It is a very hot idea. It's continued to be hot. The idea is that leadership is about change. And so transformational leadership theory basically says leadership and change are synonymous. You don't go into a leadership role and say, oh, status quo is fine. You go in with the idea of transforming the organization. But the theory says that in order to do that, you have to really inspire people. You have to get to know them individually. You have to touch them individually, convince people that they need to do more than they think that they can possibly do. And so you get to know people, and it's got a lot of, sort of a lot of values that are consistent with my own, these values that got in my way when I was studying social work. But it's a really brilliant theory. And so I fell in love with the theory. And then what I found, I think, I don't know if you want me to talk about.
Yeah. So, let's talk. I mean,
you go.
Let me throw a couple of thoughts out there. One is you did this huge survey. You had, I think you had something like over 8,000 responses. Yeah. So this is really robust.
Yes. And by the way, I was in that grant that I was part of. Someone had to call all those people and make sure that the response rate was high. And I was one of the doobies on the phone helping get that response rate. And the basics of research when you're a graduate student.
Yeah. Paying your dues.
Dues, right.
Yeah. So, all right. So you studied, I think this one specifically drew on to all male and all female orders.
Yes.
Okay. So let's talk about kind of how you got, what were you looking for and what did you actually find?
Well, these nuns run the schools and a lot of the hospitals, and priests run a lot of boys' schools and churches, and they don't mix all that much. And so we were able to really look at how the followers, or I don't know what you want to call it. You can't really call them employees, but you've got your leaders and your followers. How the followers of these leaders of these organizations rated their leaders, and whether or not they rated them to be transformational and inspirational, and inspiring them to people to go on to do more than they ever thought they could do, or whether they were simply what we call transactional leaders, which is that you do this, I'll do that for you. Basically leadership as a transaction, which is get this done and then we'll promote you to that, as opposed to inspiring. And what we found was huge, significant difference, that the women were much more transformational than the men. And that was quite controversial at the time. A lot of research had been coming out about, hey, women can be leaders too. There's women's ways of knowing. And, women are different, but they can also be good leaders. And so it was kind of at the edge of that period of time where there was a lot being written about whatever happened to women leaders. Right?
Okay. And so I think one of the surprises that I took away, that I think one of the things that surprised you, I think, as well, from reading the article, was that there was more transformational leadership kind of between both men and women than I think you expected.
Yes.
But even so, women showed more transformational leadership than men.
Yes. Thanks for reminding me of that. The only thing that I remember really was that.
Yeah. So it was only 35 years ago.
Yeah.
30.
Well, I think you would expect it. Yeah, you'd expect it with the Catholic Church. There's a lot of reason for inspiration, right?
Right. Sure. I mean, people presumably are in these organizations because they, are inspired or want to be inspired,
yes.
right?
Yes.
To do what they do. So one of the things you talked about in the article I thought was interesting, and you kind of just raised it a second ago, is about the industry's perspective on women and women in leadership roles. And one of the things you discussed, and in the article I thought was interesting, was, women in mixed gender organizations might have less power because of their status as women, but this study controls for that.
Yes. Yeah.
And so one argument could be, well, women show more transformational leadership when they're in mixed gender environments, because they don't have as much, they can't draw on a power base that would allow them to be transactional.
Yeah.
I think, is that the correct?
Yes, absolutely. Absolutely. Okay. I mean, I would say that's true today too. Continues to be true, I think. Yeah.
But the conclusion of the paper really is women just do it more, even when they're, I mean, this is the interest, I think is kind of one of the interesting things is about that paper was, even when it was an all women organization, they still engaged in more transformational leadership than their male counterparts.
Yes. It's interesting to think about transformational leadership as being sort of a feminine way of leading. So it's basically getting to know people, helping them to develop, right? And it's it just feels a little, you talked about theory X, theory Y. I mean, it feels very theory Y. And I started really thinking about it as I started delving into a lot of the literature on what differentiates men from women's values and things like that. And nobody had ever really talked about how this transformational leadership theory that was touted as so great really was consistent with women's values. And so that was an epiphany for me. And
okay.
Yeah. And so the paper continues to get cited quite often, which I guess, I think, it's attractive to people who are interested in religion and people who are interested in gender issues in general. So, yeah. But let me say one more thing about the paper.
Yeah.
It probably wouldn't have been a solo authored paper, but what happened was at the time, I saw my supervisor, David Nygren, who was the faculty member, who was the priest that was leading all this, found something that was a kind of a competition at the Center for Creative Leadership. And it was a competition of graduate students, graduate student written papers on leadership. So he encouraged me to finish up the paper. It forced me to finish it quickly and to submit it for that award. And I got the award. So nice. I came in first place for this graduate student award at the Center for Creative Leadership. I got to fly out to that think tank and present the paper. And in retrospect, it really feels badly that David Nygren wasn't a co-author on that, since he was the PI on this. So it really should have been, I had a lot of support from him. But it really kind of launched my career, being able to have that award and the contacts I made through it and things like that. And,
well, that's great.
Yeah, and it taught me a lot. So since I did have to write the paper on my own. So that was one of the stipulations. Okay. Yeah.
Well, as I read that paper, it struck me that, and I said this to you a minute ago before we got started, it struck me that I could see, doing my little retrospective look at your intellectual career, that you could see the germs of kind of a lot of what you did after, both in terms of kind of leadership and specifically self-managing teams, and also this kind of the importance of emotional intelligence, which in emotionally intelligent teams, which we'll come to in a minute. So through the 90s, I saw in your publications that you did a lot with self-managing teams. So how did the self-managing teams theme, how did you get involved in that? And how was that kind of an outgrowth of what you'd been doing at BU?
Okay, so, I went in there knowing I was interested in teams, but trying to figure out, well, what was I going to do with my dissertation? And we had the good fortune to be connected with Polaroid, which was in Cambridge, and which was very close to Boston University. And they had created self-managing teams at Polaroid. And so we had a representative come in and talk to one of my classes on group dynamics. It was talking all about self-managing teams. And it just clicked. I mean, he basically said, look, we have these people on the shop floors in self-managing teams. They no longer have to ask permission to use the restroom. They can decide on their own. Okay, so all of this just hit me like, what? They have to ask permission? So all of my, social justice stuff all came in, and I just fell in love with that idea, and so that became a big interest at that time. And
okay. Yeah. So talk about a self-managing team a little more. Aside from being able to decide when you want to go to the bathroom, what's the difference between a self-managing team and I guess a traditional team, if that's the right word?
So a traditional team has a leader on it, and the leader can be as hierarchical and controlling, or as empowering as they want, but primarily the leader runs the ship. And so the team members do what the leader wants. All right. But self-managing team basically said the philosophy is, why do you need a leader? If you can get them to interact, and these are smart people to begin with that know the work, if we put them in self-managing teams where they share leadership, and typically the teams, especially the teams that I started studying for my dissertation, they would rotate this position of kind of facilitator. Right. And so you would always have somebody who was, filling out the schedule and doing kind of the paperwork for the team, but it would rotate, or, whether it rotated weekly or every 6 months. And then you wouldn't have to have someone telling you when to do things, and you could decide things on your own. And so it obviously cut out a layer of management. So it was, economically feasible. You'd have one leader in charge of, say 10 teams. Right. And so you would still report to someone, but the teams were semi-autonomous,
Okay.
And that's the idea. You still always have a leader. So that's the idea, essentially.
How popular is this idea? I mean, like, I've read about Gore and some other organizations, but I'm curious, how popular is this idea out in the world based on your research?
Okay. Well, it waxes and wanes. All right. At the time, I did my literature review for my dissertation on it, and there had been pockets of places. Gaines Dog Food had done it for a while. There had been over in the UK, they had done it in mining teams. And it was always really successful. Motivation went up, team members loved it. But then it would last for a while, and then a new leader would come in and say, I don't want to work this way. So it was always, at the behest of whoever was running the ship at the time, could decide whether they were going to keep it or trash it, whether they were willing to share control or wanted control. And so a lot of it really depended on that. And so my dissertation, basically, the whole literature review basically said, look, it's a great idea. By all accounts, it works well. All the studies that have been done on it show, but don't count on leaders to continue to support it, which is essentially what happened at the plant where I worked. It happens all the time. So it's waxing and waning. Right now, it's coming back under a new term, which is called shared leadership, which is a very big deal right now. And people are trying to figure out, well, what exactly is that? But it always comes down to how much control management really wants to give to the people that they're responsible for.
Okay. How much do you, I saw some references to self-leadership, Chuck Mann's work. How much do you do with how important is that literature in understanding effective self-managing teams? So kind of,
Yeah.
yeah, is the self-leadership piece important in understanding how a team then is able to build on those units, or can you deal with it at the more macro team level?
So, Chuck Mans was one of the first people to start studying self-managing teams. And he got very interested in the idea of self-leadership mattering, in self-managing teams. But you have to remember that I took a social psychological lens to teams. And so my idea was always, what matters more is the culture you create in a team than in the skills you develop in any one individual. So my idea was, coming back to my own self, I was a perfectly capable individual with a lot of different skills, but in some environments I'd use them and in some environments I wouldn't. So so my lens was just very different. So I never used Chuck Mans. I'm sure I referred to it. It was very popular for a while. And of course his research, he was a real starter, led a movement, I felt.
Yeah. Well, he was also one of my professors from when I did my MBA.
He was. That's so cool.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Great
He's
guy.
been at UMass Amherst now for ages. Yeah. Very cool.
Yeah. Okay. So what did you learn that made self-managing teams effective?
Yeah. So just a slight background. I went for my dissertation to a plant that had 300 self-managing work teams. And I studied the teams there. And I went down and basically lived with these teams for 2 months, and then came back a few times after I did my collection over time. And I collected all kinds of information from them. But primarily what I ended up using for my dissertation was this information about the norms, the culture that the team would develop. So some teams would just develop a culture. Okay, they'd have rules that sort of engaged them. So let me give you an example. One rule was focused on for sort of feedback and what I called team self-evaluation. So periodically they'd step back and they'd say, okay, how are we doing? What needs to be tweaked? This kind of thing. Another rule that ended up being really powerful was they actually got to know each other at a level, so they could predict one another's behavior. So they would say, well, you're not going to want to do this, you're going to want to do that, and so they knew each other at this level. And some teams just didn't have those kind of rules. They didn't know each other. They never stepped back and looked at. And so what I found was, in the end, a set of norms that I felt differentiated those teams that were really great from those teams that were not so great. And that was the outcome of my dissertation. By the way, another thing that affected my dissertation was that I had handed my survey data, most of my survey data, over to a company that was going to be scanning. It was like early in the scanning technology, right? But we used to have to enter the data one by one every survey, every time. Right. And I gave it to the scanning, and they lost the data.
Oh my God!
They moved offices, and they lost the data. You cannot believe it. So I think I was the first graduate in a psychology department that produced a dissertation that was primarily qualitative. I did have some surveys. There was one survey in particular that I did not use scanning technology for that I had, but anyway, that's a whole other story. So it was a panic moment.
Oh my God!
Yeah, it was. But so anyway, it ended up being great data, and I delved in, and it was fascinating to look at. Interviews. I did 3-hour interviews, individuals with teams, all kinds of stuff. Yeah.
Just as kind of an aside, do you see yourself as a qualitative researcher or primarily a quantitative researcher at this point? How do you approach problems, or do you do a little bit of both? Do you dabble in both?
I dabble in both, but I prefer qualitative research. So that kind of set me on. I mean, I'd never taken a course in qualitative research, but that's what I had. I had to figure it out on the fly. I just love the richness of it. And so I do both. I've done both, but I really feel like you can dig deeply and hear the stories that aren't. Yeah.
Yeah. I'm the same. So I think, so, so some of the things you're talking about with the, getting to know people, this is where that resonates back to the transformational leadership that you talked about, right? And it kind of leads to the other stream of your research, which is more in the emotional intelligence resident at the team level.
Mm-hmm.
So EI, EQ, emotional quotient, those also are kind of buzzwords out of the 80s, right?
90s.
Was it 90s? That was actually early 90s, right? Goleman published his big popular book in the 90s. But that research had been going on in one shape or another for a while.
Not really. First paper, I think, the first academic paper was published by Peter Salovey and Jack Mayer. Jack Mayer is in the psychology department here at UNH.
Right. Yeah.
And Peter Salovey, he was doing a postdoc with Peter Salovey at Yale. And Peter Salovey at the time was famous for his research on envy, jealousy, things like that. So he was in emotion research. But 1991, I think, was the first year that their first paper came out on that.
Okay.
So, yeah.
So when did you become aware of that?
Okay, good question. Great question.
And how did you kind of make that link between emotional intelligence and transformational leadership, which you had already been working with?
Sure. So when I was in graduate school, I was so interested in teams that I took a bunch of first of all, I took some clinical psychology courses on group therapy since I was in the psych department, but I also took a 2-year program with a educational institution called National Training Laboratories. I don't know if you're familiar with that.
I'm not.
Okay. So they are quite famous for training people in, basically psychology of groups. And they use what's called T-group methodology, where you put people in a group and, and it's one way of for people to sort of learn about themselves relative to groups. There are 3 main traditions in that. There's the Tavistock method, which is big with in the United Kingdom. There's the Gestalt method, which was when I was in Cleveland, I was able to learn the Gestalt method. But National Training Laboratories, which is out of Maine, has this T-group methodology. So anyway, long story short, they put you in a group and you study the group and you study each other. You study how the group culture emerges. And what I learned in that was that the primary way to find out what the issues were in a group was to pay attention to the emotion on people's faces. So I did a 2-year program with them. And basically, what I learned was anything you wanted to know about a group was in the emotion that you were catching from the others in the group. Emotion is contagious. You could see it on the faces. So people's frustration. Okay, what are they frustrated about? So everything you needed to know about facilitating a group or what the problems currently were would emerge out of the emotion that was being experienced by group members and that was contagious within the group. Does that make sense?
It does. Yeah.
So that's where I first learned about the power of emotion in groups. It's powerful, I'm telling you.
Yeah. And so then how did you tie that to leadership and take it to that next level?
Sure. So I had been talking about emotion in groups and, writing about my self-managing team stuff. And I was at Case Western Reserve for 8 years, where Richard Boyatzis is. I don't know if you recognize that name. He's one of the authors.
I recognize, but I don't.
Yeah. So he's one of the authors in emotional intelligence. He was Daniel Goleman's roommate at Harvard during their PhD program.
Oh, that's neat.
Yep.
Okay.
And furthermore, the reason I got to know Richard Boyatzis is because Richard Boyatzis, Daniel Goleman, and I all had the same mentor. We all studied under David McClelland. They had studied at Harvard, and Harvard had required McClelland to retire at a certain age, and McClelland came over to Boston University where I was. And so he was my dissertation chair. And so we all knew each other through that connection. And so when they were writing a book on, it was an edited book, and they wanted someone to write a chapter on emotional intelligence in teams. They asked me to do that. And that's how that started to emerge. I contacted a good friend of mine from graduate school, Stephen Wolf, and we wrote a book chapter on what would an emotionally intelligent team look like.
Okay. Well, let me ask you a little bit about emotional intelligence as a construct first, and then we can, and hopefully this actually makes sense this time, to go from individual emotional intelligence to group emotional intelligence. Or do you or am I getting that wrong, like I did with self-leadership and self-leading teams?
No.
Do you think there's a connection? So in that case, you do see scaling kind of important.
But again, I come back to norms rather than individuals. So rather than looking at individual emotional intelligence, which I'll explain in a second, rather than that building an emotionally intelligent team, I look at how do you create an emotionally intelligent culture? Okay. And so that's what's different.
Well, let's talk about emotional intelligence for a minute, because that is of interest to leaders, I think, in general. And then let's talk about how that kind of all fits together with your larger theory.
Yeah. So it's a complicated topic that it's hard to say in a soundbite, but I'll do my best. Basically, the idea is that our brain is, I'll explain it the way that, who's that guy that I always talk about all the time? I can't think of his name. The Nobel Prize winner.
You think of Kahneman?
Yeah, Dan Kahneman. I love that.
Kahneman?
He's just amazing. Yeah. He talks about system 1, system 2. This is what I like to talk about because it's so logical. System 1 essentially is our old brain. It's really the bottom of the brain. Some people talk about left, right, but it's really the bottom of the brain, close to the brainstem. It was the first part of the brain to evolve, and it picks up everything from emotion. So we didn't have, a verbal cortex in those days. We didn't have language. Everything came from instinct and emotion. All right. And then our ancestors developed what we call the prefrontal cortex, which is the analytical part of the brain, which is how we solve math problems, and we're logical thinkers and things like that. But what a little known fact is that the emotion part of the brain never shuts off. And so we used to think that they were two different things. Leave your emotion at the door. You're not going to use your logical brain. Turns out that that's just not true. We never turn off the emotion part of the brain. And so what the emotion part of the brain does is it provides us with valuable information about the social situation or the situation in general. All right.
Oh, interesting. Okay.
So it works super fast. The emotion part of our brain takes in, and I'm going to say this slowly because it's going to be shocking to you, 11 million bits of information per second.
Wow.
And I've seen the research paper that discovered that. 11 million bits of information per second, 10 million of which comes from our eyes. All right. So what this means is that a lot of the emotion part of our brain is working at an unconscious level. It's involuntary. This is not something we have to turn on. It's taken care of. It's why when you're driving a car and all of a sudden you quickly swerve to get out of the way of something, you didn't have to think about that. Your emotion brain was picking up information way before it was part of your conscious awareness. Well, it turns out that social situations today, some of the most nerve-wracking, dangerous situations that we're in are social situations. It used to be fight or flight, blah, 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 run from the woolly mammoths. But if you and I were in a tribe together and you saw the woolly mammoth, I could see your face. I wouldn't have to see the woolly mammoth.
Right.
You would telegraph to me and we would run unless I had the spear in my hand, and then I'd get the spear out and we'd win the battle, right?
Right.
So we have this capacity not just to have this emotion system that is constantly giving us information. We have a capacity to read the emotion on other people's faces, so that we have what are called mirror neurons that pick up on other people's emotions, and we literally catch that. So we think about emotional intelligence as information that comes from two sources: yourself and your own awareness of the situation, and the people around you and what you pick up from them. So that's part of it. But basically, emotion is information, and it is affecting your behavior constantly. If you're not aware that emotion is affecting your decisions, then you're letting emotion get in the way of your decisions. There's no such thing as making a decision unless it's a math problem without involving emotion. And if it's a math problem, you have to control your emotion and turn it off as best you can so that you can focus on just the logic of the math. People who can't turn off their emotion, their scanning, do really poorly on math.
Yeah. Well, Kahneman, so I mean, you brought up Kahneman, so, and his system 1, system 2. So system 1 is the, a lot of the fight or flight, woolly mammoth. I see your eyes go wide, and so I know I'm activated to action kind of thing. And what you just said about being able to turn the emotions off and do something more logical seems to fit with his system 2 argument that I've got to stop the immediate emotion and think a longer term, make some sort of plan, analyze and think through.
Yes. And but the way to do that is to recognize that the emotion is there.
Okay.
It's the best way to do it. I mean, that's what everybody recommends these days, is if you can say, all right, I know the emotion's there, I'm going to push it aside, or I'm going to push it out of the way. And so this is where emotional intelligence becomes important. It allows you to push aside the emotion that's not constructive, or it allows you to tune into the emotion that is something like, for example, when you're in a group and you want to know what the issues are, you can just read it on people's faces.
So I'm in a group, I'm picking up on some emotional current, and if I'm emotionally intelligent, I can read that, and rather than just letting the emotion control me, I can step back and analyze it. And am I
kind of
saying that right?
So you would have to, you obviously, with our analytical mind, you're going to have to make a decision given the situation that you're in, whether this is something you're going to stop and deal with at the moment or not. But if, you get, for example, I do a lot of work with groups. I do a lot of consulting work with teams. And I walk in the room and I look at the faces and I can feel what's going on at any point in time. And I can see certain people that are really, I can look at where they're sitting. I can look at certain faces versus others. Some people are happy to be there. Some people aren't. I can immediately see who's alienated, who's respected. I mean, here's another thing, by the way. There's a social hierarchy in every group. And we are so fine-tuned in our ability to pick up on it. We don't miss a trick. We know where we are in that social hierarchy. Okay. And so if you're paying attention to it, you can, if you bring it to your conscious awareness, you can see it getting in the way of things. You can see people shutting up, not opening their mouths to let the social hierarchy answer, which is, whether you're in a self-managing team or not, happens.
Yeah.
Okay. Even in a self-managing team, there's a hierarchy. And it's the good self-managing teams that don't allow the hierarchy to control what goes on in the team. If that makes sense, I could go off on that, but you tell me what you're interested in following up on.
Tell me, I just want to stick with the individual EI for another minute. So good EI, bad EI, or maybe that's not the right way to say it. EI is a tool, right? I mean, in a sense, and it can be used for good or ill. I guess that's what I was going to try to say.
Sure.
So talk about how leaders with high emotional intelligence operate a little bit. Like, what is it they're doing differently than somebody who doesn't have the same level of emotional intelligence?
Okay. I'll give you an example of a leader who was talking about a situation. So this is a leader, one of the top leaders in an organization that I was in recently, and he was talking about how he walked into work one day and he'd had some car trouble. And he walked in with a frown on his face. And everybody kept looking at him in a fearful way, right? And he quickly realized that people were misinterpreting the frown on his face. They were worried. Everybody was worried about layoffs, weird things going on. You got the news about this project that was supposed to sell. And he quickly figured that out. And he was able to say, hey, by the way, everybody, I had car trouble. just to let you know, forgive me if it seems like it's not you, it's the car trouble, right? And so, the good leaders recognize that they're on stage and that they are always being read. Here's another one that good leaders are good at. They're good at managing. Let me tell you, I had a leader once say to me, I'm so busy and crazy, and I have these people come up to me and say, can you help me? And I'm thinking, they got one thing on their plate, and I got 30 things on my plate. And so what's a good leader going to do? The good leader is going to say, absolutely, I can help you. They're going to control their own anger at this petty little thing. And they're going to, in a transformational leadership way, and they're going to think about the development of the individual and say, I'll help you this time. Let's figure out how you can get better at doing this yourself. So, you mentioned it earlier, but there's a huge link between EI and transformational leadership. It's now coming out in a lot of research.
Okay.
Yeah.
So what about the bad EI, good EI, or the leader using EI for good or ill?
Okay. So first of all, let me say you can do that with any leadership theory. Right? Anytime we teach leadership, and this is the big, lots of times when I tell people I teach in a business school, I tell my psychology folks, they feel like I've sold out. I'm teaching leaders how to manipulate, right?
Right.
But my favorite theory that talks about this is David McClelland, my old mentor, who was my advisor on my dissertation. He basically has a theory about what he calls the need for influence. And he calls it also the need for influence and power. And what he found in his research and his students found is that there's two ways leaders come at the role. Either they want influence and power for themselves, okay, or they want influence and power for the good of the group and the good of the cause, okay. And so the way I like to think about it is I'm hoping and I'm encouraging you to embrace these concepts for the good of the cause. And one of the things I always do with my students is I try to say, what's the cause that you're going to work toward? What is the cause what are your values? What are you going to move toward? Self-aggrandizement or anything like that is not good leadership, right? And so that's how I think about that.
Okay. All right. So, but if you could potentially be a very emotionally intelligent leader and
manipulate,
really all that comes down is you're just really good at manipulating people.
Yes. Yeah.
All right.
Same with transformational leadership, any leadership theory. Yeah.
Sure. Okay. That's yeah. So it really kind of comes down to what your goal is. So your end matters.
Yes. And I like to think that most leaders, because leadership is hard work, it's really hard work. And so if you go into it, you want to lead. I think most people go into it with the hope of making a difference.
I think so. I mean, that's my observation. So I wanted to take that next level now and say, okay, so
right.
Let's talk about we've talked about emotional intelligence at the individual level, but now your research has largely been around teams and the emotional intelligence resident in a team. So we'll probably build a bit off, and we already kind of briefly mentioned you have an HBR article with Stephen Wolf called "Building the Emotional Intelligence of Groups," and I found it ungated on the web, so I'm going to hang that on the show notes when we're done,
okay,
so we can talk about. Yeah. So folks want to look at that and see a little more detail what we're talking about. You can grab that off the show notes. So what did you, so you'd been working with transformational leadership, you've been working with self-managing teams. How did this come together to kind of influence or help create your theory about the emotional intelligence resident in groups?
Okay. So back to my idea of individual skills, individual abilities not mattering all that much in a team. And what really matters is whether or not the environment you create brings out the best in you. Okay. And so what I was interested in doing was creating this model. And this is what I had from my dissertation to begin with. And then we tweaked that model somewhat. Was a model of the norms that allowed people to get to know one another and value one another, which brought out the best in people. Okay, so everyone was included. Keep in mind that these were self-managing teams we originally were studying. So it was really about knocking down the hierarchy and really using the resources in the team. And so I started doing some more digging around. And one of the things that I found in the literature, and by the way, one of the most interesting things about the emotion literature right now is it's linked to social neuroscience, right?
Okay.
I got to acknowledge that this is the most fascinating piece of this is how the brain works and all this. But it turns out that whenever we go into a group environment, we have these primal social needs that need to be met. And if they're not met, our emotion, we have uncomfortable emotion emerge. So we basically created a model that would enable people to be comfortable, have their social needs met so that their emotion would be at the service of positive outcomes in the team, right? So I'm no longer worried about not being included, not being heard, not being understood. It turns out that people thrive and their endorphins go off when they're in an environment where they feel understood, seen, felt, heard, and valued.
Yeah.
Their endorphins go off. They want that. They crave that. So we basically help build an environment that does that with these norms. Okay. And that's the emotionally intelligent environment. So an emotionally intelligent environment brings out the best, views people as emotional beings. So there's a little bit of leap in logic there, but that's how we argue it.
So let's talk a little bit about some of the specifics that you covered in the article. So you said you had norms that create awareness of emotions and then norms that help regulate emotions. You had kind of two categories of norms.
Mm-hmm.
And then, so within the norms that create awareness of emotions, you were just talking a little bit about, one of them you have listed as interpersonal understanding.
Mm-hmm.
So that's the piece where you were just talking about where, like, if I feel listened to and heard, then I'm going to feel more comfortable. Is that?
Yes. Yes.
And then the perspective taking was the other piece there. What's that about, and why is that important for the at the individual level?
Okay, so first of all, I have to tell you that that paper obviously was written in 2001, and it's kind of evolved since then.
Okay, sure.
But so let me see. I'm going to try to answer your question through the evolution.
Even better if you can. You can give me the updated version. That's even better. Okay. Sure.
So awareness of emotion is really awareness of individuals and people. And turns out that interpersonal understanding, as we went off and studied it in many different organizations, becomes really, really important in teams. It was most strongly linked to performance of anything we studied in teams, which piqued our curiosity. And so interpersonal understanding is awareness of what excites that person, what they're good at, who they are underneath it all, and not, their initial presentation, right? So when you take time to really get to know that person, that emotional being as who they are, it begins to create that sense of acceptance of who I am. I can be myself here, right? Yeah. And so that awareness. So we had three, I think we ended up in the end with three, statistically too. We looked at this statistically. In that awareness of emotion piece, we have interpersonal understanding, confronting members who break norms, and caring behavior. Those three were the three that statistically fell in there. I think perspective taking was in managing emotion, was it?
So you had perspective taking as norms that create awareness of emotions, and then you had confronting and caring as norms that help regulate emotions.
Okay, so it turns out that statistically, they don't fit in this awareness and regulation clumps. They factor analyze into individual level, team level, external level. So interpersonal understanding, confronting, and caring are one individual level thing. Team self-evaluation, and we no longer, seeking feedback fell out. It was completely, team self-evaluation and seeking feedback were one and the same. Creating resources for working with emotion, and I think proactive problem solving is underneath that. Those link together. Although proactive problem solving also somewhat links to the external. Oh, and creating an affirmative environment. Yeah. Optimism. We now call that optimism. Those link together. And then the final one is the external boundary. So that's how we talk about them now.
Okay. So the columns still kind of stand, but it sounds like you've kind of mixed the rows, if you will.
Yeah, I no longer think about them as being awareness and regulation. That's interesting. Thank you for reminding me of that. Maybe I should be. Maybe at least I should be remembering for anybody who reads the article, they need to know that that's what they're thinking. People, by the way, the article's been republished 4 times in books by HBR.
Yeah,
it's a huge seller for them. People like that.
Yeah. It's been cited more than 1,000 times, so it's had a lot of influence in the field.
It has. It's been cited by a lot. I get a lot of requests for it.
Yeah. So some of this stuff that kind of, so you were still thinking individual level. We've got norms. So for example, norms of confronting, right? So that's a tough one, right? I think most people don't like doing that.
Right.
So how do you create, and a lot of times when it happens, people get very defensive. So how does a effective team deal with that then?
Brilliant question, Mark. Brilliant question. So let me say this. First of all, I took a lot of flack for calling that confronting. A lot of people got really upset with me because it was as if I was advocating for people to be rude to one another. But in my original research, which had been done on the shop floor, the norm was really confrontational. People would they knew each other so well that but then they were softer for some people, a little bit harder. But the idea was you didn't let this stuff pass. If somebody broke an informal rule, you didn't. And in the not so good teams, over and over, I heard, well, I don't want to disturb them. I kept it in there and I fought for it. Eventually we changed the terminology. And let me see if I can find what we're calling it now, because I've been writing about it and I should have it. Okay, here it is. We now call it addressing unhelpful behavior. Okay. But we did. Wow. Steve and I did a really good study of it. And what we found was that you really had to have interpersonal understanding well honed in order to be able to do the confrontation. So you had to tailor, essentially, the confrontation to the individual. Okay. So this is what I'm teaching teams now. I'm saying what you do is up front, you clarify what's unhelpful behavior in this team. And you'd say, okay, well, showing up late is unhelpful. Not doing the work you said you were going to do is unhelpful. Cutting people off is unhelpful. Looking at your cell phone during the middle of a meeting is unhelpful. They list it all, and you're going to constantly amend this. And then you figure out a way you're going to confront people. And, it usually begins with a new team where you take someone aside and you say it. But eventually in the great teams, people get confronted right in the team. And so that's the way I'm thinking about it now. I can tell you that there's nothing that ticks people off more than the unfairness of not confronting people when they break norms. Fair behavior, by the way, treating people fairly suggests that they're valued. So let's come back to this social need. I mean, this is literature. This is all in the psychology literature. That the importance of fairness, even animals know when they haven't been treated fairly. Okay, and it's atavistic. It's primal. And what we now know is that when you are treated unfairly, you don't feel valued. And so this is an important norm. You need to basically give people a heads up ahead of time and say, we're going to call you out if you do this. And then you need to treat people fairly.
I'm not, I don't know the experimental economics literature as well as I probably should, but I know they're in the experimental economics literature. They've done games with that where people got treated unfairly, and then and in the next round they were willing to sacrifice like higher payoffs for themselves to punish the people who treated them unfairly.
Yes.
So even though they wound up with less
money themselves, they're all into punishment. Yeah. That's what you get. Yeah, retribution. It's all about retribution when you're treated unfairly.
Right.
I mean, it's real affront. Yeah. It's a major affront to a social need, and your social need is to feel valued. Is to feel like you matter. The label that is used in the literature now that I've been using lately is you want to feel like you belong, that you matter to this team. People are going to care for you. You're in an environment where we care for one another and we have each other's backs. People thrive in those kind of environments.
So when you talk about norms, how much of those norms are emergent, meaning they come as a result of the repeated interaction within a team, and how much of them are formal and instituted in your research?
Great. You're so smart. These are great questions. It's fun talking to you.
Mostly because I sat in your class and listened to you talk about this.
Maybe.
So. But actually, I'm drawing on. But what's interesting about this, I just want to and I don't know if you're familiar with the institutional economics literature at all.
Oh, really?
But there's so there's so that was actually a big area of my study back when I was doing my PhD, and so hearing a lot of this discussion about norms and emergence is a big theme in that literature. Sure. So it's just kind of
interesting. I'm going to have to write that down and take a look at it. I have looked at a lot of game theory and things like that.
I think you might like Doug North's work. I'll send you.
Great, thanks.
Yeah,
thanks.
He's got. Yeah.
Okay.
Anyway, let's hear your version of it, though.
All right.
So emergent norms versus formal imposed norms.
Yeah. So we actually think about them as descriptive or prescriptive norms, right? So are we just describing what has emerged, or are we prescribing what you're going to be in? So first of all, norms always emerge. Behavior is never random in a group. At the very first meeting, we know important norms emerge. But we also know that norms can be prescribed. You can manage a team's culture by intentionally defining and supporting specific norms, reinforcing certain norms. And so a lot of great leaders know this. Norms come from values, and they call out behavior that's inconsistent with the norms. Okay. And so they define carefully. This is the intervention that I most teach for team leaders, which is to come up with a set of norms, and I offer my norms from my research. And, but I also say, you got to pick norms that work for you, that work in your environment. But the idea is that you want to enforce them and you want to, reinforce them. So it's not my idea. Basically what we're now learning, a couple things. Well, let me step back before I say that. Norms come from the top down. They're not egalitarian. People with power define the norms. So if I look at my undergraduate groups, I look at the kids with the greater status in the team. They're the ones that primarily, unless someone intervenes around them, they will define the norms. And I saw this a lot in my original work when I lived for 2 months in that organization. And in many of the really lousy self-managing work teams, the people with the status to define the norms were people who were bullies or, did not have, moral high ground, were not egalitarian, didn't care about anybody but themselves. So anyway, and a lot of norms just emerge and nobody realizes how powerful they are until you tell people, like, let me give you one norm that I talk a lot about because it was a powerful intervention that I created in a team once. When people pick up their phones to check their texts in the middle of a meeting, like I'm doing right now to you.
Yeah. Vanessa showing me her phone. Yeah. This is going to be audio.
Okay. They don't do that indiscriminately. They only do that when certain people are talking. All right. So the status hierarchy, it's the higher people in the status. You would never do that for people who are high in the status hierarchy, however it's different. You only do that when people who are lower in the status hierarchy start to talk. All right. But the norm is you can pick up your phone. So who sets those norms? It's always the powerful. They don't even notice it. They don't even notice people. So if you would say, hey, people pick up the phone in your team, people in the higher status say, no, they don't. They do not. Because
they don't when this high status person's
right. Right. Okay.
That's awesome.
and this is the kind of stuff that creates problems in a team. So what we now know from research is that people that are treated as if they don't matter, they don't belong, they're not part of the one that's cared for, they have really bad remedial behavior. They lose control of their emotions. All right. And people always say to me, but you mean you just have to take it? You can't fight back when people treat you like that. You just have to take it. Unfortunately, when you fight back, it doesn't help unless someone with high status signals to the group that they want you in. It's a fascinating line of research. You have no idea. And so it's fascinating. But so anyway, what I advocate is getting to know one another, creating norms that are quite clear, and blah, blah, blah. You get the rest, right?
Yeah. You know what's interesting, hearing you talk about the getting to know each other. So one of the projects I've been working on for the last couple of years is, and I think I've probably told you about this, is I've been interviewing former military leaders who were leaders in the military health system, who retire from the military. So with the idea that, they've spent 20 plus years in the military in that system. So they're pretty institutionalized, and they leave that system, retire, and go to become a leader in a non-military civilian healthcare system someplace. So not associated with the federal government.
Yeah, fascinating.
And one of the most common things they talk about is this getting to know your employees and getting to know the people. It is a really profound norm in the military that leaders know their soldiers, sailors, whatever, airmen, Marines. And if you don't know their children's names and how old they are, and I mean, just a lot of stuff, that's a norm in the military. And if you don't know that stuff, you're a bad leader in the military.
Sure.
And you come out into the civilian, and these folks come out into the civilian market, and they're just kind of taken aback because that's not actually acceptable. Like you can't, like a couple of them are like, I can't even legally ask people some of those questions.
Yes.
And so that's one of the things that they really struggle with, is that, the intimacy that leadership had in the military versus what it has in the civilian environment. And it probably varies from, and there's probably different ways of getting that information and so forth, I imagine. But that was triggering as you were talking about.
Yeah, that's fascinating. I never heard that about the military, but it makes sense to me. I mean, whenever I have students who've been in the military in my MBA classes, they are so powerfully positive around that kind of issue, about students getting to know one another, the community. Because I always try to build a community in my class. And it's so much easier when there's a military person in there who's part of that.
Interesting.
Yeah, someone's had a leadership role before.
And it's a norm, right? So that's like getting to know each other. And it's really interesting and so that's an important norm for your model then.
It's critical. It is the most important, because I just come back to the social need of people wanting to be known, wanting to belong. Belonging. People don't really understand the belonging. I mean, the opposite of belonging is being rejected or excluded or ostracized. And people really get that. Nobody wants that. But they're actually two different things, but they're strongly related. When you don't feel like you belong, you're always on the edge. You're always on the edge of feeling excluded.
Yeah. And as social animals, as going back to your woolly mammoth example, I mean, there's a fair amount of evolutionary psychology, discussion of what distinguishes Homo sapiens from, whatever I'm a little outside my field here, but prior generations of pre-humans is that our brain size increased in order to process the 11 million signals per second, or something, right? It was precisely to be able to handle that that complex social data that's constantly coming in.
Yes,
and it's what enables us to behave in more effective ways than our predecessors did.
Yes, indeed, it's required. It enables us to pass our genes on, but it also enables our communities to be stronger, so that we pass our genes on. So it's right. We maintain our belonging because if we were kicked out of the tribe, we were dead. We couldn't pass our genes on, and it makes a stronger community that can go on and survive as well. Blah blah blah.
But to be rejected or to be pushed down the hierarchy has a direct impact, right? That base brainstem level kind of fear gets triggered, right?
It is really bad. It's like physical pain. I mean, the brain lights up in the same place as physical pain does. And if you feel rejected, you know what helps it? Take 2 Tylenol.
Does it really? Does that really?
It reduces your feeling. It reduces your feeling badly about yourself.
Oh, no.
Because it's
all right. I'm going to prescribe that to my
social pain.
Yeah, prescribe that for heartache. I guess
for heartache. Yeah.
Well, so in your paper, or it's a chapter actually, with Wolf, Komen, and Messer, you take this idea of emotionally competent groups and their norms that build social capital, which then builds a task-focused processes, which then leads to team effectiveness. Can you talk about that kind of construct a little bit? Is that something you're still working with, and is that still valid? Because I know this is also like 15 years old too. But
yeah, it is. I'm thinking about it a little bit differently now, but yeah, absolutely. So the way I think about it these days is that we're asking a lot more of our teams. And we can let's talk about, for example, let's bring up in a healthcare setting, teams in a hospital. Okay.
Great.
So we're really asking a lot, much more of teams than we ever have in the past, in the sense that the information that they have available to them is much larger. There's information overload, and the problems are more complex than they've ever been. And there's so much information, it's much more difficult for individuals to make decisions without a team. All right. So I'm assuming, and this has been my assumption of the medical environment, that if you've got good people around you helping you make a decision, whether it's a team of doctors and nurses, et cetera, helping you, we're all looking at different pieces of information that matter. I mean, the problems and the analysis and the weaving in and out of all this information is much more complex than it used to be. The dilemma is that, coming back to the economics literature, people are wary of teams. Teams are threatening.
Oh, okay.
Teams can be threatening because you have this idea that you can be excluded. Okay. Huge literature in the psychology literature about people not sharing their information these days, not sharing everything they know, for fear of stepping on people's toes. For many different reasons. One of the reasons why psychological safety is so important these days in all these environments is that despite the fact that they need this information more than ever, the world in teams is very scary with all these different hierarchies. All right. Besides the fact that a lot of the information that I have, if I share it with you, it's no longer mine. Okay. If I could just tell you, I mean, there is this fascinating paper about how much information people will actually share. And people are so smart, they only share as much as everybody else is sharing. and no more. The level at which everybody else is sharing, because your information is your power, right? And so there's a lot of situations where we're asking a lot of people, but there are tripwires. You can step on the doctor's toes and say something that gets you in trouble, right? We all know this. So you conform with what the hierarchy. You could lose your job if you, or your ability to be in the emergency room if you're not following orders by these doctors. You could share all your good information, and then the other nurses or the others could have it, and then they've got what you've got, your secret way of doing this or that, right? And so there's a lot of disincentive. It's being part of a team is what we call a mixed motive task, right? Okay. Come back to the... And so my argument, the argument that I'm making now is that you have to create an environment where people feel like they belong and they're part of something important, and that they have some control over the environment in order to get them to fully embrace the task at hand and to give more, the more pro-social information. So they're not thinking selfishly, they're thinking pro-socially. So coming to the task behavior, if you want people to really give to the task, don't be naive and assume they're just going to do it without creating an environment that's conducive to this. Is that making sense? I know I'm kind of explaining this.
So these norms. So how do we create these norms that, right? Because it comes back to the norms.
It comes back to the norms where you create everybody's feeling, like they are respected and part of the whole. Right? We can talk about the specifics there if you want, but which gets them out of their self-focused or their fear. Right? Makes them feel more psychologically safe. And gets them to then contribute their best information, their best ideas, because they're part of something, and they contribute more to the task, right? And then that.
If you see hanging on to information as a self-protective measure, then that psychological safety is really important, right? So because you're not going to let go of all of your information if that disarms you.
Yes, and let me tell you that. I've been reading about this for years in the psychology literature, in the economics literature. But until I got out there and started consulting with teams, I had no idea how bad it was out there. So in terms of people holding on, not sharing stuff, and it's really both out of fear and out of being strategic. So the fear is I have to maintain my power. So it is often fear. I've either I don't want to step on someone's shoes, or I lose my status, or I lose my job, and I also have to maintain my power. And so there's a lot of partial in, very smart, getting in there. I contribute just as much as everyone else. I know how to do that.
Yeah.
And it's feigning is what I call it now in my writing. They're feigning contributions. And they're doing as much as everybody else, and they're saying the right thing, and they're doing the right thing, and they're saving their butts, they're saving their jobs, but they're not really in there giving their whole. And so what I found is that if I can do interventions with these teams, and it's talked about in the like one of my favorite books that recently came out. I don't think I have it here. Is about a team coach that it's called the $1 Trillion Coach.
Okay.
Have you heard of it?
I have not.
Okay. Team coach that worked with Steve Jobs. He worked with Apple, Microsoft. They call him the $1 Trillion Coach because he coached the teams for all these great leaders. And what he did was he built, what they're saying is that we all know Steve Jobs was a jerk, right? If he hadn't had a coach coaching his team, making everybody feel like they were belonging, getting people out of being selfish and not worried about conforming, they never would have created the great things that they did.
Wow.
Yeah. And this coach argued that you have coaches for individuals, you have coaches for sports teams. What makes you think you don't need a coach in a company? And my argument is you don't necessarily need a coach. You need a leader who thinks of themselves as a coach and who creates the environment that enables people to be this way, right? Blah, blah, blah.
So is that okay? You immediately made me think, are you coming back to your self-managing teams idea then? Is that because that's what that sounds like? That sounds like
you have to let go of a lot of control. You have to still be in control. You have to recognize your control as a leader. But you have to, and you have to enforce the norms. But you have to let the team help you know what the norms are that need to be created, right? Because you don't see them, because nobody picks up the phone when you're talking,
right.
So you help them, let them tell you what's needed, and you continually tweak it, right? With this team self-evaluation continually, and you help them feel, and you give them a lot of control, but you still have to be there, ready to be the leader when you need it. I'm not a huge proponent of self-managing teams anymore.
Oh, okay.
What I'm a proponent of is leaders who give up control, who are willing to give up control and step in only when the team needs them.
And behave more like a $1 trillion coach.
Behave like $1 trillion coach, behave like a transformational leader, and not be overly controlling. Yeah. Which is hard for doctors.
Okay. So let's kind of, I wanted to make that kind of final leap. I've gotten to know you over the last couple of years because we've both been involved with the New Hampshire Physician Leadership Development Program that's being run at UNH out of the Paul College. And so you and I got to watch you teach a number of seminars to a group of physicians who were coming to learn leadership skills so that they could move from clinician to clinician leader. So what have you learned about, like physicians and their and the healthcare system through that experience, and what kind of leadership they need to learn?
Sure. So let me first say that the group that we're working with is a self-selected group. So these are people who want to move into leadership or are being encouraged. And so they're already a group of people who are not, I think, so hard to work with. But I've heard horror stories that, one of the things we know, and this has been true, I've worked with a lot of engineers, that there are certain jobs. I mean, to become a doctor, you have to do so well on cognitive tasks that you have not honed your emotional intelligence, right? You haven't had to hone your emotional intelligence and your ability to empathize, and I think that the system, just like it does for lawyers. I've also worked with lawyers, and lawyers are really hard to work with. Because they're rewarded for being better than other people, right? Good judgment skills. Anyway, this group that we've been working with, they really get it. So one of the pleasures of working with them is how smart they are. If you give them an argument, they get it. And they're motivated to want to take it on and learn it, and like no other group I've ever worked with. So first of all, I want to say that the dilemma is that they're taught, and it's our friend, it's our mutual buddy. What's his name? Neil Meehan, who told me this, and so I know this from Neil. They're trained to know that they are the person who stands between death and life. They have to be the decision maker. They cannot shirk their responsibility. They have to know what matters. And so they have a hard time letting go of control. And they're trained that way, and they're rewarded for that, right? As they're developing. So to me, the biggest challenge is not their motivation to want to do it with this group, or their ability to get it, or to be necessarily emotionally intelligent for this group, but it's the willingness to let go of control. Let in the information from the team, right?
So where have they shown hesitancy to let in the team?
So I've been working with them to examine the norms in their teams. All these folks are leaders, and they take the model with the norms, and they go and they assess the norms, and they come back. And some of the norms are things like a team self-evaluation, or allowing the team to have a little more control than the leader has, right? And they come back with a read on the norm, which is more them in control than the team members being in control. It's a very hierarchical environment.
Yeah.
And their training perpetuates that, right?
Yeah.
And it's exactly the kind of environment that needs people to be rewarded for speaking their mind, right?
Right. I mean, and I speak as if I was still in healthcare. I mean, we are trying in healthcare. I know we are trying to create better opportunities for people to speak up, particularly in pre-surgical situations. They now have a formal timeout where everybody has to agree that this is the patient and this is the thing we're doing, and which sounds a bit silly, but there's a real problem with wrong site surgeries and all those kinds of things. And when you are a patient in that situation, it seems like they're playing some sort of game, but it really is it's meant to be a norm that allows people to speak.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah. I think it's really powerful. I think it's really positive. Yeah. I think that's working really well. Yeah, I would say. Although I just had some interesting experiences with my dad in a hospital, and my 89-year-old dad has recently had surgery and has been in and out of hospitals, and it's been fascinating to be a fly on the wall while these things are going on. Yeah.
Especially now that you've seen and interacted with these leaders.
Yeah, not with the hospital that we've been working in. He's
no, right.
Yeah.
Different hospital.
Yeah, and to see the hierarchy at play, see the hierarchy and just the whole all the way on down. Yeah.
Yeah. Huh. I'm curious. So wrap up and now to just wrap up our chat. Where are you going now with your research? What's the most exciting thing you're working on?
Well, at the moment, I am trying to get a lot of writing done. So we've collected a lot of data, and I have been seduced to go out and do a lot of consulting work. So what happened is that we created this survey to collect data with, and then all of a sudden we were asked to use it in companies. And then all of a sudden people started inviting me in and using the survey. And so I've had this great pleasure to take all the skills that I've built over the years and to be working with teams. But it's completely distracted me from publishing all the research. I mean, you had to dig pretty far back to find my published articles, right? So at the moment, I'm writing things up. So I've got like 4 or 5 articles all in play, and I'm writing a book at the same time. And the book basically looks at my experience and my with working with teams and the theory, comparing the theory to the experience. And I don't have I've been invited to do a book, which is the great thing. And I don't want, before that invitation runs out, I want to get the book done. So that's kind of where I'm at, and it's very exciting to be able to write a book because I don't have to worry about reviewers,
You get to have your opinions.
I get to have my opinions. I just get to ramble on and on and on, like I'm talking with you, and that's fun. But I also really need to get those articles out. Otherwise, I'll, for the career that is. I know you do. Yeah.
I feel you. Well, thank you so much for your time today. I appreciate it. It's been a lot of fun.
Yeah, it's been great fun for me too, Mark. Thanks for inviting me. I'll see you soon, I hope.
You've been listening to the Health Leader Forge, a joint production of the College of Health and Human Services at the University of New Hampshire and the Northern New England Association of Healthcare Executives. Please go to our website, healthleaderforge.org, for more information or to leave comments about today's podcast. Look for Health Leader Forge podcasts on iTunes, Stitcher, SoundCloud, and other podcast distribution sites. Thanks for being a part of the Health Leader Forge community.
So right now, more than ever before in human history, we've found that people are feeling lonely. There's actually been studies on this, and the studies have shown that people are getting lonelier and lonelier, even with social media out there and everybody feeling like maybe they're more connected than ever on the internet. They're actually feeling more and more alone in the real world. And so you may be feeling lonely, you may be feeling disconnected, you may be feeling depressed, especially with what's going on right now in the world and all the turmoil and there's a lot of people who are scared and frightened and isolated. And so today I'm going to be talking about how to make yourself happy and enjoy your life and feel good about yourself and what you should be doing every single day, even if you're isolated and feeling lonely right now. Hi, my name's Matthew Coast, and welcome to Commitment Connection. So let's talk about the different things that you want to do. So if you're feeling isolated and you're feeling alone and you're at home, what's the best thing that you can do? The fastest way to change the way that you feel and what's going on in your body, let's say you're depressed or you're angry or you're just feeling down for whatever reason, the fastest way to change that is to interrupt the emotional pattern that's going on in your body at the moment. And the quickest way to do that is to change your environment. So what happens is we get into patterns, and we get into a pattern of how we're sitting. We get into a pattern of the place that we are, the place that we're in can trigger kind of different types of emotions. And then we get stuck in that. And so a really quick way to change that is to change your environment. So go for a walk. Go into a different room. Just go and spend some time in different types of environments and just change up how your mind is relating and associating to the things around you. That is the fastest way to change how you're feeling in the moment. The second thing you want to do is change your physical position. Change how you're standing. If you're sitting, stand up. Like I said, you can go for a walk or do something which will change your body position as well. You can start dancing and singing and doing things that are fun wherever it is that you are. You can do jumping jacks. Just change your actual physical position. Just get out there, stretch your body out, just open yourself up to the world and to your life and to everything. Dance around, move around, jump around, do whatever you can to kind of shake up that emotional pattern that you're stuck in. So that's the first thing that you want to do. The second thing that you want to do is you'll want to change your focus. So what most of the time, if you're feeling bad or something, it's because you're focusing on bad things. You're focusing on things that are wrong, that you don't want in your life. And so what you want to change is you want to start focusing on the things that you do want. Our minds are like a garden. And if you don't tend to this garden, weeds will end up growing. And if they grow for long enough, they'll end up taking over your garden and you'll just have a garden full of weeds. And so if you want flowers to grow, if you want plants to grow, you have to plant them and then tend to them every single day. Our minds are actually designed for a time when it was important that we learned about what was going on that was wrong and that was dangerous and all that kind of stuff. And now that we have all of this media and information flying into our faces at our fingertips all the time, what we do is we still kind of get stuck and tunneled into what's wrong instead of what it is that we want. And so what's good in your life? Just ask yourself that question. Think about what's actually good in my life right now. What can I celebrate? What am I happy about? What could I celebrate if I really wanted to celebrate something? And what I think you'll find is that there's always something that you can be happy about. You can be happy that you have a heart that's breathing without you even telling it to. You can be happy that you have different senses that allow you to experience the world around you. You have the sense of touch. You have you have hearing. You can hear what's going on right now with what I'm talking about. You can see things. You can see friends. You can see people. You can see the world around you. You can taste things, right? And all of these things can be great if you think about how they work and how great they are. You can think about the great environment that you live in, the great world that you live in, a world where you can get any kind of information that you could ever want at your fingertips just by searching for it. And you can find just about anything you want out there. And it's pretty absolutely amazing right now. The other thing that you want to think about is, what do you want in your life? What do you want to create in your life? What do you want to experience in your life? With most of the women that I work with, they usually tell me that they want some kind of relationship, or they want to make money, or they want a business, or they want whatever. And in reality, what they're really searching for is a feeling, an emotion. So if I ask them, why do you want that? Usually it'll come down to something like, I want to feel loved. I want to feel cherished. I want to feel like I'm important to somebody. I want to be proud of who I am and what I've created in my life. And you can actually create those experiences if you want to. We'll get to that in a second here, though. But first, you just want to focus on what it is. What do you want in your life? What do you want more of? What do you want to create? What do you want to be a part of? How do you want to help? How do you want to live your life? If you could choose how you lived your life and you could design your life from scratch, how would you design it? And so that's what you want to focus on first, is what it is that you want and what is good in your life right now. The next thing that you want to do is change the way that you think, habitually change the way that you think. Like I said, if you don't specifically think about things that you want, your mind will go to the things that you don't want, or what's wrong, or the problems of the world. And so you can do a lot of different things to change the way that you think. One of the things you can do is listen to inspirational music. Listen to things that inspire you, that make you feel good, that make you think about good things. You can listen to inspirational programs, or read inspirational books, or however it is that you like to consume content. Do more of that and spend more time getting in a habit of doing that every single day, even if it's for 10 minutes or 15 minutes or 30 minutes. Just spend a little bit of time every single day. Carve out a little bit of time to read and learn about something that inspires you, that makes you want to be bigger and better and greater in your life. Next, what you want to do is start putting pictures or images or symbols around you that lift you up and inspire you. So your environment that you're in actually determines a lot about how you feel. And if you put things around you that inspire you, that make you feel good, that are like your goals and the things that you're working on and the things that you want to create, you'll look at those even with your subconscious mind, and it'll make you feel more alive, more like you want to go after those things. It'll remind your subconscious mind what you're doing in your life and what you want to create. And so find different pictures and images that are symbols that make you feel alive and make you feel the things that you want to feel, that remind you of the things that you want to feel, and get rid of any kind of images or pictures or things that make you feel bad about yourself. Next thing that you want to do is shift your belief systems. And so I've talked a lot about this, especially in my program, The Forever Woman. And if you want to shift your belief systems, what you have to do is figure out, what do you want to believe, right? My suggestion is that you believe that you're somebody who's worthy, somebody who can have what it is that you want in your life, somebody who deserves what it is that you want in your life, somebody who's amazing, somebody who can create what it is that you want to create, who's worthy enough to receive the things in that you want to receive and you want to come to you in your life. And so these are really important things that you experience and that you do on a consistent basis. So you want to change the way that you think and your belief systems, and put things around you and inspirational music around you, and read and go through programs all the time, so that you can change the way that your mind works on a daily basis. And if you do that every single day, you'll start to get in a habit of it. And if you start to get into a habit of it, you'll start to build momentum. And it's amazing how you can shift your entire life if you're depressed, right? So the next thing that I want to talk about is changing the way that you feel. This is the last one. If you really want to change your life, change the way that you feel on a consistent basis. Depression is really it's just recognizing what's wrong in your life, recognizing what's wrong in the world, and focusing on the things that are bad all the time, and then getting into a habit of doing that over and over and over again. For most people that have depression, that's the reason for it, is because they're constantly focusing on what's wrong, what's missing, what they don't have, what they should have, how the world should be, how politics should be, how life should be, how things aren't fair, and how much they've lost. And if you do that, if you're constantly focusing on those things, no wonder you're going to be sad all the time. And if you're sad all the time and you keep stacking those negative emotions on top of each other, next thing you know, and you do that on a daily basis, next thing you know, you're depressed. And then you're wondering why you're depressed. And then you're taking medicine for that. And it doesn't work any, because you might be changing your physiology a little bit, but you're not actually changing your focus and changing what you think and feel on a consistent basis. And so you need to change the way that you feel on a consistent basis. And what's the fastest way to change the way that you feel? It's to change what you're focusing on. So your focus determines your emotions. And so if you're focusing on something, you're going to feel something based on that emotion. Let's say that you're trying to lose weight, and you focus on the fact that you're too heavy, and that you're too big, and that people don't like you, and that men aren't attracted to you, and all those things. Of course you're going to be depressed. But if you're focusing on the fact that you're making progress, and that you're working towards your goals, and that even though you messed up one time, you're still moving forward, and you're focusing on that body that you want to have, and the way that you're going to feel once you experience having the body that you want to have, all of a sudden you'll start to feel a completely different way. And if you do that over and over and over again, you'll eventually start to get into a habit of feeling a certain way, and then it'll be easy. Right? The way that we feel is actually, it's like imagine a field. And in this field, there's like different trails that go into different directions. Well, some trails are really beaten down and they've been walked on over and over and over again. And it kind of creates this path, right? Maybe you've seen this in the real world, and there's like a field and there's a path that goes through it, and it's really beaten down and it's really easy to walk through. Well, if that path goes somewhere that you don't want to go, but it's really easy to go down that way, you might end up finding yourself walking down that path, even though you want to go in a different direction. And so what you have to do is start creating a new path, start creating a path towards the emotional experiences that you want to have on a consistent basis. And if you do that over and over and over again, eventually the old path will start growing grass and weeds and stuff, and making it more and more difficult to go in that direction. And the new direction that you want to go into, the direction of feeling good and experiencing great emotions, will start getting more and more beaten down, so that it becomes easier and easier and easier to walk through, until eventually it becomes like a street, because it's so beaten down, it's so easy to walk through, and you can just take anything through there if you need to. And so you want to spend time putting yourself into positive emotional states on a daily basis. Every single day you want to do this, because the more that you do it, especially if you're feeling bad, like I said, go through all the things that we're talking about. Specifically, interrupt the pattern, right? First, you want to interrupt the pattern, break things up, change your environment, change your physical positioning, whatever it is that you're doing, change what you're doing, and then start putting yourself into positive emotional states. And so here are some positive emotional states that you might want to get into. The first one is getting excited about your life, getting excited for what's coming, getting excited for everything that you've experienced and that you want to experience in your life. Right? And just think about the things that you could get excited about. Even if you're not excited right now, what could you be excited about in your life? And just spend some time thinking about that. Spend some time visualizing yourself going through the process of getting to that point where you're experiencing the thing that you're excited about. And what you'll start to notice is that you don't need that thing that you thought that you needed in order to feel excited about yourself or excited about life. All you need is yourself, because those emotions, they don't come from the outside world. They don't come from the things that you think that are going to make you excited. They come from your heart. They come from inside. And you can make yourself feel that anytime you want to feel it. And all you have to do is think about the things that make you excited and just feel them and think about them and imagining yourself getting into them and having them and creating them. And that can make you excited in and of itself. Another thing that you want to feel is feeling your own love, right? Feeling the experience of love. And a really easy way to do this is to just think about a time when you felt loved. Just think about a time in your life where you felt loved and really get into that experience, that time when you were feeling so loved. And what you want to do is get a hold of that feeling that you had and remember that feeling and remember how you can make yourself feel that way anytime you want to feel that way. And then what you can do is you can say, you can start changing your questions up and start asking yourself things like, how can I experience more of the love that I already have for myself? And when you start thinking questions like that, all of a sudden what you'll do is you'll start coming up with answers. And your answers will start coming out. Oh, I can recognize the fact that I'm taking care of myself. I can recognize the fact that I'm focusing on programs or watching YouTube videos that really make me feel alive and inspired and better about myself. And that's really part of the love that I have for myself. And you can start connecting to that and start realizing that you have a lot of love inside of you already, and that you can experience that love anytime you want to. And the last thing that you really want to spend time feeling is the feeling of gratitude. So being grateful. And so a lot of times I'll talk to people and they'll be like, oh, well, I'm not, there's nothing to be grateful for. My life is horrible and everything sucks, right? And that's fine, right? What if you could be grateful? What's something that you could be grateful for? And we've already talked about some of the things, like the richness of life, right? The senses, all the different senses that you have, and whatever senses you do have, and your ability to connect with the world. It's what allows us to connect with the world and connect with each other and connect with food and with drink and with friends and with everything, right? Just the moment to moment basis that we have in our lives, connect to ourselves. And so what else can you be grateful for? You can be grateful for living in a time where you have all this amazing information at your fingertips. And a lot of times when I start talking about these things, sometimes women will start saying, oh yeah, but this is going on and but that's going on. And all that is your mind trying to hang on to what's wrong and what you don't want, because it's got that clear path, and you got to just stop yourself at that path and create the new path, right? Create a path that empowers you, that makes you feel alive, that makes you feel powerful, that makes you feel love, that makes you feel excitement, that makes you feel like you're happy on a daily basis. And you can do that. And if you guys have any questions about this or situations or anything that's going on in your life, let me know in the chat and I will go over everything. I'll go over all the questions that you have here in a minute. So I want to go back over everything that we just talked about. So the first thing that you want to do, if you really want to be happy every day in your life, even when you're feeling isolated and lonely, what do? First thing you want to do is interrupt your pattern. So change your environment, go for a walk, get into a different room, just change things up, create something different around you. That way you're not kind of stuck in this static pattern. And then the second thing you want to do is change your physical position. So stretch, dance, do some jumping jacks, just get your body moving, get everything flowing and moving. You can work out or do something like that. That can completely change the way that you experience your life and change the pattern that you're in. And so the next thing you want to do is change your focus. Focus on what you want instead of what's wrong. Remember, our mind is like a garden. What is good in your life? What do you want in your life? Next is consistently change the way that you think. Listen to inspirational music, listen to or read inspirational programs. You can watch inspirational programs too. like I've got. Put pictures, images, and symbols all around you that inspire you and lift you up. Shift your belief systems. Change the way that you feel. Remember, depression is actually a habit for most people, and you don't have to fall into that habit. Start asking yourself questions that make you focus on positive things and the things that you want. Spend your time in positive emotional states. You can create those positive emotional states anytime you want to. And if you create a habit of it and you do it every single day, next thing you know, you'll have a ritual and you'll constantly feel good and happy and like you're excited and that you love your life and that you're grateful to be here and to be around all this world that you're in and all the things that are going on in our world. So think of the things that are right, not the things that are wrong. All right, let's see if anybody has any questions in here. Bunny Bunday says, hi, cutie pie. Hey. Sue says, hi, how are you doing? From Sue. Hey, I'm doing great. Yep. Joanna says, change your state, change your life. That's right. Tony Robbins. That's right. Joanna says, love it when you talk NLP. Yeah, NLP is really fascinating stuff, and it really is powerful stuff. So it's very, very useful stuff. Maria says, I always be happy in my life. Well, good. Should always be happy in your life. That's awesome. Laura says, dancing always lifts my spirit. That's right. Go dancing. If you're feeling bad, just go dancing. Go dance. Go dance in life. Go get connected to things, right? Connect to yourself, connect to the world, connect to your spirituality, connect to God or whatever it is that you call kind of the universe or whatever the infinite power is in the world. Odin, some people call it Odin, Thor. Joanna says the triad, focus, language, physiology equals meaning. Yep. That is some Tony Robbins stuff right there. Helena Hart says, great topic, Matt. Just wanted to throw Helena up there. Thanks for being here, Helena. So Jenny says, I want more of Christ. All right, well, get more Christ then. So Aisha says, hi, Matt. I love your videos. I'm at a very complicated state with someone I like. He's sometimes very friendly, then suddenly he ignores me a lot. What does this mean? It could mean a whole bunch of different things. So it sounds like it depends on what's going on and how long you guys have been seeing each other. If you've been seeing each other for a while, it says, I'm a very with someone I like. Okay, so it sounds like you guys aren't even actually dating or anything like that. It sounds like he's a friend of yours and you like him a lot and you want something more, but he doesn't even necessarily know that you want something more. Well, I mean, most guys, if I were you, I'd assume that he's attracted to you. I mean, if he's, if he's very friendly and then ignores you, it's like he's not pursuing you. He's not moving forward with you. He's probably attracted to you, but he feels like there's something, he feels like there's something a little bit missing there, which is why he doesn't pursue you and go after you or try to get you on a date or something like that. And so you just want to be aware of that and realize that that's what's going on. And what you want is a guy who pursues you and chases you and asks you out on a date and values you enough that he's willing to do that and has enough confidence and self-worth in himself that he's willing to go and do that with you. And so here's my suggestion, though. My suggestion is that you make sure you're doing what I talk about in the Forever Woman program. If you don't have that, there should be a link above or below this video. You can go to theforeverwomanformula.com and pick up a free copy of that program there and go through that and start doing what I talk about in there. And then some guy that you like but isn't pursuing you and ignores you, that's not going to be one of your highest priorities if you're doing all the things that you should be doing in there. And it's very possible that he might start getting a lot more interested in you if you're connecting with him in a different way. So right now he may or may not be interested. You don't know. And he's not that interested enough that he's pursuing you. If you connect with him a different way, it's possible that he might start pursuing you more, right? If you start giving him clues, because it's also possible that he might not realize that you're really that interested in him. And so a lot of guys, they won't pursue something. They won't ask a girl out. They won't try to get you on a date or anything if you don't give him some kind of indication that you are interested in him, because he doesn't want to feel like an idiot. Here, I'm just going to throw her thing up on the screen here real quick so everybody saw what we're talking about. And yeah, so it's important that you use my system and do the things that you should be doing in that system, connecting with him in the right way, creating abundance of options and connection, and setting yourself up for success in the best way possible. So it could mean a bunch of different things, right? It could mean that he's not really that interested in you. It could mean that he's really interested in you, but he's not sure that you really like him. It might be that he's, just kind of walking around and trying to see what his options are, and he's trying to get some girl to chase him, but it doesn't matter. Whatever it is, what you need to be doing is using my system, and then it'll get a lot clearer after that. Julie Tree says, I think my depression stems from my childhood abuse growing up. And yes, I'm on medication. So does that make me bad, less of a person? No, it doesn't make you bad or less of a person if you're on medication. It just means that you're buying into the system, and the systems isn't designed to make you better. The system is designed to keep you hooked on the system. And so you're hooked on the system, and you're going to stay hooked on the system as long as you're on medication. And if I were you, I would change the way that I'm feeling so that I didn't need to be on medication. And you can do that, right? As long as there's not some kind of like actual chemical imbalance that's going on in your brain, right? I don't want to, I'm not a doctor. I'm not trying to give you any kind of medical advice or anything like that. But what I would say is that unless you have some kind of like actual chemical imbalance going on in your brain, then what you're probably going to be doing is just setting yourself up to be hooked on this chemical dependence that you have and being stuck in that pattern over and over and over again. See, Julie Tree says, I'm happy most of the time, but I do have my down days. Yeah, I mean, and that's actually pretty normal. Most people experience stuff like that. So Lori says, Matt, I was sexually abused when I was 4 to the age of 7. Could that have anything to do with the fact that I try so hard to prove that I'm worthy of a man's love? Absolutely. And that's actually a really, really common thing is so depending on what happened to you early on in your life, depends on how you'll kind of interact with people and situations later on in your life. And so if you were abused sexually or physically or emotionally or something like that when you're younger, depending on what kind of meaning you created out of that depends on what ends up happening later on. So if you create meaning that says that you're only worth kind of these certain things because that's what somebody used you for, then what you might end up doing is trying to prove that you're worthy in other ways, and you just continue to try to prove. And you have to break that cycle. You have to break that pattern that you get into, and you have to change the way that you look at your life and change your story, change the way that you think about your story. And I'm not trying to say that any of that should be discounted or anything that you experienced should be discounted in any way. But what I am saying is that the way that you look at that event, because some people will look at that event and say, I'm broken, I'm destroyed, I'm not worthy, I'm, a victim to life. And other people will look at it and they'll say, you know what, this has given me a mission to create something bigger and better in the world. It's put me on a mission to make sure that this doesn't happen to other people, to create awareness around this problem that's happening in the world. It's created a challenge for me to get to a place where I'm not proving myself worthy anymore, and that I know that I love myself, and I know that I'm an awesome, amazing person, and that I'm going to create the life that I want. And so it really depends on the way that you look at it. And my suggestion is that you do whatever healing that you need to do around that, and you spend some time reshaping the way that you think about your life now. And you don't have to go back to that period. Some people will talk about healing work and they're like, oh, you have to go back and experience all the emotions and stuff at that time. You can do that. That is one way of doing it, but you don't have to. You absolutely never have to go back and revisit that again for the rest of your life if you don't want to. What you can do is change the way that you think about yourself, change your identity, change your story about who you are and what your life is about. And go and, one of the things I talk about in the Forever Woman Gold Club program, it's this new program that I created. It's called the Gold Club. And if you join the Forever Woman, you can actually go and check that out. And the first video I have in there is something where I talk about this concept that I call identity hacking. And identity hacking is just looking at the way that you think about yourself right now. So if you think about yourself as, like I was saying before, if you think about yourself as broken, as not good enough, as, disposable, as, all these different things, right? That those things will define how you experience your life and how you interact with different people, especially men and relationships in general. And so what you want to do is figure out who you are at your best. Who are you when you're living your best life? Right? What characteristics do you have? How do you act? How do you behave? How are you being when you're being your best? And I guarantee it's not, being a victim or getting all woe is me and all that kind of stuff. Again, not to like discount anything that's ever happened to anybody. But at the same time, who you are when you're living your best is for most people, they're inspired, they're confident, they're strong, they're going after their life, they're creating the things around them, they're responsible for who they are and the results that they create in their life. They're filled with love and enjoyment and happiness and excitement and all these things, right? And what you can do is you can figure out, okay, when I'm being that way, when I'm that person, who am I? Like, and name it. Actually create a name around that person, create an identity for that person, and then take on that identity. And whenever you're feeling sad or you're feeling down or you're feeling lonely, what you can do is you can say, am I being this person, right? And some people will say the goddess, right? Or the queen, or, powerful, or, sometimes they'll give it like an actual name, like Susan. Am I being Susan right now? Or am I being this other person that I don't like being? And so what you want to do is you want to get into that person that you're being at your best as much as you possibly can, and really integrate that inside of who you are and try to get into that person on a daily habitual basis. And eventually, like I said, what you'll do is you'll start creating a new path. And that new path will make you feel inspired and powerful and strong more of the time. I think I answered your question. Yes, I did. Okay, so Jerry says, right on. Life is so beautiful. It starts with you. Love you, Matthew. Thanks for all you do. Well, thank you for saying that. I appreciate you being here. So Emmy says, facts. Whoa. Facts. That's what I say too. Facts. Julie Tree says, I'm grateful, not hateful. That's what I'm talking about. Be grateful, not hateful. Facebook user says, I'm excited to get my house cleared out of stuff I do not need. It is a good feeling. I'm excited to be able to relax and read and draw and get back to my creative side. I'm grateful to be alive and healthy and being able to continue and learn and grow. Thank you, Matthew. Awesome. That's what I'm talking about. Whoever you are, anonymous Facebook user. That's exactly what I'm talking about. There you go. Be grateful. Find the things that you're grateful for. And don't just talk about them, really feel them. Think about the people that are in your life, the things that are in your life, and really try to get into the experience of feeling like your life is blessed. Like you have all of this abundance of resources and things that you want in your life. That's what I'm talking about. That's awesome. So thank you for sharing that, whoever that was. Lale says, I am down. I'm so down now. I've been depressed for decades. Yeah, well, do exactly what I talked about. Try it out, physically take action and do something different and see what happens when you do that. Joanna says, are you familiar with the Dickens process? Great for making changes. Yeah, I think the Dickens process, I have to go back to look at what exactly the Dickens process was. I think it has to do with going to because the Dickens is from that Christmas movie, right? Where he has the ghost of future past and the ghost of future present and the ghost of future. I don't whatever those three ghosts were, that's I'm pretty sure that's where it came from. And thinking about, I think it's about thinking about how your life would be or something if you you know what, I'm just going to butcher it, so I'll just stop right there, Joanna. I've heard about it. I don't think I've actually used it before, but it's a good thing to think about. So Well Kept says, am loving this. So positive attitude. I love this. Awesome. Tiffany said, 3, hand sanitization protocol when you leave the house. Okay, then you'll be fine. Yeah. When you leave the house, make sure you sanitize your hands. That's true. You definitely want to sanitize your hands. Denise said, I like to go for a hike or get into a house project. There you go. That's what I'm talking about. Yeah, I mean, if you're on here right now and you have ways of breaking your own pattern and getting yourself into positive emotional states, share it in the chat and I can talk about it, and then we can share all the ideas with everybody that's here. So thank you for mentioning that, Denise. Linda says, do I need to lean back in a committed relationship? I'm bringing him to Canada, but he has become cranky and cold. I'm trying my best to be a goddess, just hurts. Do I tell him that? And then, so you're bringing him to Canada. I'm not sure what you mean by you're bringing him to Canada. Maybe you guys have plans to meet in Canada or something like that. That's a really interesting photo, by the way, that you have on there right there. So do I need to lean back in a committed relationship? Yeah, if he starts going cold, you want to lean back. That's exactly what you want to do, is you just want to give him some space. Because what happens sometimes is, so guys, a lot of times they'll work on goals, right? Guys tend to be goal oriented and they have this focus. And so you give them this thing and it's already happening and you're like, okay, you're coming to Canada, right? And he's like, oh, I'm going to Canada, and then he's like, okay. And then it's like slotted, like he's going to Canada now. And so he might start working on a bunch of other things while he's getting ready to go to Canada, because he wants to get these things taken care of before he gets over to Canada. And so it could be that he's doing that. I mean, I don't know what your travel plans are and all that kind of stuff, but yeah, absolutely. You want to lean back anytime, right? This works, whether it's a new relationship, an old relationship, committed, friend with benefits, casual, any of that kind of stuff, any kind of relationship that you might be in. I don't know where the relationship is in relation to me, but wherever it is, what you want to do is, if he goes cold, you want to lean back, right? So lean back. So anytime, and I call this mirroring, and you do it anytime and it'll keep you out of trouble. If he's leaning forward, you can lean forward and you can kind of do anything you want. If he's got forward momentum and he's doing things with you and he's connecting with you and all that kind of stuff, then you can lean forward and connect with him and do all that kind of stuff. If he starts leaning back and getting cold and stuff, you want to lean back as well and just mirror his interest level and whatever it is that he's doing. And that way, when he's leaning back and he starts getting cold, he'll start thinking about you and being like, man, I want to talk to and hang out with her and, have these conversations with her again. Whereas if he leans back and you start, moving forward and trying to get all over him, he's going to feel smothered and like he can't miss you, right? He can't miss you if you're always there. He can't miss you if you're always there. That's it, right? I'm trying to keep my hands in the video here. He can't miss you if you're always there, right? That looks a little weird, so I'm not going to do that again. All right, so Janet says, I'm excited to get my house cleared out of stuff I do not need. It is a good feeling. Yeah, I think Yeah, I think you already said that one. But yeah, awesome. Get your house cleared out of things you don't need. Pam says gratitude list. That's right. Gratitude list. That's what I'm talking about. So Denise said, this is a great topic for people to hear. I wish everyone was listening to you right now. Great job, Matthew. Well, thank you. I appreciate that. It feels good to be doing a great job. So I appreciate you telling me that. I think everybody should be watching this too. Anonymous Facebook user says, thanks, Matthew. Your video is very inspiring. Well, I'm happy that this is inspiring to you. Tijana says, hello, Matt. I've been seeing this guy for about 2 years, and I feel like he wants me. Then I feel like he is seeing others, and he doesn't make enough time for us. But he tells me I am all he wants. So there's a whole bunch of different things that could be going on here right now, Tijana. And you want to, one thing that I haven't heard is whether you guys are actually in a committed relationship. He might tell you that you're all that he wants, but if he's not pursuing a committed relationship, you guys have been seeing each other for 2 years, are you trying to get married one day? It doesn't sound like he's kind of moving in that direction. Are you guys living together? Are you guys, still hanging out and hooking up? Like what's the situation here? And it sounds like there's a lot of weird things going on there with him and what's actually going on. And it concerns me a little bit. This concerns me, Tijana. I'm concerned. This is my concerned look. This is my concerned face. So whenever I have this face, you know that I'm concerned, and I'm concerned about your situation. So think about that. All right. Adrian says, hi, Matt. Great topic. Good to see you. Hey, it's good to see you too. I'm glad you're here, Adrian. It's good to see you. I don't think we've talked in a while. So thanks for being here. Constance says, I take a solitary walk every day and listen to music to get in touch with my design. This is what I'm talking about. Constance, you are exactly what I'm talking about here. Thank you so much for bringing this up. This is exactly what I'm saying. And she's doing it. She's already doing it. I mean, how much better can you get than that? So CJ says, what about someone wanting attention or demands attention all the time, every day, and then gets upset when I don't respond to his messages on time or constantly nagging a bit, LDR? Yeah, I mean, what that usually says is that he's insecure and that he might have an anxious attachment. And so it's one of those things where you're going to have to get used to this, right? If this is something that he's doing now, he's going to be doing this forever. And so you got to realize that that's what's going on. And you have to decide whether that's something that you want to deal with forever or not, right? That's what it is. That, like a lot of women come and they're like, okay, this guy's doing this, what should I do? And it's like, he's going to be doing that forever. There's no way to stop him from doing that, right? He has to decide that he has to do some healing or some, worthiness stuff in order for him to feel like he doesn't need to, constantly get all of your attention. And if he does that, then he can be in a healthier spot and you can have more of a regular relationship with him. But if he doesn't do that, which he probably won't if he hasn't already and hasn't started doing already, then you have to decide whether that's something that you want to deal with all the time. And there are other issues that might end up coming up because he does that. And it's only going to get worse. It's going to get worse before it gets better, if it ever gets better, which it probably won't. It'll probably just keep getting worse, because what you're going to end up doing is you're going to start pulling back and leaning back and being like, whoa, I need some space and all that kind of stuff. And if he's getting angry about that, it's just he's going to get more. He's going to lose more and more power in the relationship, and you're just going to gain it and gain it and gain it. And he's going to think you're the most amazing woman in the world, and then he's going to start getting spiteful because he's insecure and he's not confident in himself. And then next thing you know, he's going to be blaming you for things and he's going to be angry and stuff. And so if I were you, I'd probably get out of that situation and get into a healthier situation with somebody who's got a better attachment style and who has more confidence and security in himself, because that's not going away anytime soon. So Denise said, yes, music is the best. Always helps to uplift my spirits. Music and cooking, or sometimes a fire and candles, or a good movie. Awesome. That's awesome. That's what I like to hear. I like to hear that kind of stuff. So Aisha says, thank you, Matt, so much for your great advice. It gives me a step to think that I'm worthy and not to overthink him. You're such an inspiration. Well, thank you. I appreciate that. Really appreciate that. So a Facebook user, anonymous Facebook user says, exactly whatever might have happened in your childhood, you do not have to continue living as a victim for the rest of your life. Exactly. That's exactly right. Irene says, if he is an introvert and loves his solitude, should I let him initiate the text all the time? Well, you should. So first off, what you should do is go get the Forever Woman program. I cover this topic in depth in there, as well as a lot of other topics. And it's not one of those things where he should be texting and initiating the text all the time. It's not all the time, ever, right? You don't ever want to be in a situation where he's just doing everything and you're doing nothing. You want to be contributing to the situation as well. You always want to be contributing to the situation, and you want to make sure that he knows that you're interested in him continuing to contribute into the situation. And, for the most part, what you want to get to is somewhere where there's him initiating contact most of the time. And so sometimes it might be kind of an 80-20 thing. It might be a 70-30 thing. What you don't want to do is go past the 50% mark where you're initiating contact more than he is. Because once you start getting into that realm, what ends up happening is that you start feeling like you're doing everything. He starts leaning back and doing nothing. And then next thing you know, you're in a situation where where you don't even know if he's interested in you anymore, because he's just leaning back, letting it happen, and you're doing everything. And then you stop doing stuff, and you'll need to find out what's going on. So no, you don't need to not ever initiate contact. You can totally initiate contact as long as he's been pursuing you and he's been initiating contact some of the time, most of the time, a lot of the time. If he's been doing that, then yeah, you can reach out to him and say hi and what's up and how you doing, all that kind of stuff. Is he planning dates? You can reach out. It's not a big deal, right? It's not a big deal as long as he is moving forward, he's chasing you, he's pursuing you, he's investing in you. If he's doing those things, it's totally okay if you reach out to him and say hi or whatever, right? It's not a big deal. He doesn't have to initiate all the time. Great question, Irene. Thanks for asking it. So Lori says, thanks, Matt. You helped me a lot. I'm going to work on what you told me. Good. That's what I like to hear. Facebook user says, true. Creating a path is the right way to move on with your life. That's right. Create a path. Make it strong. Make it a path that you always want to go down. Going down. Uh-oh, I'm singing now. I'm singing, guys. I'm singing. All right, what do we got? B. Randy says, I'm about to turn 42, and you're talking about changing about 37 years of abandonment issues and abuse. Yep. It's so daunting to change my thinking. I seem to always get triggered to the dark place. Yeah, and it's one of those things, like if you need help, you should get help, right? If it's really difficult for you, you can get help, and it doesn't have to be like therapy or psychiatrists and stuff like that. There's a lot of programs out there. I think Joanna was talking about Tony Robbins. Tony Robbins has some great programs out there that can help you kind of reshape the way that you look at yourself. I'm a big fan of Tony Robbins. I go to lots of his events all the time. I love his work. He's great guy. And so, yeah, absolutely. You can, it can be really difficult, especially when you have 37 years of abandonment issues and abuse behind you. It can be very, very difficult, and you might need some serious kind of work and some serious leverage to pull yourself out of that and get into a better spot. But you can do it. You can absolutely do it. Anytime they say that you can't teach an old dog new tricks, you can absolutely teach an old dog new tricks if you get enough leverage. I'm not saying that you're an old dog, Not saying that at all, right? All I'm saying is that you can change. If an old dog can change, you can change, amazing, young, spry, got a lot of pep in your step woman like you can definitely change if an old dog can change, right? Am I getting myself into hotter water here? Am I getting myself into hotter water? Okay, I'll just shut up now and move on. Okay, Yolanda says, hi, Matthew. How are you? I'm doing amazing. Thanks for asking. I am fantastic. Thanks. Denise says, I want to find a guy like you. You are awesome. Well, thank you. I appreciate that. So Irene says, what should I do to stop guilt trip him again? To stop guilt trip him again? I don't know. What do you what do you do? Are you guilt tripping him, Irene? Well, just stop doing that. Why are you guilt tripping him? You just replace it with better language and creating a better connection. Get my program, The Forever Woman, theforeverwomanformula.com. Go pick up the program and learn how to talk to a guy in a way that makes him want to connect with you more instead of feeling like he's being guilt tripped. Absolutely. Vivian says, hey, Matthew, Durban, South Africa, you are amazing. I'm loving the social isolation. It's a real gift, but thank you for all that you share, all that you share. Uh-oh, got me singing again. Got me singing, Vivian. Stop it. Stop doing that. Don't want me singing on camera here. Am I crazy? Does anybody think I'm crazy? All right. So Janine says past, present, and future. That's right. Tiffany said, girl, you can't bring him to Canada now. They just closed our border yesterday. Yep. Oh, sponsorship. Somebody's doing a sponsorship. Okay. So Janine says from San Francisco, has been working on her amazing home. Awesome. Marriage. Oh, you get married, Linda. That's awesome. So Pam says, found that my passion for riding motorcycles has made me extremely happy. Yeah, riding motorcycles is awesome. I love riding. It's one of my favorite things. What kind of bike do you have there, Pam? What kind of bike do you got? Yolanda says, hi, I want to know you more. He, 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 he. Well, watch my videos. You'll get to know all about me. Well, Kep says, I start by loving myself, being grateful. I feel good at giving as it gives me more gratitude. That's like a amazing G's in that sentence. So you're really good at putting G's in a sentence. I feel good giving as it gives me more gratitude. Wow, really, I don't know if I could put that many G's in one sentence. I go for yoga, horse riding, make my favorite meal, and other times I will put clean linen in my bed and cover myself and sleep and wake up feeling super relaxed and happy. That's awesome. Do that. Yeah, I mean, whatever works for you is really what you want to do. CJ says, like he's smothering me every day when I want to take a break. Yeah, exactly. Yep. Megan says, really enjoying the long distance make him miss you video, Matt. Well, thanks. I'm glad you enjoyed that. And if anybody is in a long distance situation right now and they need to get some help, I have a program. It's called Long Distance Allure. You can get it at my website. I didn't put the link on here, but maybe I'll put it on later. But you can check it out. It's called Long Distance Allure. Go to my website and go to my programs, and you will see it as one of the first programs. Just came out with it recently. It's a great program. You can, if you're like, hey, I'm struggling with this long distance relationship thing, I give you exactly what you need to be doing in a long distance relationship to make sure that not only do things work, but that he craves you and that he misses you and that he can't wait to see you again. Molly says, are you single? The answer is no. I'm not. I'm taken. I'm in a relationship. I'm not available to anybody. I'm not available. All right. Okay, so Pam says, how do you tell your guy what you want and need without sounding needy? Well, there's a whole bunch of different ways to do that, actually. One is to have a real conversation about it. Have you ever heard of the love languages? I actually talk about this in my long distance relationship program. It's called Long Distance Allure, again, if you're interested. And basically, one of the conversations that you can have is a conversation. So one of the things that you want to do is do the love languages thing and find out what your love language is, find out what his love language is, all that kind of stuff. It's a great book, 5 Love Languages. Don't remember the guy's name at the moment, but it's a great book. Next thing you want to do is you want to find out exactly what makes him feel loved, right? What makes him feel like, he is feeling loved, or what he appreciates, what he likes. And you can just ask him that. And usually guys might be like, oh, and if he's like, oh, I'm not really sure, what you can do is you can tell him, you can go first and just talk about what it is that makes you feel loved. And then you will be telling him, and you'll let him know, right? But you can't rely on that. You can't rely on that. Unfortunately, you can't, right? Because guys, what happens when you tell them things that are important? They go in one ear and out the other, right? This is what happens with a lot of guys, because they're, I don't know why. It's just something that happens. I'm really bad with birthdays. So if you have a birthday coming up, you got to put it in my calendar if you want me to remember it. I'm sorry. It's just really difficult. I've been trying to remember my brother's birthday for years. Every year I call him like 2 days afterwards, and I'm like, hey, bro, was it your birthday already? He's just like, dude, I hate you right now. Just like, dude, I love you, man. I love you. So we have that strong bro love going on. But so what you want to do, the next thing that you want to do, sorry, I was getting off track there. The next thing that you want to do is you want to start framing it. And I talk all about this in my Love Frames Toolkit, if you're interested in that. And basically what you do is you start talking about what it is that you like in terms of it being attractive or unattractive, right? So if there's something that you like him doing and he does it, then you want to give him a positive association, right? So we associate with different things, right? It's called neurological emotional anchoring. And what you want to do is you want to anchor in to his mind things that you think that you want him to do as attractive and making him feel more attractive, because everybody wants to feel attractive. I want to feel attractive. I worked really hard on my hair before I did this video here, right? See my hair? It's great, right? This is long, hard work on this hair right here. So we all want to feel attractive. And if you want him, and so what you want to do is you just want to, if he does something that you like, you say that you find it attractive, right? You think it's hot, like, oh, it was so hot when you did that. It was so attractive when you did that. It was so sexy when you did that, right? Or what you can do is you can just talk about it in terms of different things that you like, I love it when you do this. I love it when you do that. I think it's, it's just, that other day when you did that one thing, like that was so hot. Like it just, I don't know. It just turned me on so much when you were doing that. It was such a man thing. It was so cool, and basically what you're doing is you're teaching him what it is that you want him to do. And so you just do that over and over and over again for different things. And eventually he'll start associating it, right? Because he'll be like, oh, she thinks that's hot. She's getting turned on. Oh, I love that, right? And I want her to be more turned on more often. And so he will start getting excited, right? That hits his emotions when you tell him that. You're like, oh, that was hot. And he's like, whoa, she thinks that was hot, right? And so next thing you know, he's thinking about it in that way. And so you just do that over and over and over again. Or you can have that conversation where you talk about those things. There are other ways to do it as well. I talk about it in some of my programs, but okay. So, we're in a world right now where there's this world of like the hookup culture, and most women who come to me, they want to attract a man who loves them and sees them and absolutely cherishes them into a committed, lasting relationship. But they have a big problem where guys just keep pulling away and disappearing. They, get cold. They, kind of pull away from them and stuff. And for a lot of women, this makes them feel confused and doubt themselves, doubt their own value, doubt their self-worth. Many of them feel like they just want to give up. if you're having a hard time with men and dating, it's really not your fault, right? Right now, we live in a culture that encourages superficial relationships and discourages anything meaningful. And I believe that there's a better way for men and women to get into and stay in relationships that last. And that's why I put together a proven path that will help you get into the relationship that you want to have. And if you're in a relationship and you want to change things around, this will help you do that as well. It's called the Forever Woman. And there's a 3-step plan to it, really. There's 3 steps to it. The first one is believe in your own value. Maybe I should start with this one. The first one is that you believe in your own value. The second one is that you position yourself in value. And the third one is that you communicate your own value. And so if you're interested in getting my program, you can get it for free. It's helped a ton of women change their situations. Many of them have used it to get married, get into great relationships, to turn their relationships around, to turn their marriages around. And so there should be a link above or below this video where you can go and check that out. If not, go to theforeverwomanformula.com and watch the video on the next page and then sign up for the program for free. And if you get it, you'll attract a man who really loves you and cherishes you. He'll pursue you for a committed, lasting relationship. You'll do less work and feel more appreciated and valued by your man. If you don't do it, you'll just continue to get whatever results you've been getting. You'll end up staying stuck in your problems and whatever your challenges are with men. And you'll feel like you're doing everything in a relationship only to be taken for granted, have a guy pull away and eventually disappear on you. And you'll wonder if you'll ever get into the relationship that you want to get into. And I don't want that for you. I want you to feel valued. I want you to recognize the amazing woman that's inside of you, the goddess, the queen, the woman that deserves all the great things that she wants in her life. And you can have that. All you need to do is change the way that you think, position yourself in value, and start communicating in a way that makes sense with men. So thank you so much for being here today. I really appreciate everyone being here. I'm so grateful that you would have me and allow me to be a part of your journey to attracting and getting into the relationship that you've always wanted to have. So thank you so much for all of your encouragement. Thank you, women who are in our community. I really appreciate it. I appreciate you being a part of these live streams. I appreciate everything that you're here with me right now and being a part of this. And I will speak with you again soon.
University in UK, dedicated economist, and has also a lot of experience in the real world. So he has got one of the big venture capital funds, and he's also teaching for us. So he was teaching for several years on financial crisis. So he was coming back occasionally for our term or Harvard term, and this was extremely valuable for our students to get the exposure from both sides, the academic side and the practical side. And of course, he's also a great historian in the sense that he likes to combine historical knowledge with actual knowledge, new innovation, and historical economic thinking. And we will have a feast here from his presentation today. And let's give a round of applause for Bill and Bill.
Thanks, Marcus. I gather from keeping in touch with things Princetonian somewhat from afar, I do spend much of the academic year in Cambridge, England, Old Cambridge, that it just may have been the case that this autumn, the extraordinary, unprecedented, and never again to be replicated history of the football team of the great class of 1965, undefeated, untied, and nationally ranked with the big boys, that the total points scored by Princeton this year may have exceeded the total in the autumn of 1964. I think that might be the case. But in any case, of course, the schedule was much harder then. But I'm really delighted to be back. As Marcus said, I've had a kind of haphazard career. I did my doctorate in Cambridge, having come from the Woodrow Wilson School in Princeton. I then went on a 35-year sabbatical, as it turned out to be, as a working venture capitalist at the Frontier, and then returned to Cambridge just in time for the global financial crisis of 2008, from my perspective, to make economics a really interesting subject again. So I'm now back immersed, but all of my work as a practitioner, as an academic, is focused on innovation at the technological frontier, where progress is made by trial and error and error and error, where efficiency in the allocation of resources is the enemy of innovation, where tolerance of necessary waste is required, and where I must say I find the neoclassical production function, even in its Schumpeterian extensions, to be a thoroughly misleading lens to which to read the dynamics of innovation at the frontier. So this process that I've been both lived as a practitioner and have been studying as an academic involves three sequential, nonlinear, interactive processes: upstream, scientific discovery, technological invention, for the technologies that really matter, from the railroads through the internet, the deployment of transformational infrastructure, which, when in place at scale, creates new economic space, transforms the market economy, and creates opportunities for exploration of what to do with this new stuff. All of these processes depend on sources of funding that are unconcerned, not driven, not limited, not constrained by immediate visible economic value. Historically, two such sources have existed: the mission-driven state and financial speculation, each capable of mobilizing resources at scale larger than could be expected from rational investors carefully evaluating the net present value of alternative projects. And together they have indeed transformed the market economy, creating what I call a three-player game. A three-player game between the state, financial capitalism, and the market economy, the ordinary world in which we work and spend and save and practice life in the using the technologies that have been deployed. So three sets of continuous, reciprocal, interdependent games with different configurations. None of them is a stable equilibrium. The metaphorical relationship to the three-body problem in physics is not an accident. So in one version, we have state investment in fundamental research induces financial speculation to fund construction of transformational infrastructure whose exploitation in turn raises living standards for everyone dependent on the productivity of the market. But in another version, we experienced this only 10 years ago, a world in which bubbles and crashers in the financial system spill over and liquidate both the employed and their employers, generating appeals to the political process for redress and relief. And in a third version, malefactors of great wealth, a great phrase that Teddy Roosevelt deployed at the heart of the progressive movement, malefactors of great wealth are able to exploit the political process in order to preserve and protect their exploitation of the market economy. I sometimes think that's a little too close to home right now. But let's start with the role of the state. There is a long history here. This is a recently fascinating book on how the demand for muskets by the British Army from the Glorious Revolution of 1688 through the Napoleonic Wars to Waterloo, rising from a demand measurable in a few thousand per year to a few million per year, transformed the architecture of Britain's artisanal economy, made Birmingham, England, the workshop of the first industrial revolution. So this is the role of the state as a customer, but there's also the role of the state as a source. And in fact, a generation later, it was in the armories of the United States Army at Springfield, Massachusetts, Harpers Valley, West Virginia, that the concept of making things, making physical things by assembling interchangeable parts that was reduced to practice, from guns to sewing machines to typewriters to bicycles to automobiles. This was the technological innovation that enabled mass production. And of course, in the post-World War II era, this role of the state through multiple channels was responsible for sponsoring all of the technologies from silicon to software and onto the internet that combined to create the digital revolution. And in fact, it continued beyond that. This is the NSF grant to a couple of graduate students at Stanford named Larry Page and Sergey Brin, which led to the PageRank algorithm in Google, and if you like, one of the most profound sources of the technological revolution's growth and expansion. Now, I want to pause for a moment with respect to the language of war. I spoke about a mission-driven state, and that mission has gained political legitimacy generally through the deployment of the language of war. War liberates, or at least the just war, liberates the state from the shackles of prospective cost-benefit analysis, when the costs are always easier to measure and to know than the benefits are. And this has been true of shooting wars, it was true of the Cold War, it was true of the war on cancer, and it was not an accident that Nixon adopted that language in 1972 when he created a mission for the National Institutes of Health, which has continued to this day, where progress is not measured by whether each project sponsored by the NIH, funded by the NIH, actually works. It's a broader, deeper mission where effective is more important than efficient. But not all wars are successful or even productive. In fact, over the last generation, in this country at least, we've seen the debasement of the language of war from Vietnam to Iraq by way of the war on drugs. And here's the kicker. If the state, and I'm going to come back to this later on, if the state is not accepted as a legitimate economic actor, then innovation at the frontier is likely to stall. Let me turn to the role of speculation. Now, this is a schematic of how to think about bubbles. The first law of bubbles is that they are banal, they are ubiquitous. Wherever there are markets and assets, there you will find herding behavior, momentum investing, prices decoupling from any relationship with cash flows, past, present, or prospective. But not all bubbles are the same. So here we're looking at two different dimensions, the locus of speculation and the focus of speculation. It took me about 5 years to come up with locus focus as a kind of meme for thinking about bubbles. When the speculation is limited to the public capital markets, the stock market, the junk bond market, leverage is very limited. When the bubble bursts, as it inevitably will, the economic damage done is equally limited and constrained. Think of 2001 after the great tech bubble of the 1990s versus what happens when the speculation infects the credit system, the banking system, where leverage in 2007 nominally was on the order of 30 to 40 times in the banking system. Effectively, when you actually go through to understand what was being counted as equity, as the equity base, it was probably more like 100 to 1 or more. A 1% decline in the value of assets effectively rendered the banks insolvent and generated the liquidity crisis that triggered the Great Recession. So locus really matters, but so does focus. Most bubbles focus on assets that have no potential whatsoever of increasing the productive potential of the economy, from tulip bulbs to marijuana stocks. We can talk a little bit later about where we put bitcoins in that spectrum. But occasionally the object of speculation is one of those transformational technologies, like the railways, like electrification, like computing and the internet, that changes everything and creates a new economy. There's a long history here as well. This is remarkable work from an extraordinary scholar named Andrew Odlyzko at the University of Minnesota. He's a pure mathematician. He publishes in the journals appropriate to pure mathematics, the ones where the only words in the title you can understand are the and. But some 25 years ago, he became interested in and then obsessed with the early history of the British railways, and he spent an enormous amount of time in the archives. So this is the millions of pounds spent on actually building railways in Britain during the little railway mania of the 1830s and the great railway mania of the 1840s. This amount was a huge proportion, approaching 10% of British national income, when most of that income was embedded in the agricultural economy. This is the index that Odlyzko constructed of the shares of the companies that had raised and were spending that money. When the bubble burst at the end of the 1840s, the stock prices collapsed. Most of these companies went bankrupt. Nobody tore up the tracks. Now, more recently, coming closer to home, and in fact to my own life, perhaps why I'm standing here right now, the great tech boom of the late 1990s. This is some very interesting empirical work. The dotted line are the cash flows both internally generated from operations and externally by raising money in the stock market by young firms, less than 15 years old, in the 7 super high-tech corporate sectors. And you can see that this enormous increase in cash flow is driven by a comparable increase in the cash raised by selling new stock for IPOs and follow-on offerings on the stock market, and in turn relieve the financial constraint, as we like to say, and enable these young companies to increase their R&D spending by a factor of about 8 over less than 10 years. Again, the bubble burst. Much more money was actually spent on putting dark fiber in the ground. But when WorldCom and Global Crossing went bankrupt, again, nobody tore up the fiber. It was there waiting for Netflix. So the first edition of my book was published about 5 years ago. And it was a kind of celebration of this extraordinarily constructive configuration of the 3-player game when the American state, essentially the US Department of Defense, with some ongoing support from the National Science Foundation, NASA, was the sponsor, the early customer, the funder of research, and the inventor indirectly through DARPA of some of the most critical technologies. And when the speculators accelerated and amplified the impact of the digital revolution by perhaps as much as a generation. But now we must consider the consequences of the digital revolution. And this is the theme of what I've just published, a kind of, the way I think of it, as a very substantially revised and extended version of my work for the age of Trump and Brexit. But the first motivation for this was actually very close to home. From my life as a venture capitalist, and you can read all about this in the book, particularly chapter 3 and 4, I internalized what I call the 2 fundamental theorems of venture capital. Cash and control and corporate happiness is positive cash flow. Cash and control, what does that mean? It means the joint hedge against ignorance, the necessary, inescapable ignorance that comes when you invest in startups at the technological frontier, when you don't know whether it's going to work, and if it works, whether anybody's going to give a damn and pay a penny for what you've built. So cash, enough unequivocal access to cash, unequivocal access to enough cash to buy the time required to find out what's going on when bad things happen, and enough control to shift the parameters of the problem. My experience that often, not always, begins with firing the CEO. It can involve shifting the purpose of the project, of the underlying technology. It can involve selling the venture for whatever you can get without, rather than pouring money into a black hole. But enough control to do something about it. Corporate happiness is positive cash flow. This was the mantra of the fellow I don't refer to in the book as my psychotic mentor, extraordinarily brilliant man who had this slogan, this saying, put onto throw pillows in needlepoint so he could throw them at his CEOs to drive home the message that when your customers are giving you more money than it costs to deliver them a product or a service, you're not only demonstrating that what you're doing is economically worthwhile, you're liberated from the problematic dependence on external cash to pay your bills. Okay, so I looked around a couple of years ago, and both of these theorems were completely challenged, rendered irrelevant by what was going on in the unicorn bubble. These startups burning billions of dollars, funded at premium valuations by financial institutions, not venture capitalists anymore, but by Fidelity and such like, who in turn were not just paying premium valuations for illiquid securities that they could not sell, but were yielding governance control to the founders so that they couldn't do anything if their money was, they decided, being misused, abused, and they were, in fact, dedicating themselves to sitting in the back seat of the car, nowhere near being able to get their hands on the steering wheel as and when it headed over the cliff. And this is a recent paper from the University of Pennsylvania Law School, which goes through in detail the kind of agreements that were represented here. And of course, you could expect what was going to happen. These are just the two most prominent versions. But then there's also something else that was going on. Cryptomania. I've updated this as of a couple of days ago. So here, think about this as the proposed alternative financial system, liberated again from the control of the state. Now, I have to always, at this point, I always have to cite my friend Mark Blythe at the Watson Center at Brown University, who likes to say that if you have to ask if it's money, it's not money. But this assault on the state's monopoly over the provision of money led to this kind of joint key recognition. The unicorns, the cryptocurrencies, each in their own way represented direct challenges to the authority of the state that had spawned the digital revolution and made them possible. The unicorns at the local level and markets for transportation, accommodation, the cryptos at the kind of symbolically core level. But beyond that, of course, what we've been witnessing over the last 20 years or more, the gradual accumulation to the tipping point of enormous transformations of the market economy through three different, overlapping, related channels. The second great globalization. So the first great globalization, documented and analyzed by Harold James, peaked in 1914. At that point, this was in a world where the movement of capital and the movement of people was essentially free. The movement of goods was constrained because the two most important nations that were following Great Britain, Germany and the United States, both practiced protectionism to allow their infant industries, no longer so infant by 1900, to reach levels of productivity that were competitive with Britain and even more competitive than Britain could provide. At this point, global trade as a percentage of total world income was on the order of 30%. The second globalization, which may or may not have peaked around 2007, in this case, what was free to move were not people, but work was, as well as goods and services and capital. Work moved through outsourcing, through the construction of complex transnational supply chains. And in this case, global trade peaked at 60% of world national economy, generating what Danny Roderick at the Kennedy School calls the political trilemma. You can have deep economic and financial integration, responsive political institutions, and the autonomy of a nation state, 2 out of 3. North Dakota has indeed deep integration with the rest of the United States, economically and financially. It has responsive local government, even if, we could put the entire population inside a couple of election districts in Manhattan. It is not an autonomous nation state. Greece thought it was an autonomous nation state until about 2011 and discovered the realities of deep integration. So the next is actually almost certainly, as much literature, particularly call attention to the work of David Autor's group at MIT, automation. Oh, I'm sorry. This is a reference to Autor's work on the political spillovers from globalization. This is a very interesting study. It was done it was published a couple of years ago, done over the previous 3 or 4 years, where they took each congressional district in the United States, looked at the exposure to Chinese imports after China joined the World Trade Organization in 1991, Marcus, I think. 1991? 2000. Sorry, thank you. So over that 10-year period, and then they looked at what happened in the primary elections with Republican districts moving to further right candidates and Democratic districts moving to further left, a polarization response to the impact of trade. But then automation. Now, almost certainly the impact, the economic impact, even if it doesn't carry the same emotional weight as the imports have carried in political discourse, the impact of automation has been huge. I would love to see more varied approaches to reading the political consequences. If anybody's aware of them, please let me know. This is a recent study, actually out of Oxford, that looked at a limited index of automation, the population of robots in roughly equivalent economic areas, and the change in the Republican share of votes for president between 2012 and 2016. The curve is up and to the right. This is what I think we would call suggestive evidence. It's not conclusive or causal, but there clearly has been a major, again, going all the way back to the Luddites and the textile industrial revolution of almost 200 years ago, a political spillover from the impact of technological change on the labor market. And then financialization. This is really quite remarkable. We all were aware, anybody working through the post-war era, the post-war era was aware of increased financial weight. But this is a very simple ratio between the value of financial assets and US GDP. From early 50s through 1980, that ratio rises only from 1.3 to 1.8 times. At an annual basis, you really couldn't see it. It disappears over the course of more than 25 years. But from 1980 to 2007, it goes from 1.8 to 4.8 times. This is in the context where, for example, up here, the credit default swap is invented right around here. At this point, there are $60 trillion of credit default swaps outstanding, created in less than 10 years. Now, most of the financial instruments of the trading finance has actually been trading in existing assets, above all, property. And also, of course, trading in financial assets constructed as banks create assets and trade them with each other, not funding new productive assets, except substantially during that tech bubble of 1996-2000. But what was going on here was the manner in which IT, computing, operationalized modern finance theory, turned the Black-Scholes equation from something that Fisher-Black had to write almost by hand on little pieces of paper and hand out at the Chicago Board of Trade into what could be on anybody's desktop as an instrument for both constructing and trading these new derivative securities. Donald Mackenzie's great book, An Engine, Not a Camera, Finance Theory as an Engine for Transforming the Markets, the Financial Markets, not a camera for capturing how they were then working, is probably the salient text, much cited in the literature and certainly much cited by me. Not only did IT enable this enormous increase in the variety and type and volume of financial assets, it also globalized it. This is a Bank for International Settlements. We can all thank Hyun Shin for this chart. It's become almost iconic. It's reproduced all the time. Between 2002 and 2007, the volume of US bank claims on Europe in 5 years went from $500 billion to more than $1.5 trillion. European claims on the US went from $1 trillion to $2.6 trillion. This is the vehicle, the channels through which our embarrassment in the mortgage market here in the United States became a global financial crisis. Thus, the digital revolution played a central role in the generation of the great credit bubble of the Audis and the global financial crisis that followed. I'm one of many who now think that this work by Adam Tooze of Columbia is likely to prove to be the most compelling historical analysis of the sources and consequences of the global financial crisis, which has generated political consequences that continue. This is work that goes back through history, well before the recent embarrassment, to look at the political consequences of major financial crises. This is the period, the early period. This is the full sample, the pre-World War II sample, the post-World War II sample. What they show is that in each case, there's a significant political shift to the right, towards, if you like, right-wing populism, visible in the nations that suffer through these crises. But in this case, and in this country, not only in this country, but perhaps more here than anyone else, the state had been rendered illegitimate as an economic actor and proved to be incapable of adequately buffering its constituents from the economic consequences of the digital revolution that it itself had spawned. Adam Tooze does a brilliant job of how, at the peak moment of crisis, from the autumn of 2008 through the winter of 2009, the United States did play the central role, with not only the Federal Reserve serving as the liquidity provider to the world through its limitless, unlimited swap lines, but also the transient moment of stimulus in the first days of the Obama administration that helped put a floor under the worst of the consequences that were unfolding. But this broader political failure is the ultimate macro motivation for my work, this new version of my work. And what it reflects is ideas really matter. As long ago as 1943, Hayek published The Road to Serfdom, an understandable, highly emotional response to the totalitarianisms of the left and right, which suggested and was popularized to suggest, to argue definitively, that any economic role for the state would inevitably lead to similar tyranny as had been the case in Stalin's Russia or Hitler's Germany. It took a generation, and this is important, it took a long generation for the ideas here to mature into Milton Friedman's. This was an extraordinarily popular television program based on a book that Friedman had written in 1980, and which was the kind of the lead-in, the leader for Reagan's first inaugural, when he stated, government is not the solution to our problem, government is the problem. This coming on top of the previous 30 years, when it was the United States government that drove, led, pulled, pushed, enabled the greatest technological revolution that we've yet seen in the world, without which things would have been very, very different. Now, fortunately, institutional latency really matters. Despite Reagan, despite indeed the Democrats' move to third way, middle of the road politics, Clinton saying the era of big government is over in the mid 1990s, nonetheless, the public sector of the developed economies of the world remained large enough to play a major role in limiting the economic consequences of the global financial crisis. Let me show you this eye chart. This is really why I needed a pointer. So back to 1880, this is the share of the national economy represented by public sector expenditures, including transfer payments, as it should, because they support aggregate demand for the United Kingdom, Germany, the US, and Japan. The two world wars stand out. Those are the peaks. Between the wars, Britain is the outlier. Britain is the debtor nation that did not directly or indirectly repudiate its debts. This is very largely debt service payments. The US is down here. In 1929, total public sector expenditures in the US were 7% of the national economy. 2% at the federal government, 5% state and local, where the state constitutions required that budgets be balanced, and that consequently, as tax revenues fell, as the Depression took hold, spending had to fall as well. The federal share actually doubled under Herbert Hoover between 1929 and 33, when Roosevelt took office. That's because nominal GDP in the United States, measured in current prices, declined by 50% in 4 years. So look at the difference. Here, in the years preceding the global financial crisis, even the US in red is up around 35 to 40%. In other words, the public sector, the continuity in spending, whether it be Medicare payments or Defense Department contracts or NIH grants, bolstered the private sector's demand when private sector investment, beginning with housing, but including industrial investment, collapsed in 2009. It was not only an aggressive central bank that prevented or that reduced the potential for another Great Depression to only a Great Recession. It was also the sheer scale of the public sector. And by the way, this factor, even by twos, I find extraordinarily under-recognized in the literature on the Great Recession and the economic consequences of the global financial crisis. So the US economy today represents a remarkable paradox. On the one hand, it's the home of the leading representatives, the driving forces of the digital revolution, the FANG companies, the superstar companies, more work by Autor, which looks at the role that they have played, that they are playing, that can be read in the macro economic literature, and they're driven. Their economic and financial significance is driven by what I truly believe is a new source of organic market power, different from and additional to economies of scale and economies of scope and network effects. Network effects serve to attract people to one telephone network because of connectivity and the return to connectivity. But, except perhaps from time to time, the FBI, nobody was actually listening to the content of those messages. Now the fact that every interaction, digital interaction, is captured and can be monetized and also learned from, such that the more data you have, the better the algorithms with which you analyze the data. The better the algorithms, the higher the quality of service. The higher the quality of service, the larger the market share. The larger the market share, the more data. A positive feedback loop. The This, however, goes side by side in the same economy with multiple measurable declines in dynamism. So this is a chart that the Times mobilized out of Census Bureau data, looking at the share of employees working for small companies and the share working for big companies. This goes with, it's another way in a sense of appreciating that across virtually every industrial sector in the US, the share of revenues represented by the largest companies, by the top 4 companies, has increased materially over the last 10 to 20 years. The number of public companies in the US has declined by 50% since the year 2000, partly a function of private equity, partly a function of M&A without, effectively with minimal antitrust concern. The number of venture capital-backed IPOs, a subject very dear to my heart and on which I've actually worked, has declined by something like 60% to 2/3 compared with the average that we had taken for granted between 1980 and 2000. This is another business Census Bureau chart. The Census Bureau has begun compiling data on business applications, and they characterize as high propensity business applications, those that are most likely to generate jobs. Crashed by 25% immediately after the global financial crisis. It's barely recovered since. Various measures of social and economic mobility, work by Raj Chetty, now back at Harvard, show material reductions in social and economic mobility, at the same time as, again, various measures of the content of corporate R&D spending suggests a material shift from longer-term research to shorter-term development. And the largest purpose to which corporate cash flow has been put in recent years, and most particularly during this current year, has been on buying back stock. And of course, inequality has reached levels not previously seen since the late 1920s. This is work I highlighted here because it's work that comes out of Princeton. Extraordinarily, very creative approach to being able to track back to the mid-1930s, when unionization in the US finally was given legal political sanction under the New Deal, briefly, looking at union density, that is the density of members of unions relative to measures of inequality. The conclusion was that A, there's a very nice, very robust inverse correlation. The greater the union density, greater the number of proportion of people in unions, the less inequality, and that particularly affects those who are the poorest, and the least advantaged in the labor market. And of course, it goes with what we all know from the well-publicized data. This is the income share of the lower half of the US distribution, declining from above 20% to about 12% over the last 40 years, 45 years. And this is the share of the 1%, which interestingly enough, not only peaked in 2007, but then has actually risen since the global financial crisis. Of course, this is heavily driven by financialization, by the value stock market recovery from the global financial crisis. And what I might refer to as the dark side of the three-player game shows itself in the extent to which the market's distribution of power, $1, one vote, dominates the nominal political distribution of power, one person, one vote. Now, there's another aspect of this dim view, this dismal view, which, again, for somebody interested in the economics of innovation, is very close to home. And this is the exclusion of science from input into public policy. So those of you who have your devices open, if you type the magic letters OSTP into your Google search window, you'll find multiple URLs. This is the one that is ostp.obama archive. It's a snapshot of what the Office of Science and Technology Policy website in the White House looked like on January 19th, 2017, the last day of the Obama administration. Behind every one of those tabs, there's an array of projects, conferences, reports, people, work, programs. This is what the current OSTP website looks like. I check this once a week. First of all, behind this, there's nothing. You can't click through to anything. Under this, there are, over the last 18 months, they've generated 8 press releases. 8 press releases. That's the activity. So, having failed to respond adequately to the digital disruption, the US state has now officially abdicated from the next needed technological revolution. Now, if there had been no Cold War, no Korea, the digital evolution would nonetheless have proceeded. It would have taken longer, it would have been less disruptive. But AT&T and IBM in 1945 were already working on going from analog electronics. This is where the transistor came from at Bell Labs. It would have happened. And it wouldn't have made that much difference, except for a few of us who managed to get the great tech bubble right. But the problem now is that climate change won't wait. It's not waiting. And it raises perhaps the single most important strategic question that the world is addressing now, which is, will China lead? Will China succeed in doing what only one other nation has actually done over the last 200 years? Not just perform as an effective follower, following the lead of the leader through the processes of industrialization and technological innovation, but will it actually become an effective leader at the frontier? There are enormous challenges in moving from being an effective follower to an innovative leader. Now, all followers appropriate intellectual property wherever they can find it. That's nothing new. The British took textile technology from India and Italy. We took it from the Brits. The Japanese and Koreans took everything they could get from us, from steel to semiconductors. The Chinese have clearly done a, let us say, more coherently organized process with greater reach. But even when a nation reaches, is in the process of taking advantage of what others have invented, they remain subject to the corruption tax. Many, many more governments have set out to get to the frontier than have ever come anywhere close, because they've been compromised and ultimately have succumbed to the corruption that can be expected to follow when the state does become an economic actor. Some, the US in the progressive era, Britain in the 1850s and 60s, perhaps China today, interesting new work on the benefits in terms of the productivity of research in areas where the attack on local corruption in China has led to the removal of local officials, where much of R&D is subsidized at the local level, the regional level in China. China may survive that, but the argument that to actually become an effective leader, the kind of hope and dream, particularly represented by the Acemoglu Robinson book, Why Nations Fail, which has had quite a substantial impact, that you need to have inclusive political institutions in order to be able to tolerate and sponsor the kind of creative destruction at the frontier. You know, historically, that is a very, very weak proposition. Britain in 1820, leading the first industrial revolution, was led by a corrupt cabal in London, in close affiliation with a national religious establishment, exercising authority down to the village level. You may or may not have seen the new movie Peterloo by Michael Lee. That was in 1819, when the troops of the British Army returned from Waterloo, slaughtered peaceful demonstrators in Manchester who were demonstrating for greater openness of the political process. The authority of that government was legitimized by the fact that you could look over your shoulder and see, just a generation before in Paris, what happened when order failed, the terror of the French Revolution. But they're trying to hold the lid on the greatest explosion of economic wealth and economic energy and financial wealth in the history of humanity. One might make a certain analogy there. It took a long, really 2 generations for Britain to evolve into a reasonably open, reasonably uncorrupt society. Which drove which? Was it the economic development that had the interplay with the political processes? Or in fact, is it simply an indeterminate question? We certainly don't have enough examples from history to draw any sort of rule, let alone law, of economic and political co-evolution. Think of them as co-evolving as they did in Britain, as they are now in China. So let me conclude. From the perspective of an American, this is a pretty dark picture. The fellow, however, the fellow who hired me at Warburg Pincus, where I've spent the last 30 years, used to say that you can't survive as a venture capitalist if you're a pessimist. You know, the first startup you lose, you'll slit your throat, you'll be out of the game. So I'm temperamentally doomed to be an optimist, and I do believe, and it's not just because I'm here in Princeton, I do believe that beyond the green political shoots that we can read in the midterm election results, perhaps even more at the state and local level than at the congressional level, but beyond that, there is a source of long-term optimism, which I lean on hard, and that is that ideas still matter. And the global financial crisis and the Great Recession, for the disciplines of economics and finance, have been the gifts that keep on giving. They forced the reunion of economics and finance at the macro level, perhaps most significantly in the work that Marcus has led in the new financial macro, echoed by people like Elaine Ray at LSE and Caballero at MIT. This is a radically new approach that puts financial intermediaries at the core of the system instead of excluding them from the economic dynamics at the macro level. It's forced recognition of the behavioral micro foundations and, let us say, reduce the plausibility of relying on the fantasy of the robotic, intertemporally optimizing, omniscient agent. And it's also demonstrably led to a shift towards evidence first, theory later. More work, more empirical work on how the world actually works than on how it should work if it would make our models close in an efficient way. I cite this. I speak as an old Keynesian from old Cambridge. I'm delighted to always salute the work from the twin citadels of New Cambridge, Andy Lowe at MIT, Schleifer with his colleague Genioli at Harvard. Each of these books, in their very different ways, and they're all always subject to comment and criticism, but each of them represent direct head-on assaults on rational expectations and a determination to try to bring into the stories we tell a clearer appreciation of how real people behave in real markets. So I close with the quote from Keynes, the last sentences of the general theory, that the power of vested interests, vastly exaggerated compared with the general encroachment of ideas, not immediately, but after a certain interval, but sooner or late, it is ideas, not vested interests, that are dangerous for good or ill or evil. I do believe that the new economic ideas in process of being generated in response to the discontinuity of 2008 will be, once that they inform the discussion and debate and decisions around public policy, that they will be positive for good. Thank you. We certainly have time for some questions, and I'll be happy to try to address whatever you may have. Come on, this is Princeton, no shyness. You all go to precepts.
There's a question back there.
So you had
Yes.
this slide that showed that after every financial crisis, the electorate moved to the right. Why do you think it wouldn't move to the left? I mean, why is that?
That chart is, I expect it's probably dominated. The paper is concerned with a long sweep. We have a few instances, of course. Let me back up and say, Danny Roderick has an interesting paper suggesting a differentiation, and this is specifically with respect to this most recent financial crisis, between the populism of the creditor nations, which means Northern Europe, and the U.S., the U.S. is both, and the populism of the debtor nations, which is Southern Europe and Latin America. The debtor nations' populism going left, the creditor nations going right. Certainly on a case-by-case basis, it often will turn on the effectiveness of the political entrepreneurs who are competing to take advantage of the discontinuity, the disruption of lives, as Harold James has written about the impact of transformation in financial and economic values on human and cultural values and political values. But I think that the pre-World War II is largely dominated by what was going on in Central Europe, as well as Southern Europe, post-World War I and then post-1931. The post-war, very much dominated by Latin America, as well as parts of Asia, where mostly the movement was to the right. The U.S. in the 1930s is really an anomaly. And it was a very close-run thing. When Roosevelt won the election, Roosevelt was in this long interregnum that we then had from an election in the first week of November to the inauguration in the first week of March. The then leading political guru, Walter Lippmann of the New York Herald Tribune, Lippmann said to him, "You must govern like Mussolini. You must suspend Congress. The crisis is too great. Mussolini has shown the way for effective government in response." So and by the way, the left-wing movements immediately after World War I were almost all liquidated rapidly, from Vienna to Budapest, and then in the 30s in Spain. So there was a general right-wing movement after major financial and economic crises. And that's an observable. I can't explain in detail. I don't know if anybody can. Sir.
Thank you for your talk. You mentioned something about state-led technological innovations, and you talked about how China could potentially become the next leader. I was wondering just your general opinion on the concept of state-led or government-led innovations. Because it seems like, for example, in China nowadays, you see the government pouring billions of dollars into artificially creating those city of AI or machine learning cities or gaming cities. But like, are those kind of innovations good, healthy for, I guess, not just for China, but for humanity as a whole?
Certainly, that's a pretty big question. I'm not sure I can get to humanity as a whole. Historically, we can look at a few examples and see that as and when, this is a point I'm glad you asked that because I want to elaborate on it. It's one of the real challenges in moving from being an effective follower to an innovative leader. In the path of following, where you know by and large what the route is, from bicycles to automobiles, from steel to silicon, identifying and bestowing resources on a small number of national champions can make a lot of sense. The Chaebols in Korea, the Zaibatsus in Japan. JC knows more about this than I do. But when you get to the frontier, when progress switches from being an effective follower to depending on that trial and error and error and error, you have to have players who can fail without discrediting the whole enterprise. In the US, as a great example, there's probably no more important enterprise in the United States through the central years of America's rise to leadership, from World War I through to the 1960s, 70s, than AT&T. AT&T fought the notion of packet-switched communications, let alone the implementation of that in what was originally called DARPANET, ARPANET. Fought it in everything from the technical workshops to the White House. AT&T became the enemy of innovation. There's some very interesting work. Wes Cohen at Duke University is one of the authors on how the small number of dominant Japanese IT firms completely missed the transfer of value in computing from hardware to software in the 1980s into the early 1990s. 3 companies dominated the Japanese computer industry. They were all motivated to build faster versions of their IBM-compatible mainframes rather than understanding what was happening as hardware was commoditized by the technologies whose cost and reliability dropped like a stone in the aftermath of the PC revolution of the early 1980s. So whether China, there's an observable in China, which is the very substantial shift in economic weight from the state-owned enterprises to the private sector. Private sector may be a somewhat gray area, but in the US, so it is as well. Boeing, public sector, private sector. Every jet plane ever made in America descends from the KC-135 that was the tanker that the Air Force paid for in order to teach Boeing how to build commercial jet aircraft. So this public-private collaboration can be extremely effective if the extent of reciprocal capture is constrained. Will that be the case in China? There's a very interesting paper. Storslaten, Norwegian economist, is one of the co-authors. It's called Growing Like China, and it focuses on the deliberate effort to shift resources from the financially rich state-owned enterprises to the financially constrained and much more productive private sector enterprises. I think it's an open question. The way I would put it, I have this metaphor of the 3-player game. The 3-player game with Chinese characteristics is indeterminate, as all 3-player games are. The only thing you know is that they will shift over time, because the longer you're in one configuration, it's a kind of Minsky process. The longer you're in one configuration, the more pressure builds up to shift it as vested interests accumulate, as corruption has the opportunity to establish itself, and as political capital gets consumed. But I will say this, it does appear that in area after area, China is at the frontier, machine learning being one of these areas, and where perhaps the incentives for continuing aggressively to appropriate intellectual property may become less as China becomes a source of genuine innovation. The U.S. Effectively refused to enforce copyright laws through the 19th century, to the utter dismay of Charles Dickens, who was pirated enormously in the U.S. until a writer named Mark Twain became more popular than Charles Dickens had been, and all of a sudden there was a domestic interest in enforcing copyright laws. So we may be seeing this happening in China.
One last question.
Thanks.
Yeah.
I was just interested, so at the beginning of your presentation, you had the slide about speculation being productive versus non-productive. And it seems to me, okay, you want to encourage more productive speculation, if speculation at all. But I was just wondering, so as a venture capitalist, how effective do you find regulation, attempt to, manipulate the economy into something that's better? And are there, how would you recommend to solve those problems?
Well, first, I don't think it's up to the state to either promote speculation. I think it's up to the state or the Federal Reserve or the financial regulators to be attuned to the rise of speculation and then to pay very close attention to where it's taking place. Now, I've been in interaction on this subject with a brilliant financial economist, formerly, I have to say, of Princeton, Jose Schenkman, who points out that you can't draw a clear, bright red line between the financial markets and the credit system. They do overlap and interact. But I do think that what really matters is being aware of the extent to which the bidding up of prices is funded by borrowed money, so that when the asset prices again decline, those who hold them are rendered insolvent. When there's limited leverage, the economic consequences are much less, and the regulators can afford to let it run and find out whether it's productive or not productive. There's no reason, and apart from the absolutely endemic, prevalent scamming corruption around the crypto mania, there's no reason from a macro financial or prudence motivation for the regulators to try to block what was going on when Bitcoin went to 20,000, because there was virtually no leverage involved in it, and it was still on a relatively very modest scale. We can have a separate conversation about blockchain and Bitcoin and their longer term potential for productive use. I think it's very constrained for the original purpose, and to the extent that distributed databases are valuable, they're going to be valuable amongst trusted partners, trusted counterparties who don't have to worry about proving with the enormous tax on performance. I mean, the point about blockchain, the key point about the Bitcoin blockchain, the Ethereum blockchain, is that their performance is awful. It's appalling. And it would be if you have to validate each transaction because you don't trust anybody. As soon as you trust people, you can be very efficient. Trust is a really positive contribution to efficiency in economic and financial transactions.
We have books out for sale and bill signing, and if you have additional questions, maybe during the book signing. But please join me in welcome and thank you.
Hello, superstar. Hello. I'm so excited for you to be here today. We have a very, very special guest. Her name is Alyssa, and she has. Honestly, I'm in loss for words because her transformation over the years has been incredible. And what I'm very, very proud about this particular episode is the fact that she's so direct with the way that she approaches coaching. She's had corporate backgrounds. She has a whole bunch of different unique set of skills that has led her to become this dynamic coach that focuses on emotional intelligence. But what I really love about Melissa is who she is as a person. So giving, so loving, so attention to detail, y'all. When you're looking for a coach, you need to know that that person has a good heart, has the results that you're looking for, and is actually willing to see through you. What I love about Alyssa is that she does all of that and more. Not only does she take the practices that she's learning each and every day, committed to her growth, committed to her education, committed to her community, committed to her family, her friends, all of that, but she still has a holistic view of how to get you from maybe not excelling within your relationships to the next level, and how you can become that dynamic factor in that person that you envision, just shifting a couple things within you that can open up something new about yourself, and also helping you get to the next level within your career path. So what I'm really, really, really excited about is for you guys to see the directness about Alyssa. She's so good with articulating, moments in life where it could be challenging, it could be difficult, but she helps you see the BS in your overthinking, or she helps you see the BS when there's nothing really there. That's what you want to look for in a coach, someone that can actually push you to the next level while still embracing your strengths and helping you build up that courage along the way. So make sure to check her out. She has amazing courses and she has amazing programs that you can definitely take advantage of. Make sure to check them out. We will definitely put the links in the description below. She's an amazing person, one of my favorite people on this world. So make sure to check her out. I don't say that lightly. So welcome to the call, Alyssa. You are a superstar, and we're so excited to have you here.
Thanks for having me. It's an honor.
Yes. Yes. So, I mean, we have a couple of questions for you because, I mean, you do so much work within so many different levels of leadership. So we wanted to, before you got into coaching, tell us a little bit more about Alyssa before the whole coaching phenomenon happened in your life.
So I gifted 10 years of my life to corporate America. And in that gift of my time and my soul, I was managing corporate fitness centers. So I'm originally education and health promotion business graduate, college graduate. Originally always wanted to be a wellness coordinator because I really fully believe in the mental, emotional, spiritual, financial, and intellectual element of the body, the person. That's really hard to find in Chicago. So got into the fitness component, which is great. I mean, I love fitness, but it was really having those conversations in the PT sessions, running the weight loss programs, teaching the group X that like there was a common denominator of like middle-aged people not having the mental, emotional, relational, and habitual intentionality. Like they were doing the domesticated lifestyle of providing for their families, going to work, busting butts, but they weren't feeling and having like that, those results that they wanted, those relationships that they wanted, the freedom that they wanted. And it became a really ethical thing for me, to the point to where then I had to cross check who I was being and working 15 hours at one location. And then on the weekends, subbing classes or teaching group X classes or cleaning. Like I never had like one job. So it really forced me to be like, Alyssa, what the hell are you doing? Like, you're literally here teaching people how to take care of themselves, but you're not able to take care of yourself. Like, you're not getting enough sleep. You're making unhealthy choices. You're not showing up in the dating world like you want to be showing up. So I just had like a come to Alyssa moment. And had to get out. And it was the scariest thing that I ever did. But I just kind of did it and never looked back. So 6.5 years later, here I am.
Wow. Ladies and gentlemen, and I'm right here, Isabel over here. I am proof, okay, that Alyssa speaks her walk, or speaks her talk and talks her walk. You know, that whole saying, right? Because I've got to see you in person. And we've had other, encounters with people that we've actually looked up to a lot. And then we meet them in person. And it was like, yeah. And it was scary for us because we don't know what to do in those scenarios. More like, that'll be the last time, that will happen. And it hurt a lot. But when we got to meet you in person, we were like, oh, she's a lot taller than we thought, but she's
really a lot shorter. I'm like, oh wow, they're short. Okay, but we all love food and wine, so let's do it.
Yes, and what I really love about you, Alyssa, is that you're living authentically, and that you come from a place that you actually do the work. Okay.
Oh yeah.
A lot of coaches, what we've seen is like they'll try to help others, and then they haven't gone through the work themselves to actually prove that they've gotten the results that need to be gotten to help another person get to a different level in their life, in a business, right?
Yeah.
And you're really great at that. So thank you for being authentic. And that's why we really wanted to do these type of interviews, to celebrate the people that are true and authentic. So curious, I mean, did you get certified? Did you go through that route to start coaching? Yeah,
I did. And part of it is, again, I'm going to keep saying, it's the domesticated way in the fitness arena, especially because you have to have certifications to be able to teach class, to personal train. Then there's like these CECs, the continuing education that you constantly have to do. So I was just in like that rhythm of, oh, I need to take a class. Oh, I need a certification. Oh, I need this, which is great. I actually was certified through the Czech Institute as a holistic lifestyle coach. And that was really woo-woo. I got through it and realized I'm not going to be able to use any of this. Like, this is a problem. My corporate professionals that I want to coach are going to have plastic in their homes. They have little kids. Like it was like really holistic. So then I found Health Coach Institute. I'm like, okay, there's a life coaching. This is more my speed. And there was a business component to it. So I'm like, all right, here we go. This is just going to be my real kicker. So I did it. 6-month program. It was great. Went on, did their 1-year mastery, which was more ecology, therapy based, which was great. And that's it. Like, that's the only certifications I've gotten since, because I'm fine. I'm good. I don't need any more certifications. In fact, I coach for Health Coach Institute as an empowerment coach 10 hours a week. And that's one of the things that I tell students or coaches that are becoming coaches. There's 2 questions they always ask me. It's like, one, like, how do you have success? And I'm like, step 1, get a coach, like, get support. In the last 6.5 years of me being an entrepreneur, 4 to 6 months has been the longest I've ever went without a coach. You have to have a support. You have to have support. You have to have a system. You have to have a community. Like, get on board with it. Find the finances for it. Step 2, or risk 2, is don't get caught up in the grow, certification. You can have all the information in the world, but unless you're going to integrate what you have, you're not going to get clients. So don't make that mistake of like, I need this. No, what you need is a client. So do the work, find the system, find the support, and coach and integrate it, and then move from there.
Yeah, that's really great advice. And I mean, the people that are looking to get into the space and that are kind of timid, or maybe they haven't gotten the courage to go out there and find a coach yet, what advice would you give someone to be like, this is the 3 main questions that you should ask someone if you want to hire them as your coach, to set yourself up for success, especially in this industry?
As a coach hiring a coach, or as a human hiring a coach?
Oh, that's a good question too. Because, okay, so let's go with a human, because first of all, you need that guidance to get you to a certain level, right?
Yeah, I would want to know first and foremost why they got into coaching, right? Everyone's why is a really integral part of who they are. It's not necessarily what a person does, but their why is important. Kind of like on the reverse flip of why someone's going to hire you and why not. So why did you decide to get into coaching? The second thing I would probably want to know is like, what has been your most memorable experience or like win with a client? Let me know, like, what's your greatest testimony, I guess is the best way to say it. Because again, I want them to brag. If they can't brag about themselves, how are they going to be able to get me to brag about myself? And that's a very important part about coaching.
Oh, that's a good one.
And then what are your core values? What are your top 3 values?
Wow.
Because if your values are like work, food, and finance, well, that might not, like, maybe I'm a workaholic. maybe I'm overweight, and like if your core values are those things that could negatively impact me or like influence or affect the way in which I'm wanting to go, we may not be a good fit, you know?
Yeah. And what has been one of the major like hell to heaven moments that you've experienced with your clients that honestly that you get to dig even deeper within your core values that really justify your core values?
Are we talking about past clients or current clients? Like, I guess an example of that is when you tell me that I had a client who came to me to lose weight. She had lost over 100 pounds 2 times on the ideal protein diet, had surgery, had skin removal, everything, gained it back. She signs on with me because she'd been personal training with me, and she had only lost like 30 pounds in 4 to 5 months. She signed on for another 4 months. And what had happened in the like 6 to 9 months that we were working together, we realized that there was a lot of inner belief, identity, family of origin stuff going on. And so we worked together for a full year. And then a year after that year, I was sitting at her wedding at 51 years old. She finally allowed love in and married her best friend.
Oh, wow. That's awesome.
Like, it was awesome. So, I mean, that's like obviously one of the most memorable. Anytime I can help a client get through the blocks that they have within themselves to be able to connect and to like lead a more loving life. I think love is something that's like lacking, especially in the digital world of disconnect. Love is like so important to me and to like my clients, especially now in the arena of working with a more male engineer minded scope of practice. For them, like, I just love being able to help and see them celebrate how much connection or respect they feel for themselves and their teams, because they are coming from that authentic, grounded space of like knowing themselves. And with that then also comes the emotional and psychological anxiety, depression, unhealthy work-life balance. So like, it's just, coaching is amazing. I don't know how people don't have coaches.
Right. And especially when you're going into a new transition into your life, you might be going from corporate and now you're looking to get into this dynamic field of coaching. You know, you must get someone that has been there or can actually tap into all factors of coaching, right? Because you deal with not only the emotional intelligence within everything that within you, but you also deal with business, right?
Yeah.
You're very strategic and tactical and like very technical. So like, what are some ways that, you know, you see coaching as like an evolution to people, you know, because what we've seen, and correct me if I'm wrong, a lot of people start with the unknown, like the naive self of being able to be like, I'm going to help the world and everyone in it, and everyone's going to be drinking the Kool-Aid and everything's going to be great. And then they need to make a landing page. And then they need to drive people to their first webinar, or they need to fill up something. And then they get stuck. You know, what has been one of the ways that you've been able to stay focused and energetically focused and positive in your business?
The first is understanding that, and one of my business coaches probably 4 years ago said, Alyssa, there's a difference between being a fluffy, passionate coach and a purpose-driven entrepreneur. He's like, you cannot be a higher percentage of this fluffy, passionate coach. You've got to step in to this purpose-driven entrepreneurial space, because if you do not step into this space, there ain't going to be no fluffy, passionate coaching going on. You have to get the fundamentals. So for me, it was really about re-identifying myself as I am a purpose-driven entrepreneur. I am a woman in business. I can do hard things. I cannot tell you how many times I said to myself in the mirror, Alyssa, you can do hard things. Alyssa, you can learn this. Alyssa, you can learn this. And having certain thresholds and like checklists of small tasks. Sometimes when I was developing the landing pages or going through some of your guys' trainings, I would have to set a timer because I struggle with anxiety. So I would get so worked up about how foreign it would be. And I would just say, Alyssa, watch 10 minutes of it. Just give it 10 minutes and then go leave. And I'd go and I'd take the puppy around the block and then I'd come back and I'd sit back down. And so a lot of it, again, is knowing that inner game and also catching all the bullshit that's going on. Like, catch your mindset, catch your subconscious that's blocking you. Because if you're not willing to identify as like, I'm a person in business, I am a purpose-driven entrepreneur, you're not neurologically going to be able to have the beliefs firing to create that reality. Wow. And that's a shame. So having small increment things to do that are not overwhelming, but a lot of it is being able to look yourself in the mirror and tell yourself, I'm a purpose-driven entrepreneur and I can do hard things, and have some humility in it. Because I am, like, I tell my partner, Amanda, you guys met her, in the winter, I really struggle. Again, I will tell her, babe, I need you to tell me that I'm good enough. I need you to tell me that I can do hard things. I need to tell you to tell me that I'm going to rock this day, or that I'm going to sign a client this month. And she would. Because again, if you can't do it in yourself and you find someone that loves you and can support you, have them do it. Because you have to create that. You have to create it. You have to create that image.
Wow, that is so, so, so powerful. That's a mic drop moment. That was beautiful. You know, one of the key core values, going back to that, because you're very ethical, you know, that's a really strong word, but you embody that to me. One of the core values that we've always been so passionate about is being location independent. Mm-hmm. And we love it, you know, and we also want to ask you, being location independent, what has been one of the greatest gifts of being location independent, but what has also been a thing that you don't like about being location independent?
So location independent, prior to the pandemic, y'all, I was doing 12 countries in 12 months. And it was a joy. So location independent, I love observing. I think that anytime any of us, I know, I've read books, I've read research, like I know that anytime a human can move to and put themselves in a different environment, a different space, a different country, a different culture, it opens us up. We become more creative. We just naturally are sponges. We expand, we grow. We are living from a more vulnerable space that, like, in your home, in your little domesticated way of like, this is how I live, this is who I am. Like, you don't get vulnerable easily. Like, it takes work to become vulnerable in your domesticated space. So by removing the space, I just love the growth and the food. That's that, like, I'm not gonna lie, I'm a fat kid. The food is my favorite thing about being location independent, as well as being able to grow. And then what was the second, my least favorite thing about it?
Yeah.
Least favorite thing probably would be structure. So I'm very type A, OCD. I like a rhythm. I like routine. So when I go to a new space, and whenever you go to a new space, it takes like a week, 7 to 9 days to like get the lay of the land. Like, how do I walk home? Where do I want to go work? This, like, what do I like? And where am I going to work out? Am I in the time zone? Am I in a rhythm? That to me, because efficiency is also like a large part of who I am, I feel sometimes that time is like wasted. It's not, because I learn a lot in doing that, but that's probably my least favorite thing of being location independent, is how long it takes to get into a flow, and the fact of like, obviously I'd be away from my puppy, so I would miss her.
Yes. And how many puppies do you have?
We have one. We foster failed one, but we also foster, and sometimes I board. So again, until we get our puppy to be 2 years, which is only 1 year, 1 month, we're still going to be shuffling dogs to create a wonderful personality. But because she is such already a beautiful personality, she's a really good teacher to the puppies in the shelters. So we bring them and we have her teach them some life skills, and then we get them adopted.
Wow. Y'all, if that isn't filled with love, I mean, what else is? I love that. And I mean, I know that you're a very busy coach, yes. And not only that, you have a lot going on, and I appreciate your time. There's one question that we always ask, and it's probably going to be one of my most important questions to ask. And it's something that I take extremely serious.
Okay.
What does freedom mean to you, Alyssa?
Oh. Freedom to me is the ability to live, laugh, love, and learn however, wherever, whenever I want, right? It's the ability to do what I love, but be able to share experiences and places and things with the people I love while being my authentic self in all of it.
Yes. That's awesome. I love that. I feel like you already knew that. You know, sometimes I ask that question and it takes someone a moment or two, but I feel like you live in freedom.
Yeah, I'm very, Amanda and I were talking about it before. That was one of the last things we said when we went to bed last night. We had a fucking hectic weekend, but we're like, you know, we have like such a good life. Like life is so fun with you. And I'm just like, I didn't feel like we had any fun this weekend. It's like, but it's so fun. Like we got Gordon adopted. We brought Willie home. We organized. I'm just like, the sun was out yesterday. Like the sun was out today. That's the cheer. But it's also a level of perspective too. So I think that anyone who's watching this that feels kind of like in that contractive, that stuck space of, you know, what the hell am I doing? Or how do I leave? Like, I also want you to just check in with yourself and let you know that like the freedom starts with you and the way you think and the way you feel about it and interact with it or associate to it. And a simple example of that is, are you a this or that person? Or are you a this and that? And if you're a this or that, like you're not going to find freedom.
Wow. Ask yourself those questions, ladies and gentlemen, because that was strong.
You can't feel freedom if everything, like if there's a good or bad, a yes or no. It's this and that. And that's where gratitude, mindfulness, meditation, like it's all important. But that's also where like catching your thoughts on what's true and what's not true and taking ownership and accountability and how it's keeping you in this little like stuck circle. You are the owner of that. You're the master in creating that. So change it. And it's okay if you don't know what freedom looks like. I talk to tons of people that they're like, yeah, I don't know what it is. And that's a great thing to become aware of, because then you don't have really anything to complain about. You get to create something.
That was so good. That was so good, y'all. If you have not checked out Alyssa, make sure to check her out on Instagram. You're on Facebook. You have a website. Make sure to check her out. She is amazing. Where can people find you easiest, Alyssa?
I mean, everything's under my name. Like my website is alissapajoli.com. And then from there, if you want to go to my YouTube channel, if you want to go to LinkedIn, Facebook, like they're all on that page. But otherwise, any platform, just searching Alyssa Pajoli, you'll find me.
Can people DM you?
I'm even on Twitter. No, I don't accept DMs. Yes, of course. Voice messages are preferred, but if you want
Nice.
if you want to hide behind text, I'll also accept.
Awesome. Well, ladies and gentlemen, you definitely heard it from the woman herself. Alyssa, thank you so much for your time. Thank you so much for being you, and thank you for being authentic and being consistent.
Good morning and welcome back to day 2 of OER Domains 21. I hope you're enjoying your morning so far. I would like to welcome for this session Dr. Rob Farrow of the Institute of Educational Technology at the Open University. Rob is going to be talking about understanding OER and innovation. Just before Rob speaks, I'd like to remind you to use the chat area for any comments you have or any questions. And at the end of the session, we'll come back to those and we'll put those to Rob. So without any further delay, I'd like to hand over to Rob Farrow. Thank you very much.
Hiya, thanks very much. I'm going to be talking with you this morning about innovation and OER. And for those of you who don't know me, I'm a senior researcher at the Institute of Educational Technology at the Open University in the UK. The OU has a history of innovation in distance education, which I'm sure you're all aware of, and also in open education as well, through OER and through sort of open practices and that kind of thing. And so the sort of motivating question for this work, which relates to a project which I'm going to be talking about at the end, is trying to understand what innovation looks like in an open educational context. And my sort of starting point for this is, you might start off by thinking, well, obviously OER are an innovation. They let us do things like the 5 R's, and they give us new possibilities for action and coordination and that kind of thing. But I think it's important to note that copyright, which OER is a sort of response to, was also an innovation. And it was designed to sort of solve the problem of how to regulate intellectual property once mechanical reproduction became possible. So how do we incentivize creativity? How do we preserve works? How do we establish the rules for economic exploitation and so on? So, so OER is a response to that, but it's not like against the backdrop where there's no innovation in anything else or something like that. And I think it's not always easy to understand exactly what we mean by innovation per se, but it's especially complex in an open context, because a lot of the challenges associated with openness make it hard to be very systematic and kind of categorical about innovation. There's a recent paper which is well worth reading, which is a review of innovation in open education, which you can find in the journal Sustainability. And this highlights some things which I wanted to kind of pass on around this idea of openness. One is that people still tend to think about formal models of innovation with respect to traditional education and traditional institutions of education. And a lot of the time, the sort of open response doesn't necessarily fit into the existing way of doing things, although it can do, and I'm going to talk about that in a second. The other is the sort of synthesis issue, if you like, of we've got all these different kind of things going on that we call open. How do we bring them all together into one area, and how do we kind of understand them together as openness? And also that the kind of things that support innovation, the dynamism and the potential of open practices, in a way, that's the sort of engine that drives the innovative aspects, but it also makes it hard to be very general about what's going on. And if you're familiar with Martin Weller's work, he's made a sort of argument about openness and the difficulty of being categorical in general, because how diverse context can be and how important context is for understanding openness. And in addition to this, you've got the idea of openness being something related to technology and technique, but also that it's a sort of human element, and it's about outlook, mindset, values, and so on. So all these things are kind of coming together in innovation in open educational context. So I wanted to, so just looking back now at some of the work that I've been involved with and trying to sort of distill out what is the innovation element of this, which wasn't necessarily the focus at the time. So you may be familiar with the Open Education Research Hub, which is the team that I'm part of. Now, a few years ago, when we first came together, we did some the first sort of global research into the impact of OER. And we worked with a whole bunch of different collaborators. You can see them here. And the way this research was organized was that we had a series of hypotheses that we were investigating. And you can see these here. Each one had a sort of keyword to summarize it. But we were interested at the time in examining what's the evidence base for the claims that people are making about OER. So people are saying it saves money, for instance. Well, where's the evidence for that? And so on. So, but in this case, I think this is a sort of a useful shorthand for the sort of innovations associated with OER, at least in 2012. You can read the reports yourselves if you want to find out what the outcome of that research was. So with OER Research Hub, it was all about the key claims. And so if you like, those were the innovations that we were investigating. There's also some innovation in the way that we were investigating it by using open practices and open dissemination and so on. But similarly, looking at other projects, so UK Open Textbooks, the innovation is to replace textbooks with open licensed versions, supporting the kind of pedagogical change and making certain things more efficient and so on. Creating the right kind of critical reflection, that sort of thing. And so in other projects like BizMOOC, we had the idea of leveraging MOOCs for business training. OER World Map, the idea of using open data and open kind of protocols to share data and experiences amongst open education communities. With the Global OER Graduate Network, GoGN, we're quite interested there in the kind of the open vector into research. So what's the impact of open on what people are doing? How do you practice openly? How do you become an open researcher and so on? So that just gives you, I think, a flavor of the different sort of manifestations of innovation. And that's just a very, very, lightweight kind of look back at a few projects. Looking at more theoretical accounts of innovation and trying to understand it more theoretically. A lot of people will start off with the idea of, oh, well, someone's the first person to think of something and do something differently. They're the innovator. They're the ones that people follow. And there's some truth to that. But the idea of, I've used Archimedes here, discovering that you can measure the volume of irregular bodies by displacement in water, shouting eureka, and it's the moment of innovation, if you like. If you actually look at sort of modern theories around innovation, not many of them would really agree with that as a kind of idea of how innovation spreads. If you look at the task artifact cycle, the idea here is that we develop new tools to meet the challenges, new challenges come out, we need new tools and so on. So it's always iterative. And this iterative model is not like the Eureka model, really. There might be a eureka moment at some point, but it's really about how these things spread that makes them, a kind of lasting innovation, sustainable innovation. Rogers did some work around how innovations spread. And in a way, the interesting thing here, I think, is if an innovation doesn't spread, it almost wasn't an innovation, right? It's almost like the public decides what's innovative and what's not. But here you see a sort of standard deviation curve, which that's showing you how many people are adopting at a particular point, and the sort of yellow gold line is how many people have adopted as a whole. So you always have the sort of the initial thing of the innovators and the early adopters, and most people aren't on board at that point. And I invite you to think at this point, where is OER in this market share graphic? In fact, OER has a 5% market share in K-12 in the USA, which is one of the more sort of advanced spreads or proliferations of OER in a particular educational market. The 5% is not much. It puts you pretty low on this scale. And in most places, you wouldn't even be close to 5%, right? And one thing that's worth noting about this graph is that in the early adoption phase, there's a kind of chasm of peril where things can kind of fail at that point. So they don't get enough critical mass around adoption. Kind of interesting. I'm not sure with this one and the one before how much it helped us to understand openness specifically, because they're really more about how things spread and how they iterate, which maybe describes quite well OER itself and how that changes and how that adapted and so on. But innovation as a whole is maybe more complicated. Another framework that you might be already familiar with, SAMR or SAMIR model for technology integration. And this is a kind of progressive thing. So the first use of a new tool or technology might be that you substitute it for the existing tool. Then later on, you improve that substituted tool, make more improvements, make it better at something. The next stage would be modification. So eventually you can get some sort of redesign of the task. And finally, you can rethink entirely the whole process because you've reached a certain point where you've transformed the task or the challenge. Now, if you map this onto, for instance, open textbooks, I think it's quite interesting. And I think this actually maps quite well onto the sort of spectrum of what you might do with OER. So first of all, substitution, quite simple. You use the open textbook instead of the commercial textbook. Augmentation, you can then share that in ways you couldn't share it before, maybe because it's digital, maybe not, maybe because of copyright. You also make it cheaper for learners and so on. At modification stages, you might do remixing, you might do re-editions, you might collaborate across institutions to improve things. At the redefinition stage, you might rethink textbook completely. Why have a textbook at all? So I see some potential here for sort of mapping this stuff and different sort of instances of OER and open education. If you were to develop it a bit further, so this is from mobile learning, but someone's categorized particular studies along this SAMIR kind of categories. And I think this has potential as well for understanding and explaining what's happening with open resources and open practices. There aren't many studies which actually look at innovation as a specific thing in open education. I was involved with one where we went back after a project had ended and we tried to understand, okay, so what was the innovation really like then? What was happening that we didn't necessarily appreciate at the time or only comes out later through reflection and that kind of thing. Now, what I would say about this, if it's a model, I'm not sure. It's kind of messy, right? When you start looking at reality. So reality is much messier than a nice, neat set of categories. But it does get you closer to understanding what really happened in that instance, what happened in that particular example. So I don't really have time to develop these arguments today, but I have some thoughts around how we support innovation through OER. And so this is, if you like, the more practical end of this stuff for me. So raising awareness of open, concentrating on empowering individuals, encouraging experimentation, develop critical and constructive learning cultures, thinking and acting at the level of the ecosystem, and building and leveraging networks. This is a kind of provisional list, I suppose. I don't really have time to go into it. This is coming out of some other work that I've done around, for instance, critical pedagogy, ethics, and so on. I put the references in here in case you want to look up more of that or you want to drop me a line about it. So why am I doing all this stuff talking about innovation anyway? So I want to tell you briefly about a new project that's just started this year, Encore Plus. Encore is the European Network for Catalysing Open Resources in Education. We're a Knowledge Alliance project funded until 2023. So I won't go through the list of collaborators, but you can see them here on the slide. So what's the point of the project? The idea is to create a coordinated area within Europe for innovation through open educational resources. And the idea here is that we will build these communities, facilitate their interactions, but also come up with formal strategies around business models, integration of OER and academia, and how in the world of work we can have better use of open resources and open practices. So you can see here the sort of high level concept behind the project. So firstly, there's this idea of creating the correct sort of communities. And then we have the idea of how do we improve the quality? How do we build the right sort of technological infrastructure? How do we create the right policies and recommend them to the right people and so on? And the one that I'm focusing on today is really this one about validated innovation and business models for OER. On the business model side, I'm going to be drawing on some work from a couple of years ago on the UFAT project. That's Open, Online, Flexible and Technology Enhanced Models. So we did some work a couple of years ago where we did surveys around the world to try and kind of understand how provision differed in different countries and different institutions. And on the business model side, one common thing you can, one form of analysis is to sort of say, who's got more of a defender-like approach and who's more like a prospector. So defenders are interested in protecting what they've got, and prospectors are trying to create something new. And they're more obviously associated with innovation as a core concern. So we're going to be looking at different business models and how they map onto innovation. But depending on, so this is again from the UFAT project, depending on how you collect that data, you can map lots of different criteria. So how open someone is, what kind of business model they've got. And this doesn't have to necessarily just apply to educational institutions. You could do it with businesses as well and people who exist in that kind of middle space. There is a theory of open innovation, which you may not be familiar with. It's the idea that contrary to traditional forms of innovation within a corporation or business, the idea is that you have a porous kind of approach where academia is involved, there's alternative markets, and it's a bit more, you know, what we would call an open practice. So I think this is also an interesting thing to look at. And I just want to finish off by telling you about the kind of work that we're going to be doing within Encore that's relevant to innovation. So first of all, refining some of these thoughts into more of an innovation model, and then building a tool for evaluation and recording examples of innovation. And when we find these cases where people are doing something interesting, the idea is to amplify those across the network and raise the profile, but also extract the kind of key elements from it. And so there's a desk research element, and there's also sort of a series of events that we'll be doing. And just looking to the sort of timeline for this, so month 6 will be June this year. That'll be the first of our briefings. So there'll be briefing documents. There'll be 6 of those across the course of the project, which summarize some of the theoretical stuff, some of the examples that we're finding, and kind of give you a very sort of quick overview of innovation in the last sort of 6 months. We'll also be publishing a toolkit to help people understand innovation in their own context. And then throughout the life of the project, we have these circles. And so the first circle is in month 10. These are our community of practice meetings where we'll be bringing people together, not just with an interest in innovation, but also later on in the project, people interested in quality, technology, policy, and so on. Each have their own circle, which will come together into one big community by the end of the project. So there'll be various sort of things online, showcases, and bits of interesting content. I strongly recommend you to sign up to the mailing list at encoreproject.eu, where you'll be able to find more information about the project. But I hope you will join us as we are exploring innovation in this way. Thanks very much for your attention.
Thank you, Rob, for a fascinating presentation. We don't have a lot of time for questions. Maybe just pose this one from Neil. Just if you could maybe quickly reflect on what you think of some of the criticisms that Nancy Ettlinger makes of open innovation.
Which criticisms are they?
Oh,
I have not read that book. I don't know. That's
okay. Thanks very much. We're nearly out of time anyway, but so I think thank you for a very interesting talk, and the comments bar has been very active, so you might want to look at those later. But I'd just like to thank you once again for your presentation today, and thank everyone for. Oh, one more, Rob, could you give the link again to getting the Encore mailing list? Maybe we could share that.
So it's just encoreproject.eu. encoreproject.eu.
Fabulous.
And I'm going to take that reference, that Ettlinger reference, and I'm going to have a look at it. So thanks for that.
Okay, thank you very much. Thanks everyone for coming, and thank you, Rob, once again.
So welcome everyone to Strategies for Enhancing Instructor Presence in Your Online Classroom. And I thought today we could just start a little bit with our goals and getting to know each other, and then we can get into all of the different content. So we do have a couple of goals for you for today. So hopefully I can give you some new ideas for how to communicate effectively with your online students, how to show your students that you are present, as well as how you can support them for their overall success. And I'm going to give you a couple of opportunities just to interact and get to know each other. So if you wouldn't mind in the text chat, if you can introduce yourself, your name, what is it that you teach, and in your mind, what makes a strong, positive teacher impression? And I'm just going to wait a moment and I'll let you type. Hello, Helena, welcome. You joined us just in time. I think everyone's just kind of typing in the chat. We're doing a little bit of icebreakers to get us started. So if you can find that purple thumbprint at the bottom of your screen, if you expand that panel, you should see a text chat that you can type in.
Megan, would you tell us again what it is you want us to answer in our little introduction?
Yeah, you can just, well, your name will come up automatically, but you can include what it is that you teach and what you believe makes a strong, positive teacher impression.
Okay, thank you.
Sure. Great, I see them all piling in. So Lori is from the ETRA department, and that's actually my doctorate program, so I'm very fond of ETRA. Let's see, she thinks that students in online classes really want to feel like their instructor is present, and she does this by providing consistent communications via announcements and Blackboard messages and providing prompt feedback on assignments. Fantastic. Kelly teaches in higher education and student affairs program, and enthusiasm makes a world of difference. It really does. I love when I get an instructor who is just passionate about their field and about their course. Yes, it makes me want to be there. Helena is teaching public speaking in the comms department for 25 years. Congratulations, that's fantastic. And Helena, what do you think makes a positive teacher impression? Or if you prefer the microphone, if that's easier, you can come on the mic as well.
Hi, can you hear me?
I sure can.
I'm kind of a slow typer, but so I was working on it while you were asking, and but I think empathy is a huge part, you know, letting students know that you were an undergrad at one time and you remember how crazy the first week of class is, and I think that's important early on. But I also think the other things that people, that the others have mentioned, um, enthusiasm, getting their feedback to them on assignments very quickly, and then just being available for to interact with you.
You're going to steal all the content for the workshop. No, I'm just kidding.
Right.
But yes, I agree. I 100% agree. All right, so we'll move on. Thank you, everyone. So here's another approach that we can take when we're thinking about instructor presence in an online course, is to think about how online teaching is different, right? I think many of us, or most of us, may have come to teaching from the face-to-face traditional classroom. So, you can think of one or two of these, but how do you approach communicating effectively with your students? And how do you show them that you're present? Or how do you support their success? And I know you may have already touched on this, so if you've already answered it, but it is kind of a nice way to think about how are our online students different. And I'll take either text answers if you're more comfortable typing, or if you prefer the microphone, the floor is yours.
One of the things that I started doing this summer was when I'm communicating feedback to my students, one of the platforms that we use is McGraw-Hill Connect. I actually have the option to give my feedback as an audio recording rather than as, a little blurb, text blurb. And so I think that makes a huge difference because then they can hear in my voice uh, that I'm excited about how they did. And I think there's less possibility for miscommunication when you're communicating verbally rather than in text. I think it's easy for people to misread uh, text. And then I've also just found, and I just did it for the first time yesterday, when you do an announcement in Blackboard, if you click on the little plus sign, there's a little box that says media, and you can actually record part of your announcement with audio. So I used that for the first time yesterday, but I think those two things help.
I love this. Yes, I love that the voice inflection can really just change or enhance the classroom. Thank you.
Yes, yeah, it makes all the difference. And then I've also started, and I actually got this from a professor in the ETRA department, Fabio Collada. I started responding when I close my emails and my announcements, my closing word that I use instead of best regards or whatever, Fossil always used the word kindly, comma, and then he'd sign his name. And so I've started doing that as well, and I think that makes a difference.
I love that. I think I had a colleague who always used warm wishes.
Yeah, that's wonderful. That's a good one. That's a good one too.
All right, and then I see Lori's been typing in the text chat here, and Lori offers online office hours twice each week and collaborate to offer assignment help and support. I make sure students know when my office hours are, and I encourage them to drop in anytime to connect live with me. That's fantastic. You're on top of it. All of you are. And Kelly goes over assignment expectations well in advance and use class time for students to brainstorm about projects or to do group work. Love that. Yes. Making the most of your synchronous course time together. So it's not just, lecture based. It's a great way to get them involved.
Megan, do you mind if I make a quick comment or ask a question?
Sure, please.
So I teach undergrad gen ed courses, and it's typically one of several sections offered, right? So I'm a teaching assistant, and so we all have our Blackboard course shells populated for us. I'm pretty sort of stuck in what is already present in the course. But there isn't a whole lot of student interaction opportunities built into the courses that I teach. So I'm really looking for ways to make my presence more enhanced. What can I do with the content that I'm given, which I can't really augment much? What kinds of things can I do to make myself more present? Like I'm not currently using lots of videos, and I think Helena mentioned videos. So, what kinds of things like videos and things like that can I do to enhance my presence? That's sort of what I'm looking for.
Great. I think we're going to have some things for you today. So part of that is you're going to want to think about when and how you expect your students to communicate. For instance, you're going to want to start thinking to yourself, do we have synchronous time together or is it asynchronous? And so you're going to want to think of formats like that and how and when can students log into their course and when can they respond. So that's going to be the first step. The other part is when you think about instructor presence, as you touched on, it also means students getting together and working together, right? It's not just students getting to know you, but they're getting to know each other through you because you are the facilitator. So I think you're going to want to start to think about activities that you can do, icebreakers, and that doesn't even have to get down to trying to alter or change your course content, which, as you said, may already be pre-prescribed. So there's, additional ways that you can use that valuable course time, whether it's synchronous or asynchronous, for your students to connect. So I do have some specific ideas for you, and I want to come back to this in a little bit and see if we've started generating some ideas. But those are all the different things that I would encourage you to think about now is how do you envision your students entering your course? What times are they together? Are they oftentimes doing this on their own? If it's an asynchronous course, it may feel a little bit more solitary. So if you can kind of establish those patterns first, then you might think of some specific activities that you can insert into your course to work for your specific student population. And I see the chat is going wild here, so I have to pop in really quick. Lena says, I've started using the phrase student drop-in hours rather than office hours to make it feel less intimidating. Oh, that's a nice one. And you've made an introduction video on your phone and included your pets. Yes, yes, all of these things are excellent ideas here. All right, so let's see if we can add to this list that you're already generating. All right, so I suppose I should go back a slide and say, well, what is instructor presence? We should probably define this just for ourselves today so that we can expand on this idea. So before we can discuss those strategies for enhancing our instructor presence, we do want to define it. And simply put, I think instructor presence means being there or being present for your class. It means that your students see you as an accessible, real person who is there to help them with their learning. So when they get into their online course, they truly know who you are. You're not just a staff photo or a bobblehead. They think that they actually could identify you. So in other words, instructor presence is about creating this perception for your students that you are this real person right there with them in the process of learning, and that they can come to you for help when they need it. So I think that's the working definition that we're going to go with today. All right. So now we have this idea of set it and forget it. And the set it and forget it mindset is kind of this slippery slope. It's a sneaky trap that you can fall into. It's tempting that you might just set up your course and then you think that it's going to be good to go for the rest of the semester. And the reason that we can sometimes fall into this slope is because we've done a lot of front loading, if you will. We've done a lot of preparations for our course. And I'm not suggesting that you don't prep your class ahead of time, but in order to be there and to be present for your students, you want to make sure that you are willing to go along and look at for areas where you can tweak them or adjust them for your unique student set. So this idea here is, again, we want faculty to evaluate and adjust. It could be their learning materials or approaches continually to ensure that students are progressing towards their learning outcomes. And the only way we can do that is just by looking at our students on an individual course basis once it goes live. Great, thank you, Helena. She has dropped the name of an article here into the text chat for any of you who are interested. So we do have 3 different components of the instructor presence, in which you can see up here on the screen. And so these include the persona, the social presence, and then your instructional presence. So we'll go through each of these just briefly here. The persona is the instructor personality and teaching style that you infuse into your course. This is what gives your students that impression of who you are, and it helps them feel more connected to you as their teacher. You can communicate this throughout your course. It's again, not just one of those set it and forget it type of things. But some easy ways that you can do this are by including videos of yourself. If you have an introductory page, you might include a recorded course welcome message or even module overviews. And we're going to get into these a little bit more, I promise. We also have the social presence, which in essence is really all about community building. So in other words, what we're saying here is that you can connect with students and also it enables students to feel like they can connect with you. This is not just a one-sided relationship here. So you want to, again, be the facilitator. You're going to provide opportunities for connections to happen. And it's also important to keep students engaged in your course to increase their chances of success. So this does mean being responsive to students through timely communication, but also holding them to the same standards. Okay. The instructional presence is essentially your role in facilitating students' learning experiences in the course. So you're going to enhance your presence through instruction, and you might want to consider using multimodal learning materials. And so I know we already touched on this in the chat. All of you are very, very on top of these different ideas. What are the different ways that students can interact even with their course material? Are there things that they can listen to that are audible? Is there text that they can look at? Is there visual representation? So all of these things can enhance their learning experience. And you may even consider providing your students with a weekly video of yourself explaining what they can expect from the course and the assignments, and how they should go about navigating that week's module or lesson or activity. So you can kind of think of it as you're guiding them along. So now we can talk a little bit about creating and sustaining these connections, which is our first topic. So some examples of ways to create and sustain connections could include developing an introduction discussion forum in which students can get to know each other and you. And you want to make sure that you do read your students' introductions and respond to them. Now, I know that this is a pretty common scenario, but what I see a lot is that they'll say, in online courses, go ahead and introduce yourself. And there might be no follow-up to that. So one of my colleagues has what she likes to call the pet parade, and she specifically asks students to introduce themselves, and then they should either upload pictures of their pets, their kids, or their travels. And so this really gets people excited. Again, they've been encouraged to upload photos or videos of their recent adventures. And then you finally might want to require the peer responses so that students must read about each other and engage in a conversation. So just putting a little bit of a fun twist on maybe a familiar concept. Another way to create and sustain connections in your online course is to hold at least one synchronous session in the first week so that you can interact with your students and let them connect with you and each other. Within that synchronous session, you can encourage students to share video or audio. We do caution about requiring it due to privacy and equity concerns, but you can always encourage it. You could also consider doing an icebreaker activity to make everyone feel more comfortable and kind of to build that sense of community. So for example, you could put them into breakout groups and ask them to come up with ways in which they could build a sense of class community and see what and techniques they come up with. So I think in the past, one group came up with creating a group chat on social media so they could talk to each other outside of the classroom environment. So again, it's putting some of that ownership onto your students. This is their class, and they get to create part of that atmosphere. So ask them to generate ideas. And last but not least, consider using a welcome assignment or a survey and ask your students how you can best serve them. So you can ask them what are their needs, what are their challenges, what are their goals, and how can you help them figure out ways to be successful in light of that context. So this is an area where you have an opportunity to learn about them, and you might get some unusual insight into your students that you might otherwise not discern if you had not distributed a survey. I see a question here about Yellow Dig, so that is coming up. So I will talk to you about that too.
Megan, I have a quick question about the survey. Are there any resources that you know of that will give, I don't know, maybe good survey questions? I've done a survey once or twice, intending to get a feel for, say, for instance, how students intend to, what they're expecting from the class, how they intend to use that information, meaning how is it going to apply to, say, what their future goals may be. So I'll teach a senior level class and a junior level class. So if you're interested in graduate school, I'd like to know these kinds of things. Or if you're interested in going into industry, and I find that the kind of answers that I get are, very generic, and they don't often give me much to work with in terms of trying to understand how to plan work so that the relevance is felt. I'm wondering if maybe I'm just not using great questions. Um, do you know of a resource or something that someplace I could go to for to get a better
Yeah.
understanding of what a welcome survey might look like?
Yes, let me, so after this workshop is over, I am going to send out a follow-up email with a list of resources. So I'll go ahead and I'll see if I can link you to some different ideas for survey questions. I know that one faculty member, Jason Rohde, has an exemplary course program, and he highlights that he always has a survey that he likes to ask his students at the beginning of the semester with some of these questions. So I'll see if I can get a copy of that survey as well for you.
Okay, thank you.
So let me see if I can find that as well as a couple of other resources. So, but I can link you. I'll do some more homework and I can link you to that in the follow-up.
Okay, excellent. Thank you so much.
Sure. Alrighty, so let's see. All right, I think I saw something about yellow dig, so we're going to come up with that one yet, or in just a little bit here. But some examples of ways to create and sustain connections include developing an introduction discussion forum, which we already just talked about. And we can also think about some other opportunities here as well. So one way to engage students with the course is to connect your course material to students' interests. So you can use these opportunities you've created to get to know your students and, like we said, like that welcome forum. And you're going to leverage that with information into connecting students' interests to your learning materials, maybe to specific activities or some type of graded assessment whenever possible or practical, I think would be another way to say that. You can also share your own interests with students so they can get to know you better. I think we talked about being enthusiastic about your field and your course and its material. So you can talk to your students about maybe some of your past experiences, accomplishments, projects that you've worked on, and show your students what they can expect. Another way to engage your students is to show them how the course materials are relevant to their academic lives. And so this is helping them to think more broadly. It's not just this singular course, it's how does this course fit into my overall academic experience? And so you might discuss what common college expectations do you have in your course that students will be expected to follow across their college careers? What are some of the skills and knowledge that will transfer to other college courses? I always enjoyed this as an English instructor because I knew that if my course was not required, the majority of my students would not be in my classroom. So I always enjoyed playing with this idea that we could still build skills that they could use for courses that they would rather be taking. So it's a challenge, but it's always worthwhile to see if you can help them understand why they're here and what they can expect to draw from your course. And you can also ask how can you build connections between your course and another course. So you can ask them specifically to develop maybe a plan or a map and show that strategy. So instead of you just explaining it, you can ask them to identify the skills that they're acquiring in your course and where it will lead to. Finally, you may also want to emphasize the relevance of your course to your students' future professional lives in order to engage them with learning in your course. So you can help your students create those connections and think about how and what they're learning and how it could apply to their future professional goals. Sometimes this can be tricky, but again, it's this idea that learning is a broad spectrum and it carries over into many unexpected places. So we can help to try to highlight that for our students. Another way that you can create connections to future professions is by connecting course policies to professional expectations, but as a note of caution, just be sure that those expectations accurately reflect the workplace and keep in mind that your students are in college, which is a learning environment, not technically a professional one, but they are adult learners, so you can still broach that topic with them. Okay. I think I've given you some ideas here up on the screen as well. I always hate to read slides to you. I think we can move on. So in addition to creating connections within your course, we do want to talk about communication with students, and you're going to want to communicate with students frequently and in multiple ways in order to maintain presence in your course. So here are some ideas for you. You don't have to do all of them, certainly, because it might be overkill, but you could remind students of upcoming deadlines in a weekly announcement and have follow-up announcements. You could create an announcement and send an email when grades are posted and provide any additional instructions you may have, whether that's for accessing feedback or comments that are in an interactive rubric. You could send reminders about your virtual office hours, including how to make an appointment and how to get to that virtual office space. I do have a little bit more about virtual office hours, so that'll come up again. You could post weekly module introductions or overviews and include connections to the previous model. So again, we're talking about a transition here and layering in information, this idea that every new lesson your students learn is building on top of previous knowledge. You could post an occasional midweek motivation message or video. Those are always fun, right? It's not just the standard, please don't forget to show up to our synchronous course session. It could just be a random motivational message. And then finally on this one, since I talked about all these different types of communications that you can send or alerts, just be careful of overkill. If you post too much and too frequently, students may start to glaze over some of your communications. So I recommend trying some of these and playing with it, making it so not every single Monday of your course they're going to expect to see an announcement. You know, they're going to become desensitized to it. So try to liven it up, give them different ways in which you're connecting with them. In addition to posting announcements, if you're using Blackboard Ultra, you now have maybe tested out the messaging tool. So the messaging tool is an intercourse tool, but it does have a little checkbox where anytime you type a message, you can also have it forwarded to their email. So that's a nice way to keep up with your students. And they're more likely to respond, we've noticed, if it goes to their email. So I do always recommend that feature. Another important component for communicating with your students is providing that timely feedback. And so we're thinking about formative and summative assessments. The formative assessments are the smaller pieces, right? These could be your discussion boards, a homework assignment, an in-class quiz. But any of these smaller activities that are leading up to the summative assessments. So for the formative assessments, the students are going to want timely feedback so that they can learn and feel like they've fared for that larger summative assessment. And so I tend to think of summative assessments as things like midterms, finals, portfolios, things of that nature. And when it comes time for students to look at the summative assignments or assessments, they're going to want to receive feedback for those activities in order for them to be meaningful and useful. They also want to know how their grade was calculated. And so they need your comments and your feedback to be able to learn and improve so that they can move on, to the next unit, the next module, the next assessment, whatever the next milestone may be. Lori wants to know more about weekly motivational messages. Could this be a podcast or a video? Do you know of a good resource I could find good messages to share with my students? Yes, I think I can find some more resources for you. So Lori, I'm keeping a running list of some of the resources that people are asking for in this workshop, and so I can try to follow up with you. But a nice idea here is that sometimes when you reach out to your students, it's more informal, less scripted. It's not just, hey, this is what we're doing in class this week. You might just reach out to them and say, hey, I noticed we were having the greatest discussion this week, and I just wanted to say congratulations. You're really on top of things. So those messages can go a long way for your students. So All right, I'm just making a note here. Weekly motivational messages. Okay, returning back to Alicia asked, would the motivational element need to be relevant to coursework or is appropriate to be motivational in the traditional sense? I think you can find a nice balance between the two. I highly doubt you would be sending motivational messages that don't in some way connect to their course. But again, it's one of those ideas where it's just being authentic with your students and connecting with them. Or, maybe that everybody's preparing for a large exam and they're getting a little tired. Maybe they want to hear something upbeat from you and words of encouragement. That's another way of looking at it. All righty. So moving forward through this, with our feedback, and again, I just like to throw a rule of thumb out there so it'll give you something to work with. A good rule of thumb is to provide feedback no more than 1 week after the due date. And that seems to be a pretty sufficient amount of time, both by student and instructor standards. So somewhere in there, that's a nice rule of thumb to have. Okay. So another way that you can maintain presence in your online course is through that frequent communication or by recording module overviews or videos that include you on the video or at least audio. Again, this idea that they could hear your voice, they know you're a person. And that shows to students that you're communicating with them and it makes it seem more personal. These videos can help students connect with you and the course, and it demonstrates to students that you are personally invested in their learning. So again, it's just a nice touch that not everything is a written text. I know we're creeping up on 2:40 here, so I'm just kind of breezing along. All right, as far as establishing the communication plan goes, another best practice is communicating with students to make sure that you respond to their communication in a timely fashion. But this does not mean that you have to be on call 24/7. So I do want to emphasize that. You can easily say that you will get back to them within 24 to 48 hours. Anything that's a reasonable amount of time, I think as long as you state that in your syllabus and you tell your students about that, usually towards the first week or two of class, that seems to help kind of insert your instructor presence. It makes you feel like a human. They know who you are. They know how to connect with you. I remember as a student, I really greatly appreciated when instructors said, I know you're an online student. I know many of you have busy lives, and so this is why you chose online education. You can email me anytime you want. So that's fine. Just don't expect me to respond right away if you email me in the middle of the night. But as a student who was waitressing and had long evening hours, sometimes I was doing my homework in the evening. And it was really reassuring to hear from an instructor that said, hey, I understand that you might be doing homework in the off hours. That's fine. If you have questions, you can send me a message. But just so you know, I won't get to it until the morning. Something to that effect. You could consider holding regular virtual office hours as well, so that students can meet with you one-on-one. So you could use Teams, Collaborate, which is what we're in right now, or Zoom. So NIU has licenses to all three of those products. If you're interested in virtual office hours, you may consider viewing the virtual office hours workshop recording on our website for details and tips. We have different things like how to set up bookings and things of that nature, but I'm going to try to get to some of those as well. You should also include some of your expectations for communication, and these can include what your students can expect from you, as well as what you can expect from your students. Again, it's this two-way street that you have expectations for them as well. So if you think it's necessary, you can give them an example email template. You can include any information you want, just so that they can see an example of what you expect at the higher education level. And it's also just a way for them to practice professionalism and aid you in helping them. All right, so the world is your classroom, and I love this photo. Online courses happen everywhere, so they are not just isolated to a computer, and I love this photo. There's a student out there, definitely not just sitting in front of a laptop and inside. So don't be afraid to show your students your environment, encourage them to show you theirs if they're comfortable doing so. You can also encourage them to take videos out and post them to discussion boards. So this is really an exciting idea here. And again, we do have more information specifically on how to do this. We have a mobile app. So sometimes we don't know what technology our students have, but we do know that almost everybody has a cell phone. And so we have a free mobile app for our video platform, Kaltura. So people can literally go anywhere, take their cell phone and record a video. So again, it's this idea that their classroom is the world. It expands far beyond their computer or their laptop. So if you live in a city, record a video with your city view. If you're out in the country and you want to include some cornfields, you can do that. You might find that you have students all over the country or even outside of the country as well. So it's this really nice idea that everybody is sharing and contributing. Wonderful. I will tag everybody on a group email then when we're done, since it sounds like there's some different resources that people want to share. So I think I'll do our follow-up that way. You can also use discussion forums and class conversations. Discussions, this is a tool unique to Blackboard Ultra. It's a great way to help students stay engaged in their course. So discussions, or I shouldn't say discussions, but class conversations are, pardon me, unique to Blackboard Ultra. And so this is just a tool that you can enable. You can turn it on or off just with a toggle switch. But this way, if somebody has a question about an assignment, it creates kind of like a side discussion, and anybody can chime in to answer someone's question. So that's just a nice informal way for students to feel like they can, ask some additional questions. You can also use Yellow Dig. Yellow Dig is a gamification discussion board, and so we do have a license for them. And it's nice because it gives students an opportunity to decide how they want to interact. In a Blackboard discussion board, the typical one that you see is students are required to do a first original post, and then they have to do a follow-up post where they comment on 2 or 3 of their peers' posts. Yellow Dig lets students choose how they want to accrue their points. If they post earlier in the week, they might accrue more points because they were getting a jump start on their discussion. You can earn points for responding to others, and if somebody does an exceptional post, the instructor can award additional points to, reinforce, this great behavior and let them know that they've done some outstanding work. So again, it is kind of a fun way to take a new look at discussion boards. The class conversations toggle switch in Ultra is if you're in an assignment, in an assessment, anything like that, you can turn that on when you go to the gear icon. Okay. Another way that you can encourage students to interact with one another and for you to respond to questions about particular learning materials, activities, or assessments is, again, to enable that class conversation. So that was actually, I just wanted to show that to you. It was funny that somebody typed that in the chat. I've got the picture right here, and the one thing it doesn't show you is the gear icon. But if you click on that gear icon, you should see the little button. It's like a little toggle switch that says Allow Class Conversations. And you'll be alerted anytime somebody posts something in the conversations because you'll get a little purple chat bubble. I don't know if I'm psychic, but thank you. So, all right, some rules and thumb for participating in discussion boards, and I get a lot of questions about this. Nobody is going around and looking at instructors saying you have to respond to every post. There is no quantification for how many times you need to respond. And in fact, you may, again, want to take a step back so you can facilitate the discussion and put more ownership on your students to run the discussion. So again, the idea here is you might want to chime in with a comment or two every week to show your students that you're engaged, that you're looking, that you're watching. It's not busy work, but you're also doing it to model for your students the types of responses that they should be posting. So you're looking for a balance, basically, of your participation in discussion boards, but also you don't want to dominate it as well. So don't post too much because students may rely on you to carry the conversation. So again, if you have to take a step back and you can even just say who wants to answer this, or you can ask specific questions of your students. So again, look for that balance. Do not feel as an instructor that you are obligated to respond to every student. I've had that question before, and you most certainly are not. Another idea here is that you can require office hour meetings. I like this option. I think it's nice because it breaks that ice, that barrier, that initial nervousness that a student may have about coming to your virtual office hours. Even if you post information about it, they might not feel comfortable. So one thing you can do is you can require mandatory office hours early on in the semester. It could even just be for 5 minutes. Just say, here's my schedule. I like to use bookings for this. If you have an up-to-date Office 365 calendar, it works really well. So this is my availability. Just pick a time slot and come meet me for 5 minutes. If you mandate that your students come to meet you early on in the semester, they're more likely to approach you if they have questions later on. And again, you can do this more than once. So you might have that initial meeting, which is only just a 5-minute meeting, getting to know you, and then you could offer required mandatory office hours later in the semester, and we can discuss, a particular assignment. So again, it's this idea, moving past that set it and forget it mentality is, pulling them in for office hours to let them know that, yes, I'm here. Yes, I'm a person. And you really should come talk to me. So I know we talked about this earlier too, but you can distribute a survey and you can find out what your students already know about a subject that you're teaching. So this is always a fun one. I used to do this with my English composition students, and I would call it the Are You a Know-It-All quiz. And at the start of the semester, I would just ask them a series of questions about a topic, and they low amount of points, really didn't affect their grade. But you know what? You can have 5 free points as long as you fill out the survey. Even if you don't know the answer, give it your best guess. You will only lose points if you don't answer it, or if you say, I don't know. So this is kind of a fun one that you can do with your students, and then you can always revisit surveys later on after you've taught a lesson or at the end of the semester, and you can see how their answers have changed over time. You could do surveys at a smaller level At a class level, you can have your students come into class and you can say, what do you have a question about with the reading? And you can actually ask them a question as they're leaving the classroom. I have one instructor who said, you know, before you can sign out of our synchronous session, you have to type in the chat one thing that you learned today. Or, you know, if you don't want to answer one thing you learned, ask me one question. What still needs to be clarified? So again, it's this idea that you keep checking in with your students and asking them to give you some sort of a response. It's going above and beyond. Do you have any questions? Because a lot of times they'll just say no or they'll shake their head. Ooh, we're almost done, I promise. And another way that you can go ahead and support student success and to maintain instructor presence is to provide students with some information about campus services and resources. So if you don't already have this, you may consider having a section in your course or in your syllabus dedicated to sharing these resources and to be proactive in pointing students to specific things, such as, you know, if you have an essay coming up, you might want to highlight the Writing Center. You might want to remind students about the DRC if they need special accommodations. You can also target resources that are maybe needed for specific students. So if somebody mentions to you that they're having a problem with someone on campus, you can link them with the ombudsman person. But again, it's just this idea that you have a list of resources and you may continue to expand on that. I know during the pandemic, one instructor had resources for, what was it? Internet free hotspots. I had one instructor who was linking information to food pantries and all sorts of things. So you can also ask your students to contribute to this list of resources because they may know of some additional ones. And I also wanted to point you to Blackboard Assist, which is a relatively new tool. So I don't know if any of you have seen this or not, but now we have a list of these student resources all in one concentrated area. So when you log into Blackboard, instead of going to courses, scroll down and you'll see Assist. And going in here, your students will have links to all sorts of different resources on campus or related to NIU. They're all up to date and current, which is nice. So you could even just post information about this in your syllabus. So it's really just one concentrated area where students can get all of this information in one spot. So other things that you may want to consider as well with your students, I think I forgot to mention, is you may want to let them know about some other additional resources that they have with Blackboard. So you can give them the information they need to change their name or their pronouns in case that, you know, they're tired of people mispronouncing their names or they want someone to know their pronouns. So you can also provide information like that. So that's a great way just to insert your presence and to let them know that you're seeing them as an individual and not just a name on a roster. All right, so I think that was actually my, I made it with 5 minutes to spare. That was my list of resources I have for you, and it's all about your questions. Anything that I can try to answer for you or comments? All right, well, floor is yours. So last 5 minutes, if you have questions or comments, let me know. You can hop on the mic, you can type in the chat. Otherwise, I'll give you back 5 minutes of your day, and I promise I will follow up with some resources for.
Good morning, good afternoon, or good evening to everyone, depending on where you're joining us from today. Welcome to Engineering for Change, or E4C for short. Today we're pleased to bring you our monthly E4C seminar series, which is spearheaded by ASME's Engineering for Global Development Research Committee, with a purpose to intellectually develop the field of engineering for global development. Each month, we have been hosting new research institutions to learn more about their work in advancing the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals and global development more broadly. Today's seminar is with Dr. Evan Thomas, and we'll hear a little bit more about him, his group's work later in the seminar. The seminar you're participating in will be archived on the E4C website as well as our YouTube channel. Both of the URLs where you can access the recordings are listed on the slide in front of you. Information on upcoming seminars is available on our seminars page, and E4C members will receive invitations to upcoming seminars directly. If you have any questions, comments, and recommendations for future topics and speakers, please feel free to contact our team at research@engineeringforchange.org. And if you're following us on Twitter today, please join our conversation with the dedicated hashtag #E4C seminar series. Before we move to our presenters, I would like to share with you a little bit of information about NG. E4C is a knowledge organization, digital platform, and global community of over 1 million engineers, designers, development practitioners, and social scientists who are leveraging technology to solve quality of life challenges faced by underserved communities around the globe. Some of these may include access to clean water and sanitation, sustainable energy, information and communication technology, agriculture, and more. We invite all of you to become E4C members. Membership is free and provides access to news, thought leadership, insights on hundreds of essential technologies, professional development, and current opportunities such as funding, calls, jobs, fellowships, and more. And E4C members also receive exclusive invitations to online and regional events, as well as access to resources aligned to their needs. We invite you to visit our website to learn more and sign up. Our research work cuts across geographies and sectors to deliver an ecosystem view of technology for good. Original research is conducted by E4C's research fellows annually on behalf of our partners and clients and delivered as digestible insights. We invite you to visit our research page, the URL is listed on the slide, to explore field insights, research collaborations, and review of the State of Engineering for Global Development, a compilation of academic programs and institutions offering training in this sector. If you have a research question or want to work with us on a research project as a fellow, please contact us at research@engineeringforchange.org. And we're also pleased to share news about our current challenge on E4C, focused on expediting solutions related to the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals of zero hunger and clean water. The Innovate for Impact Siemens Design Challenge aims to nurture breakthrough ideas and apply human-centered design to engineer innovative hardware solutions that help achieve SDGs 2 and 6 by 2030. Learn more and sign up on our website. The URL is listed. Applications are open now to all E4C members. Given the current pandemic, the deadline for submissions has been extended through May 4th. I encourage all of you to apply. Now, with that, just a couple of housekeeping items before we get started. As always, we like to take a practice round with using our WebEx platform. So we invite you now to type in your location into the chat window. As some of you have already done this, obviously have been part of these seminars before. We have folks from Cameroon, from Sweden. I see folks from New Jersey, a little closer to home, North Carolina, New York City, Barcelona, Portugal, Alaska. Oh, that's the first one. Welcome, Alaska. Kathmandu, the Rockaways in New York, Kenya, Ghana, a Ghanaian from Turkey, Nigeria, Dayton, Ohio. Welcome, everyone. We're so pleased to have you here. Welcome, Ann Arbor. Welcome. So with that in mind, do please put your questions into the Q&A window, which is right below the chat window. If you do not see the chat or the Q&A windows, please take a look for the two icons that are located in the bottom in the middle of the slides to have those open up for you. I see some answers coming up in the Q&A window. Welcome, friends. If you have any comments that you would like to share with your fellow attendees, please use the chat window for that purpose. Questions for our speakers today, we invite you to please put them into the Q&A window so we can keep track of those. If you have any issues with WebEx during this time, please make sure to email our admin. The Engineering for Change admin can be directly IM'd in the chat window. And if you're listening to the audio broadcast and you encounter any trouble, try hitting stop and then start. And you may also want to try opening up WebEx in a different browser. So with that and those instructions, and again, welcome everyone from Mombasa to Pakistan to Montreal. We're very pleased to have you here. I am pleased to introduce our presenter today, Dr. Evan Thomas, who is the director of the Mortensen Center in Global Engineering and holds the Mortensen Endowed Chair in Global Engineering at the University of Colorado Boulder. He's a tenured associate professor, jointly appointed in the Civil, Environmental, and Architectural Engineering and the Aerospace Engineering Sciences departments, and an affiliate faculty in the Environmental and Occupational Health at the Colorado School of Public Health. Evan is currently a member of the NASA and USAID Surveyor Applied Sciences team. He has a PhD in Aerospace Engineering Sciences from the University of Colorado Boulder and is a registered professional engineer, as well as having a master's in public health from the Oregon Health and Science University. We're honored that he is also the co-chair of the ASME Engineering for Global Development Research Committee, and really thrilled to turn it over to Evan to share his insights. All right, Evan, I'm going to pass over controls to you. And then I also want to introduce today's moderator, Dr. Jesse Austin Brenneman. If you've joined the series before, you would have heard his bio, and I will spare you from reading it. It is also equally extensive and illustrious, and you can see it on the slide right now. Jesse is going to take us through the Q&A session and provide his insights as well. So with that, I turn it over to Evan.
Thanks, Yana, and thanks, Jesse. It's a pleasure to work with both of you and to speak with all of our attendees today virtually. I'm going to share a little bit today about how do we measure impact in global engineering, and even before that, what is global engineering? What does it mean to be an engineer working to address global challenges of poverty reduction, both these persistent challenges of access to safe water, safe sanitation, safe infrastructure, safe energy, but then also how some of these global changes, including climate change and COVID-19, are impacting some of these communities around the world, and what's our role as engineers in trying to assist with solutions. This is our world. I'm sure this looks very familiar to everyone. What's neat about this is it's not a graphic. It kind of looks like a graphic. It's actually a picture. It's a bunch of stitched satellite imagery of everywhere on Earth on a cloud-free day. But we all can see where each of you are around the world on this map. Here's another way of looking at the planet. So you see two different images here. One is electricity, lights. So you see in North America and in Europe, and you can see the Nile lit up in North Africa. You can see India and China outlined. That's where there's electricity use, and it's contributing to light that you can see from space. But then the more orange colors, or the more red colors, those are biomass fires. So some of those are forest fires, but most of what you see there are people cooking with wood fuel and charcoal. We still today, even in 2020, about half the world's population still uses firewood for their daily energy needs. And many of those people live in the global south, and in particular, sub-Saharan Africa. And this contributes to some of the leading persistent causes of illness and death globally. We have one of the leading causes of illness and death is respiratory disease, which is tied to both indoor and outdoor air pollution. We still have over 1 billion people in the world that lack access to safe drinking water, 2 billion people that don't have safe sanitation. And many of these people live in areas of the world where climate change is making these problems worse. So in sub-Saharan Africa, you're seeing early effects of climate change. You're seeing increased variability in rainfall. So wet places are getting wetter, but dry places are also getting drier. So drought that used to happen in East Africa maybe every 5 or 10 years is now effectively every single year. We also have rainfall variability. So rain's coming at different times of the year, which impacts crop yields. So crop failure is increasing, and risk of famine and food insecurity is increasing, and water insecurity is increasing. Climate change is also impacting disease. Malaria has killed more people in human history than any other single cause. And the one saving grace of malaria is that the parasite, which lives inside mosquitoes, couldn't live above about 5,000 feet. So population centers like Nairobi, Kenya, actually evolved, came into being because people realized they weren't sick from malaria. And now, just within the past few years, as the average mean surface temperature warms, there's now persistent and chronic malaria in Nairobi and other major cities around the world. So we're actually seeing disease patterns being resurgent and changing. This is another way of looking at the planet. These are aerosols. So you see here in Africa, a lot of these aerosols are associated with biomass cook stoves and charcoal stoves. In North America, a lot of those will be forest fires. In North Africa, those are dust storms. And out in the ocean, you see typhoons and hurricanes. So one question that we have often as engineers and as development practitioners is simple. Is development working? Is the entire field of global development, which includes nonprofit organizations like Engineers Without Borders, all the way up to multilaterals like the World Bank and UNICEF, or national entities like USAID, all of this energy and activity and professional work poured into poverty reduction, is it working? Are people getting healthier? Are they getting wealthier? Are we strengthening economies? So one thing you look at is disease and morbidity and mortality. So this chart here is global mortality among children under 5 over the past basically 25 years. And you can see that for every cause, mortality has decreased over the past 25 years. So respiratory infections have dropped precipitously, diarrhea diseases, neonatal and preterm issues, malaria, HIV and AIDS. Even though there's some bumps in the 2000s, overall, those major causes of mortality among children are decreasing. So often you can look at this kind of data and say development is working. But the benefits are disproportionate. And I want to highlight that here up front because, you know, while it's important to be optimistic and it's important to want to contribute to some of the solutions, it's also important to be realistic about where these changes are actually happening and where chronic poverty is not necessarily being addressed. So here's another way of looking at the planet. These are CO2 emissions per capita. So you can see that the United States, even though China recently passed the United States as the biggest single emitter globally, by far the United States is the single greatest emitter per capita. Here in the United States, we use more CO2 and energy per person than anywhere else in the United States, in the world. Plus, we've used more energy and had more CO2 emissions as a country in aggregate of any country in the world. But you can see that China, Russia, Europe, North Africa, North America, Australia are big users of energy and the associated emissions per capita. And sub-Saharan Africa has practically no emissions per capita. So this is energy use. Here's another map. This is the global burden of disease today. So these are the people in the world that have the greatest burden of disease per capita. And a lot of that disease burden, which is still environmentally, a lot of environmental hazards like air quality and water quality and sanitation and malaria and other diseases, is happening in sub-Saharan Africa. Most of the least developed countries in the world, about 50 out of the 70 least developed countries, are in sub-Saharan Africa. So you still see that there's a concentration of poverty and disease and a lack of economic activity is reflected in energy use in sub-Saharan Africa. This is the proportion of populations with access to basic hand washing facilities. Now, we don't have data for Europe or for North America or for much of South America. So the gray is an indication of no data. So just look at where you see the color bars. This is data from the Joint Monitoring Program indicating the proportion of households that have soap and water. In Kenya, about 10% of rural households have soap and water. In Ethiopia, 4% of rural households have soap and water. This is relevant right now. The main advice from the World Health Organization, the main advice from the CDC, the main advice from UNICEF on how we can slow and stop the spread of COVID-19 everywhere in the world is with regular hand washing with soap and water. And that is especially evident as the main intervention that is promoted in low and middle income countries. And yet people don't have soap and they don't have water. So there's emerging concern that if COVID does spread in sub-Saharan Africa, it's going to spread very quickly without access to soap and water. 4% of rural Ethiopians have soap and water. 10% of rural Kenyans have soap and water. So this is morbidity, disease burden among all people in high-income countries. So this is the top chart here is high-income countries, and the bottom chart is low-income countries. So I just want to point out that if you live in a high-income country, the burden of disease are going to be things like heart disease, stroke, lung cancer, even things like back and neck pains. In low-income countries, the burden of disease is highly skewed to environmental hazards, lower respiratory infections, which are correlated to air pollution, diarrhea, and malaria. And we're going to look at a similar chart, but only for deaths among children under 5. So if a baby is born in a high-income country and he dies, it's likely going to be a neonatal, a preterm issue, or a congenital defect. If a baby is born and dies in a low-income country, she likely is going to die of a respiratory disease or diarrhea or malaria again. And 99% of the deaths among children under 5 are in low-income countries. So is development working? On one hand, we can say that people are getting healthier, but on the other hand, you can say that we're not necessarily making progress among the lowest income countries. This is, again, 25 years of data of all the people in extreme poverty, which is living on less than $1.90 per person per day in equivalent purchasing power parity, which, by the way, is an extremely low number. Other statistics like to use numbers of less than $5 a day, and you suddenly start seeing that billions of people are still living on less than $5 a day. But still, this illustrates something. So the number of people living on less than $1.90 a day has dropped from 2 billion people in 1990 to projected about 500 million people by 2030. But where's that progress happening? It's happening in India and China. India and China each have 1 billion people. For the vast majority of that progress are national economic activity and economic policies which have brought people into the middle class and has been reflected in decreasing disease burden and increasing wealth. Sub-Saharan Africa is increasing in the number of people in extreme poverty, and is projected to continue to increase over the next 10 years. So I think it's very important that as development practitioners, we focus specifically on the question of whether or not our interventions are directly impacting poverty reduction. While as a world, as a planet, the number of people in poverty has been decreasing and wealth has been increasing, the focus of development priorities in large part remains in sub-Saharan Africa, where we have a stubborn 500,000 people living in extreme poverty. So this is the world today. Some of you might have seen this chart before from Gapminder. We've used terms like low and middle income countries, or global north and global south, or an old term was third world countries. Of course, we don't use that anymore. None of those terms really make a lot of sense when you look at the spread of income and life expectancy in the world. So on the bottom is a log scale of income, per capita income, and on the X scale, or on the Y scale, sorry, is life expectancy. And if you've seen Hans Rosling's animation of this data, the main case that he makes is that 200 years ago, everybody in the world and every country in the world was clustered in that lower left-hand corner, that everybody is poor and died young, and that over 200 years, everyone has moved up to that level 4 area where you have high income and high life expectancy. But I want to point out in particular, look in that level 1 category, in level 1 and 2. It's sub-Saharan Africa again. You still have that stubborn cluster of South-Saharan African countries that are stuck in poverty. And again, this has been such the target of development policy and development practice that I think we need to evaluate if these interventions are contributing to this overall goal of increased health and wealth. One way of looking at this question is how much money is actually going into sub-Saharan Africa. So this is data of financial flows into and out of sub-Saharan Africa over the past 10 years. And up in this top chart, everything above 0 are the total added up sources of money. So you can see in purple, it's remittances. These are people living outside of their home country, sending money home. In that lighter blue, it's foreign aid. So this would be the World Bank and UNICEF and USAID. In darker blue, it's foreign investment. So it's corporations investing in industry and in economies. And then you can barely see it, that little green bar on the top, that's philanthropy. That's the Gates Foundation and everybody else like the Gates Foundation giving direct philanthropy to initiatives in Africa. I think there's a couple things that are striking about this chart. Remittances are just as big as foreign aid, and philanthropy is actually pretty small. So even though foundations like the Gates Foundation have enormous influence in the development sector, their contribution is actually a tiny fraction of the financial flows into Africa. But that's flows of money into sub-Saharan Africa. On the bottom, the below zero in orange, this is debt interest payments. These are just interest on debt, not capital repayments, but just interest on largely World Bank debt repaid, getting repaid based on debts incurred in the 70s and 80s in Africa. So it almost basically wipes out foreign aid, is having to send money back to the World Bank again. And then you have trade misinvoicing, that's in red. Trade misinvoicing and tax avoidance. These are those foreign corporations using tricks of the tax code to avoid paying taxes in these countries. And the overall effect of that is that while there might be a lot of economic activity, a lot of that activity is not being translated into income to national governments to provide basic services. So governments not able to provide water, sanitation, energy, infrastructure, transportation, healthcare, education without a tax base. And that tax base is minimized through tax avoidance and trade misinvoicing. So if you take the net of all of these inflows and outflows, you get to about $20 billion a year going into Africa. Now that might sound like a lot of money. It's a lot more money than I have, but $20 billion a year is about $20 per person per year as the net investment of the rest of the world in Africa. It's really not very much money. It's about the budget of NASA or the EPA or USAID. So in aggregate, even though there's a lot of heat, there's not necessarily a lot of fire around economic development and investment in sub-Saharan Africa. So that's a little bit of context setting. That's the world that we live in today. So what is the role of engineers in trying to address these chronic challenges? Historically, engineers have liked to work on a project or a product level. We like to invent a new water filter or invent a new cook stove or do a project in a village like rainwater catchment. And that's been our contribution, at least over the past 20, 30, 40 years, is project and product level focus. But these are not solving these chronic underlying problems. A product is not solving the root cause of poverty in a village. And inventing another water filter does not address the reason why people don't have clean water. So as engineers, we need to elevate our contribution. We need to be more concerned with the determinants and causes and ultimately try to address solutions to global poverty. So what do we mean by that? This is a non-comprehensive list, just a list of examples of where engineers can contribute. One is standards development, something that the professional societies like ASME have a really great history in, is engineers coming together and saying, this is the criteria for water treatment. We're not going to let everybody invent a new way of doing this. We have to have certain standards for water quality, certain standards for air quality, certain standards for structures. System science, looking at systems level interventions, not just is a water filter working or is a water pump working, but what is the entire system behind water service delivery? Impact evaluation. Impact evaluation has been big in the past 15 years in the development sector, led by economists and by public health professionals. Engineers also have a role in designing experimentally rigorous evaluations to see if technologies and interventions are actually addressing problems on a long-term basis. Another example is instrumentation and remote sensing. Our team in particular focuses on this work. How can we use satellite data and sensor data to monitor food security, to monitor water security, and to use that information so that people can act on it to improve water and food security? Pay for performance contracting. This might sound a little arcane, but a big area of emphasis today is how do we actually incentivize services? Let's not give money to a nonprofit to install another water pump. Let's incentivize delivery of water services and use contracting and monitoring mechanisms to ensure long-term support of service delivery. Professional and graduate education, of course, this is what Engineering for Change does in part, and what our program here at the University of Colorado does, and along with a lot of other universities trying to train engineers to contribute to these global challenges. Of course, environmental health, those hazards of dirty air and dirty water and sanitation are not going away yet. We need to continue to innovate in that space. And structures and settlements. As engineers, how do we build safe housing, safe transportation for both developing areas as well as in emergency response? So how does this all come together in terms of actual interventions? This is a little infographic of how foreign aid flows today. Money often comes in, as indicated on the left, through organizations all the way from Engineers Without Borders to the World Bank to go into projects that often have a technology component, a water project, a cook stove project, an off-grid energy project that's designed to try to address a symptom of poverty, dirty water, dirty air, unsafe sanitation. But the lasting impact is often not there. About half of water and sanitation programs installed every year with foreign aid are broken within the first 18 months, and they often never get fixed. Now, an engineer might say, well, I need to build a better water pump. But the economists and the public health people and the public policy people will say, we need to look at that entire system. We need to look at who's paying for water, where are the subsidies, how do you professionalize this service, what are the supply chains? It goes way beyond training a local technician to fix a water pump. So how do we close this loop? How do we actually make sure that the impact, the long-term service delivery, is tied to the payments and to the performance of the service? This is the positive feedback loop we're trying to create, where you have a water pump or a water service, you monitor that service, you use that monitoring data to enable maintenance activities. So you go out and fix a water pump, and you tie that fix to payment. So you actually incentivize using money payments for basic services and not for just coverage. So I'm going to give you a few examples of how our team is trying to operationalize this. There's a number of different ways that we can measure things. So if we just look at water and sanitation, the goal is improved health. The mechanisms for improved health is better water, better hygiene, better nutrition, better sanitation. The way we measure that is whether or not people have soap, whether or not people have access to water, what the quality of that water is, what the cost of that water is. But way out here, way outside these rings, are how we actually measure this today. We use surveys and observations and sensors and test kits. And these are really not sufficient. In many ways, we're not directly measuring the impact of a service on health, which is the actual goal. So this is Rwanda. I'm going to give a brief overview of one program that we have in Rwanda. Rwanda is still about 80% of people live outside of urban centers and are subsistence farmers using biomass, wood primarily, for their daily energy needs. And that wood contributes to these emissions that you can see. Now, some people cook outside, as in this picture, but many people will cook indoors and be exposed directly to those that indoor air pollution. We ran a program over the past, well, I've personally been working in Rwanda for the past 16 years, starting with Engineers Without Borders all the way to a national health program that we ran over the past few years, where we provided interventions and behavior change messaging to address the two leading environmental health hazards, dirty water and dirty air. So we provided cook stoves and water filters covering about 2 million people in Rwanda, combined that with public health behavior change messaging, continuous engagement with households, and a financing model that let us pay for this using private finance, and we were incentivized to continue upkeep and monitoring of the program through revenues that were earned under carbon finance, which I won't spend too much time on today. I'll spend more time just talking about the intervention itself. So this is Rwanda. Over on the left side in yellow and blue, you see the western province of Rwanda, and on the green side, a couple of northern districts and the eastern province. In 2014 through 2016, we reached about 2 million people with water filters and cook stoves, covering the entire western province of Rwanda and the eastern province of Rwanda, the poorest households in each of those regions. And we ran a randomized control trial to evaluate if the program impacted water quality, air quality, and health. So over in the western province, the districts in yellow didn't receive the interventions at first, and we compared environmental health in both, compare it between the yellow areas and the blue areas. So this is a cook stove. It's the EcoZoom Dura. It's a biomass cook stove that reduces wood fuel use by about 50%, reduces indoor air pollution by about the same amount. By itself, that's not enough. The cook stove by itself actually doesn't reduce emissions enough to have a health benefit, nor is it viable if you don't combine it with behavioral messaging to discontinue use of the previous stove. So even something as simple as a stove actually needs regular engagement with households so that you don't accidentally or unwittingly increase emissions and increase fuel use. Many people will get a new stove like this and use it in addition to their baseline stove, which can have the effect of increasing emissions, increasing fuel use. Plus, if you use the stove indoors, you don't really reduce indoor air pollution enough to have a health benefit. So we had to do a lot of messaging to get people to use the stove exclusively and to get them to use it outdoors. And this is the water filter, the LifeStraw Family 2.0. Great water filter. It eliminates microbial contamination to the highly protective rating of the WHO. But by itself, that's not enough. It needs maintenance. It needs regular cleaning. It also needs to be used exclusively. If people combine use of clean water from the LifeStraw with dirty water that they're getting from other sources, you can actually lower a natural or an acquired immune response and make people sicker. So again, a water filter by itself is not necessarily a break-even proposition. It can cause problems if you're not careful. So this is how we ran the distributions. This is a partnership between us and the Ministry of Health in Rwanda. It was called Tebeo Neza. It means to live well. We had about 900 community health workers working with us across 7,500 villages, distributing these products and engaging in households. We had a radio signal on the radio stations that everybody knew across Rwanda for a couple of years. So this was all part of our behavior change messaging. We also provided messaging directly in homes. Every one of our community health workers went door to door repeatedly over a couple of years to train people in the use of the stove and water filter, to maintain and fix and replace if necessary the products, and to customize the use for that particular household. So on the right, this is a poster that was provided that was customized. A community health worker took a Sharpie and would fill out the poster to customize it for that particular home. And the home signed a contract between themselves and their local elected cell secretary, agreeing to participate in the program and to use the products and to not sell them or give them away. We also measured use using innovative methods. So this is one of our sensors that we installed directly inside both the stoves and water filters. And what we were interested in doing is measuring if people actually use the stoves and filters. Plus, we wanted to know if the sensors themselves caused any reaction among households. And for the water filters, we saw a pretty dramatic impact. Using survey data, which is currently the most common and most widely used method for evaluating things like water filter interventions, people report using about 1.5 liters per person per day, which is also exactly the right answer. When people know a sensor is watching them or is in their water filter, they're using about 1 liter a day. And when people don't know that a sensor is there, which is our best estimate of actual behavior, it's only about 0.5 liter a day. So we see big reactivity. We see a disparity between survey data and what people actually do, but we also see a big difference between what happens when people know a sensor's there versus when they don't know a sensor's there. So we've expanded on this recently. This is an ongoing study applied to cook stoves in Rwanda, where we took advantage of the fact that we've actually used sensors to cause people to engage in healthier behaviors and adapted it for monitoring indoor air pollution. This on the right is a indoor air pollution sensor, a PM 2.5 sensor that monitors air quality, and it shows that air quality as a kind of a barometer in the child's lungs here on a scale that goes up to the WHO 24-hour mean exposure for particulate matter. Then when we detect a cooking event, if we detect people using an indoor cook stove, a biomass cook stove, it plays an alarm. Now it's not like this is basically a smoke detector, but it's not a smoke detector alarm. It's some Rwandan drums that were recorded. It's a behavioral reminder, a nudge to use a clean cook stove indoors. So in aggregate, this program had a big effect on health in Rwanda. We nearly doubled the number of households with clean water. We reduced indoor air pollution by 73%. We reduced diarrhea among children under 5 by 30%, and respiratory disease by 25%. And in aggregate, we're able to estimate that about 90 children, we avoid their death every year that the program is running, and we save 7,500 disability-adjusted life years. So 7,500 years of lost, of avoided illness in aggregate across the program. So there's a few other mechanisms that I'm going to explain now that we've used in other contexts. So we've tied things like interventions, environmental health interventions, to payment systems, carbon credits, health credits, pay-for-performance impact bonds, as well as instrumentation, using things like sensors to monitor an intervention and to try to create that closed loop where service delivery is incentivized. I'm going to go through just a couple other quick examples of where we've done this. We've used sensors to monitor latrines. This is Sanergy's operation in Kenya. They're a franchise-based sanitation model in urban areas in Nairobi. We put sensors in these franchise toilets to monitor fill rates of the toilets and to help franchise operators communicate with Sanergy to ask them to come and service the latrines. We've used these same sensors in India to try to monitor behavior and to try to correlate that to health outcomes. And we found over and over again that what people actually tell us they do is not really what they do with sanitation behaviors. We've also linked this type of data to sanitary inspections. Sanitary inspections are a survey tool to monitor, to estimate risk of exposure to microbial contamination at water points or at other kinds of wash interventions. We've actually shown that sanitary inspections have almost no predictive power for water contamination. So we're trying to influence the measurement tools that are used in the sector today. And we're using this across infrastructure as well, not just environmental health, but environmental resilience. This is a program where we are evaluating, run by Bridges Prosperity. Bridges Prosperity puts in pedestrian footbridges that link isolated communities to things like clinics and schools and hospitals, and most importantly, markets. And we are running the impact evaluation where we're looking at things like health. So we're measuring health in homes, we're measuring market access, we're measuring livelihoods like increased wage earnings. We're even measuring bridge use. So we have cameras monitoring bridge use, and we're correlating that to these health and livelihood outcomes. And then one of our biggest initiatives now is DRIP. It's called the Drought Resilience Impact Platform, where we're trying to help reduce and ultimately end drought emergencies in East Africa. About a quarter of the world's population is facing increased water insecurity, and as I mentioned earlier at the top of the presentation, in East Africa in particular, drought is essentially an annual occurrence now, and they're becoming more severe and more frequent, in part thanks to climate change. This is a very arid region of the world where people used to use surface water, but are now increasingly reliant on groundwater sources. So they're drilling holes in the ground to extract water as a resilience effort during times of extreme drought. So that's what you see here. These are from northern Kenya. We're operating across northern Kenya and across northern and eastern Ethiopia, monitoring groundwater supplies and trying to improve drought resilience through the maintenance of these water systems. So what happens is, during the rainy seasons, people will get water from streams and rivers and holding ponds and other rainwater catchment methods. During the dry season, people will migrate to these groundwater sources and access water from these pumps and these storage tanks. But often these systems are broken. About 40% of them are broken in the middle of the drought. And it's not necessarily because the groundwater supply runs dry. A lot of these are deep aquifers, they're ancient water. So it's actually the infrastructure itself that breaks. And that can lead to a drought emergency where people are displaced, livestock die, and crops fail. So our effort, I'm just going to skip ahead because I just mentioned this piece. Our effort is trying to link groundwater management to drought resilience. Sorry, I'm just going to jump ahead here to our theory of change. We link monitoring of food and water security. So we have sensors monitoring groundwater pumps. We have satellites monitoring food security and rainfall. And we create models that can forecast groundwater demand and forecast drought. Our partners include the Famine Early Warning System, the Regional Center for Mapping of Resources for Development in Nairobi, and we're part of the NASA and USAID SEVERE program, which is about linking satellite data to decision aids in low and middle income settings. So we're taking all of our sensor data and the satellite data, creating models that forecast food security and water security, and then engage in pay-for-performance contracting, where we pinpoint activities where we need to go and fix water pumps before the drought happens. We've done this before. These systems that we're currently monitoring are big borehole systems, but we've done this across examples like hand pumps. These are hand pumps in Kenya and Ethiopia, where we installed sensors to monitor those hand pumps and actually tell us when a hand pump is broken so you can go out and fix it. The idea is the sensor is monitoring the pumps, it identifies that a pump is broken, and you deploy a technician to go and fix it. We've seen a huge impact on water point functionality. Typically, these hand pumps are broken about half the year. They're broken for about 200 days, any given failure, and on average, a group of pumps are only about 50% of them are working. We were able to get about 90% functionality and get repair intervals from 200 days down to 20 days, proactively using sensor data to go out there and make a repair. So now we're doing this at scale. This is a map of the Horn of Africa. Every one of these dots is a groundwater supply serving on average about 5,000 people each. And we have a satellite connected sensor monitoring every single one of those water points on a continuous basis. And we're linking that data to local operators, local governments, local ministries of water, but also national entities like the National Drought Management Authority and international entities like UNICEF and USAID, who can collectively act to try to improve water security. This is not some simple story of a local community locally maintaining a water pump. Water is subsidized for everybody in the world, including everybody on this phone call. And this area of the world is some of the most resource constrained and feeling the earliest impacts of climate change. So this isn't about making a local community fully maintain their water supply. It's about aligning incentives and responsibility and accountability collectively to make sure that people have access to water during drought. The colors that are underneath the map are the famine early warning system's food security classification for the same region. So we also see the direct relationship between climate change, rainfall, and groundwater demand. We've seen this across the region. We're currently monitoring about 3 million people's water supplies on a daily basis for the past 4 years. We have about 250,000 site days of data over the past 4 years. It's a big data set, and we're able to compare the use and function of those groundwater pumps to climate variability like rainfall. And we see that as rainfall decreases, there's increasing demand on groundwater resources. So that's where we are putting our focus. So just in conclusions, we have time for questions. The point of measurement, and improved and continuous measurement, doesn't exist in a vacuum. Data by itself is not that interesting unless it's actionable, unless it's acted upon. And for it to be acted upon, you also have to care about the incentives. So I am an engineer, and I like working on things like sensors, but I have to know about contracting. I have to know about policy. Our team has to be engaged in those conversations. We don't just throw it over the fence to an economist or throw it over the fence to a policy person, who, by the way, are also domain experts. This idea that engineers should stay in our engineering lane is kind of silly when the economists like to talk about engineering and the public policy people like to talk about public health. We need to be at those same conversations, at those same tables, bringing in our expertise, but also calibrating our contribution against what is actually needed to address the underlying causes of poverty, not just the symptoms. All right, thanks. I'm happy to take some questions.
Thank you, Evan. It's very valuable. Jesse, I invite you to take us to our discussion.
So just as a note, I've been taking some notes on the questions that have been coming in the Q&A. As I'm asking, so I'm going to try and synthesize those into a few questions for Evan right now. Evan, thanks again for really an inspiring talk. I always read your papers, and then just to see it all in this one sort of comprehensive, bigger picture view is really great, especially within the context you said at the beginning. A lot of the questions, so as I'm asking, please continue to write in the Q&A, and I'll try and address those as we move forward. A lot of the questions come up around building this team. You've just talked about in your conclusion having all of these ministries, it's a large cost to be able to do this sensor and evaluation over years, multiple years as you're talking about. How do you build that team and convince that team, or at least get consensus among the team that this type of evaluation is necessary, or what is the best way to do it, right? So you talked about both disciplines, but also across organizations, right, and countries. So what does that process look like for you?
So everything I described today is our consortium efforts. Each of the examples I provided have many different organizations involved. You know, I'm just speaking about some of those projects, but you know, we're not doing all of that work as just our organization. If I just use DRIP as an example, DRIP itself as a concept is a number of different USAID programs funded through a number of different implementers, including the Millennium Water Alliance in Kenya and Lowland Wash in Ethiopia. We have NASA funding some of the technical work. We have the National Science Foundation funding some of the instrumentation work. So a lot of this is about putting the pieces together from different funding sources and with different organizations towards a common goal. In terms of you know, convincing anybody, you know, generally people don't need much convincing that we should increase our focus on service delivery. The big challenge has been changing the incentives. When historically big funding agencies fund infrastructure, you'll have smart professionals and engineers who are there saying, yeah, I know I'm building a pump that's going to break in 2 years, but you know, that's the contracting mechanism. So it's less about convincing people that these are challenges and more about trying to offer collaborative ways to change the status quo. So introducing new ideas, introducing instrumentation, introducing pay-for-performance contracting. And, you know, while we have had some successes in our team and there's lots of great promising work out there, everything here is a work in progress. We have not ended drought emergencies in the Horn of Africa. We're monitoring a lot of water supplies right now. I can't prove to you that we've improved water security yet. So these are long-term efforts that require some, frankly, some courage on the part of the implementers and funders to support. And I think the other thing that's challenging, Jesse, is this balance between wanting to be innovative and the rewards we get in our sector around innovation, and also not being too fickle. And you know, we also know how to deliver water, and it doesn't take another invention to do that. So how do I resolve that in my head? Our sensors, while being innovative and are introducing this technology into the sector, the purpose of them is to help get the water pumps fixed. By themselves, they don't do anything. So you know, there's a tricky balance there between innovation and doing the hard, long, expensive work of delivering basic services. We've looked for gimmicks and products and innovations for a long time to solve poverty, and we've avoided making the expensive, necessary investments to ensure service delivery in the same way that we do in higher income countries.
Sure, great. Yeah, I think that you rephrased my question exactly in the direction I was looking for. Could you speak a little bit more? Someone who, let's say, is a researcher in a university or somewhere else, how do they go about building this? So you guys have a whole center, you have a whole group of people, these consortiums, you have past relationships with. I guess, could you talk us through sort of the trajectory of someone wanting to build something that ends up, you know, several years from now looking like DRIP, looking like one of these projects? How do they start and get on this process working with their local partners? They're working right now, as you said, in the status quo of I'm working with a village, I'm working with a community, I have one NGO I work with, right? How do they then, if we want to move everybody towards this more system level impact and evaluation, what's the trajectory, what has the trajectory look like for you? And what would you suggest it to be for other people? I think that's what a lot of these questions have been asking.
Yeah, I think I wish I had a simple answer. You know, I think that there's a few different things that come to mind. One is different institutions are good at different things. So, you know, in our program, sometimes we are the university, sometimes we're a small company, sometimes we're a nonprofit, sometimes we're partnered directly with government. So each of those types of institutions have different value and different skill sets they bring to the table. But it's also not necessary to, again, only stay in your lane. You know, if you're an academic, it's okay to also be an entrepreneur and also work with a nonprofit. And in fact, you know, the counterpoint is that it can be quite limiting to only stay within your domain. You know, if you're only going to stay in your world, you're not adding a lot to those other worlds. So it's important to not necessarily be a dilettante, but at least be conversant and have relationships in those other areas and be able to work with them. The other thing is that it takes a long time. I mean, any entrepreneur will tell you this. Like, you come up with an idea, the starting point of an idea to address a problem in an actual product or a solution is way longer than anybody thinks. It's not one cycle of the iShow. It's not one cycle of an SBIR from the government. It's not one funding round. It's not one project. It takes a long time. SweetSense is our sensor spin-off company. We founded it in 2012. It's now been 8 years that this company is still in startup mode. It might be because we're terrible at it, and it might also be because this stuff is kind of hard, and it takes a long time. And that iterative process sometimes also bumps up against the other modalities of foreign aid development, where, you know, USAID wants you to write down your 30-step, milestone Gantt chart 2 years before you start a 5-year project. And that's not really how innovation and iteration works. And both of them have strengths and weaknesses, and they're both appropriate in different places, but sometimes you have to figure out how to play that game a little bit of different types of organizations contributing in different places. Now I'm forgetting the question, but hopefully I addressed part of this.
No, that's good. I think that, I think when I said convincing before, and then you took it in the direction I actually wanted to go in, was this idea of building this team of different organizations. How do you, as someone in a particular lane, go about getting to that 7-year time horizon where we now have a consortium of everybody that's all working together towards this objective? I agree that everyone has the same objective. I think that you guys have been very successful in building these teams. And I think that that is a little bit unusual when you look at the other players in these spaces, right, that are very much sort of in their own lanes as you're talking about. So breaking out of that, having the skills to be able to break out of that. One of the things I wanted to ask you was across disciplines, you were just talking about being conversant in other things. You talked about public health. You talked about development economics. How does someone who's a research engineer, let's say myself, and wants to work with these other groups, they're asking different questions, they use different methods. How do I begin to become conversant in those other ways? What is the way you have found to be able to get these teams to work effectively together?
So I think, in our program in the Mortensen Center in Global Engineering, we are trying to be very explicit up front that our body of knowledge includes engineers knowing about development economics, knowing about public policy, public health, history, the history of colonialism all the way through the SDGs, and not only jumping straight to, I'm going to build something. We still think it's good to build things and to invent and innovate and test and iterate, but they should be done in the context of solving underlying problems or generating new knowledge, and not just symptoms. And if your symptoms are easy, it's easy to say this village doesn't have clean water. It's harder to talk about why, and what can we really be done about the why. So in my career, I started as an engineer working on the symptom side, and we realized quickly that that wasn't enough, that what really mattered was the health world. And the public health and the global health community is a lot more sophisticated than the engineering community in terms of thinking about how they contribute to global poverty reduction. So our team started working closely with the public health world and doing a lot of our work within public health. But more recently, we've also been working with economists and with public policy people as well, and of course government, and teaching our students about those topics. We have a World Bank economist who teaches a class called Introduction to Development Economics for engineers. I got an MPH after my PhD in engineering so that I could talk with some legitimacy about how engineering and public health intersect with each other.
Oh, that's great. And I think you've also touched on some of the questions on pedagogy and how do we have students be incorporated in this, because we know there's a lot of energy and effort being with what you're talking about there at the Mortensen Center. Could you maybe plug some of the things you guys are talking about? There's a lot of questions here about I'm an engineering teacher or professor and I want to raise my students' awareness. I want to move towards more of a model where we're talking about some of these other topics and concepts. Maybe you could talk about some of those efforts just briefly so that other people can connect with you on that topic.
Yeah, and you know, for us, this has been evolving too over the years. Engineers Without Borders USA was started here at the University of Colorado, and I think many of you probably on this line are involved with EWB or have been in the past. It's how I got started too. EWB is a great entry point for becoming aware of some of these issues, but we also need to not just work on a project level. And we've been moving our pedagogy and our curriculum away from projects to trying to address the longer term issues, as I mentioned before. So how do we actually do that with a student experience? You know, you don't just get to go play doctor in Africa on spring break as an undergrad. And we really shouldn't go play engineer in Africa on spring break either. You know, we need to have gates, we need to have training, we need to have vetting, we need to have professionalization of acting as engineers in global poverty reduction, because messing with somebody's water system is just as important, is just as risky as messing with somebody's health clinic. To do that, we embed our graduate students with development agencies. So at the graduate level, a requirement of our program is a field practicum where all of our students, or nearly all of our students, are embedded with an international NGO or social enterprise or multilateral, usually for 3 to 6 months, to actually get work experience. And on the one hand, it kind of looks like an internship. On the other hand, it's a field experience. And it's very different than designing and running your own project. You know, before you're ready for that, we need to actually understand the state of the art and best practices in the sector. So that's a piece of what we're trying to do. Now, at the same time, we don't want to run off students. You know, we're taking over here at the University of Colorado a freshman level residential program next year. We're going to have about 150 freshmen who are learning about these things for the first time. And the goal is not to say, you know, to scare them into not doing anything. It's to try to put them on a track where they can best use their privilege and their technical skills towards addressing these long-term problems we have as a planet.
That's amazing. Thank you so much for that. Yana, I think we're approaching the end here.
We are.
I'd like to thank myself again for your answers to the question, and I'll switch it over to Yana for the response.
I'm actually going to, if you allow me the liberty, there is one question that came in that I think is a tricky one, and you addressed to some extent, Evan, but this particular listener asks, for nonprofits, how do you balance this long-term process of change with the need to show supporters that progress toward impact is being made? I think that is such a difficult balance. And Evan, any reflections for us to close out the seminar on that particular front?
Yeah, let me give 3 quick examples. One is Bridges Prosperity. Bridges Prosperity is one of our partners. They install pedestrian footbridges, and they used to do a lot of this through volunteer organizations, student chapters, professionals coming from industry, and they still do some of that. But they've been taking donations to build bridges all over the world. Avery Bang, who's the CEO of Bridges Prosperity, and Christina Barstow, the Chief Operating Officer, they pivoted in the past couple of years to try to focus on pay by results, pay for performance contracting in a narrower geography so that they can go to scale. So today they're trying to go to scale in Rwanda, putting in 300 pedestrian footbridges across Rwanda, with the government paying for 40% of those costs, investors paying for some of those costs, and donors paying only after the bridges are not only completed, but have been proven to have an impact. So actually paying for the impact and the performance of those bridges. And for Avery and Christina and the rest of the Bridges Prosperity team, they had to bring their donors along with that. They had to bring their volunteers along with that story, a harder story, a longer story, a more uncertain story, but one that seems to have a much more significant impact longer term. So that takes leadership, and it takes commitment to doing it the hard way. Another example is Water for People. Eleanor Allen at Water for People, and even in the recent history of that organization, pivoted from the same thing, projects all over the place that were focused on technical solutions, to focusing on district level sustained water services. So they're working in fewer geographies, fewer places, with longer term commitments to make sure that there's district scale water access. And they also had to convince their donors that this was the better way of doing it.
Those are excellent examples, and I think it's actually part of kind of the golden rules for social entrepreneurship as well, is to be laser focused and really bound the scope in concrete terms like these. So I want to thank you, Evan. I know we're all at time. Thank you to Jesse. And I want to give a shout out to our upcoming seminar. Next month, we'll be joined by Professor Amy Bilton from the Department of Mechanical and Industrial Engineering at the University of Toronto. She'll be sharing some of the insights from their research group. They are also doing phenomenal work in this space, and I encourage all of you to join us for that presentation. Thank you to everyone who has joined us today from all around the globe. I know there's many questions that we didn't get to address directly. We will share them with our presenters, and certainly feel free to reach out to us or to the presenters. They shared their contact information. And with that, I'd like to wish you a good morning, good evening, or good afternoon. Please stay safe, wash those hands, get access to soap if you're in a region where there is lacking, to stop the spread of.
I'll start the recording. Okay, so welcome, Tulsa Jansson. And the first thing I would like to say is today, it sounds very official, but today is the 10 years of the Swedish Society for Philosophical Practice, which you actually created, and we'll talk about it. And we also talk about the fact that being, as you are one of the people who did, I would say, the most for philosophical counseling and philosophical practice and philosophy in everyday life in Sweden, I have also practiced my Swedish with your book, and I have a few points that I find really excellent in your book that I will mention. So this is a conversation, and perhaps we could start by telling how you came to philosophy. What was your first encounter with the fact that we could philosophize?
It started like a personal need, I think, and I think that's quite common for a lot of people who are doing it. It sprang from the idea that something was needed in terms of, I suppose, existential health as a complement to traditional psychotherapy, which is huge in Sweden, and basically the go-to whenever you are hit by some burnout or depression or thoughts on the big questions. So if you're not practicing any religion, there is really not any forums to talk about other things than more tangible stuff, everyday stuff. But there's very few places to reflect on the big questions.
Right. Yeah. This reminds me about Hannah Arendt's distinction between domestic thinking and political philosophical thinking. But you mentioned two terms that are interesting. You said, on the one hand, existential health, and then you mentioned religion. And so, and you know that we talked already together about the phrase and the idea of philosophical health. So what would you say? Would you say that philosophical health is somewhere in between existential health and spiritual health? Well, how would you define it?
I'm not really, familiar with the term philosophical health, so I think I would need an input to that in order to say something about it, because philosophy for me and by virtue is the quest of looking and trying to become to understand, and that's not necessarily, it doesn't have to be connected with health. It could actually, it could make you go crazy. And I suppose part of that quest, I mean, it needs to be a bit dangerous, I think, in order for it to be valuable. So that's so, yeah.
Yeah, that reminds me of Nietzsche's idea of the great health, right? He had this idea that great health incorporates risk. And you use the term existential health. Wouldn't you agree that existence can also drive you crazy? Actually, that seems to be one of the features of existence, right? So
yeah,
there is this idea that perhaps you can be existentially healthy without really knowing what are the thought system that drives you. It could be implicit, and yet because you were, lucky enough, that sort of conceptual constellation that is not necessarily very aware works for you to have a good life. And so in my view, philosophical health, well, it's existential health plus the awareness of your thought system and your conceptual integrity in such a way that you can articulate why you believe that you're living a good life. But we'll come up with that, and I believe that we'll come back to that. And I believe that your book actually gives a lot of perspectives on that. I've noted a few things that I wanted to talk with you. For example, you wrote, so this is in Swedish, so you wrote, alla föds till philosopher. Everyone is born as a philosopher.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Exactly. Can I just briefly go back to, because you said basically that existential health also carries that same problem that I said that philosophical health might have. A, it's not super well defined, and B, how, in what sense can it be healthy when it's so complex? So I'm thinking that I suppose in the same way, existential health, or the way that I feel that philosophy helps me, is to actually just have these forums, to create these forums for deep thought. That in itself has existential or sort of well-being dimensions of well-being, just being allowed to think about these things that actually matter the most. What is a good life? Who am I? What's the point? And so that's one thing. And the second aspect of that is, of course, to try to reach to some kind of insights on what would a good life be, and then trying to aim towards that. So that's two elements that I think are conducive towards well-being. And also, I suppose then going back to the question that you just, or you didn't actually ask a question, but you said everyone's born a philosopher, like I wrote in that book. Yeah, I really do believe that, because our lives are so filled with unanswerable questions, and still a lot of striving and trying to be good, leading a good life, contribute to a good society in some sense. So it seems important to be able to in some way formulate and create a space for formulating what that could look like.
Yeah, and you're right to say that the notion of philosophical health, which I am advocating, is still work in progress. And I have proposed a few more precise definitions, and we won't necessarily talk about that today because they're published, but some people look at it via the angle of what they call philosophy as a way of life. And you just mentioned the fact that deep thinking could contribute to well-being. And I immensely agree with you. However, not everyone would find that obvious, right? Some people actually live their lives in a way that avoids the big questions because they might be afraid that starting to think deeply about their life might transform things such that they will lose some form of domestic security, for example. And this is, I think, is related to what you're saying about the fact that everyone is born a philosopher. So I suppose that for you is as a potential, right? So we have that potential to think in such way that it's not only a mind game, but also that it helps us have a more coherent life where our acts and thoughts are in resonance, that don't contradict each other, right? The way our values don't contradict the way we act, for example. What would you tell someone that would say, okay, well, you know, for me, philosophy is actually dangerous, actually, which is another, I'm quoting Hannah Arendt a lot today for some reason. Another of Hannah Arendt's quote is like, philosophy is very dangerous, but the world would be even more dangerous without philosophy.
Yeah, I think that's correct. But I think that the reason or the argument for someone to do philosophy is actually not only to be coherent, even though that could be a side effect, but I think it's a need. I think it's a dimension in our being, in a spiritual dimension that we actually need. So that's one thing. And I think not asking yourself what a good life could be, or what is a good person, or what is friendship or love. I mean, these are everyday issues. We encounter difficulties with this every day. So not engaging in philosophizing about that would be to, suppressing a need that I think is imminent and strong. And the other part for doing philosophy, again, about what is a good society, what is friendship, what is a healthy relationship or something, that's actually a moral. I think that you ought to do it. Otherwise, you may not contribute to a good society if you are in that sense blindfolded and just, how could you not? I can't really see how you could avoid doing it. I think everybody are doing it, but they're calling it something else.
Okay. And when you speak of spiritual need, is it some relationship with the sublime, some transcendence, some form of sacredness that we might not necessarily need to call God? What do you mean by spiritual need?
I mean, in order for me to be in a remotely balanced way, I need to exercise my body a bit. Walk or something. I need to use my muscles. I need to eat. I need to sleep. But there are things like art experiences, and which is a little bit similar, music experiences, and also philosophy, which are quite the similar part of our of some kind of a spiritual need, that you need something else other than food and physical training and love, of course, a relationship. You need that other part. I think I didn't really put that very elegantly, But so it's not, I don't think that it's.
But I like the idea of need, because, we're so used in psychology to this Maslow pyramid, which might convey, and Maslow himself said, well, it's not a pyramid in the sense that first we need to eat well, and then we need to have a Personnummer and have all the insurances, and then we can have a spiritual relation. The fact that we are saying it's a need is like we are putting this at the same level. And there is sometimes this discourse about the fact that, well, first we need to eat and be warm, which of course is also an important need, right? But I find actually that idea interesting, and we see that there are many cultures where the spirituality is stronger, and therefore the need for material things is less high, right? So there might be even perhaps some form of relationship with the fact that, well, the material things that sort of cover the fact that there are other needs that are more minimalist and that cannot be satisfied.
Which is supported by, convents, the life, that's spiritual,
right,
thing, but in another sense, or a bit
right,
in the same sense, I guess, yeah.
And you do speak about in your book about the hinders also to wisdom, right? So you list six of them, 6 obstacles to perhaps philosophical health: distraction, the lack of consciousness or awareness. Correct me. You can correct me later if I'm wrong, because I'm translating here from Swedish. Ego. Vanna, is it vanity or?
Come again?
Vanna. V-A-N-A.
Vana, yeah. Habit, sorry.
Oh, habits. Okay. Okay, yeah. The lack of courage, and vårt behov av förenkling av verkligheten. Our need to simplify truth.
Yeah, or reality.
Or reality.
Yeah.
What's the biggest hinder? What's the biggest obstacle?
To wisdom. I don't know. What do you think?
That's a good game. So we will pause here the video for people to reflect. I would say that perhaps I would hesitate between lack of courage and distraction. In the sense that, I've proposed 5 5 principles of philosophical health, and one is mental heroism. And I do think that to address philosophical questions in relationship to our life, we sometimes need a courage, precisely that is the courage to get out of the habits, the distraction, the ego that you mentioned, which is a form of habit also. And that takes courage because we are constantly pushed back, I would say, to our default mode of thinking like our group thinks, our group of belonging, or our community of belief. So it's like a everyday work of, I would say, arrachement in French. It's like when you draw yourself out. Yeah. And so I would say that, but I think these 6 ones are pertinent, and perhaps the obstacles change in different moments of our lives.
and it mixes, so probably there doesn't really have to be a number one either. I mean, I actually, on Friday, I have another book coming out, I think maybe I told you, which is only on hinders and keys to wisdom. So in that, there are 12.
Okay. What are the new hinders?
Yeah, I forgot.
That's actually a very philosophical, healthy answer. Like you maybe you forgot about the hinders because you've practiced in a way that to avoid them. And I mentioned that because we were talking a bit earlier about philosophy as a way of life, which is a stream, a field that was developed, among others, by Pierre Hadot. And he had this idea that philosophy in antiquity was also a series of spiritual exercises, daily exercises of ascesis, right? Such that we remain alert and avoid this sort of limbo state of half consciousness, where we fall back into the habits of of the society we belong to.
I mean, for sure, in terms of practicing, I think, I mean, philosophy has so many things in it that can contribute to our life. And then you can always debate whether it also contributes to our well-being. But I think for better or worse, it's a big part of our life. And I think it has to do with certain virtues, to practice the virtues of, you know, the dialogic virtues of listening and being curious and courageous as well. But also of the themes, like we talked about before, which would be like the more spiritual themes of, you know, the open questions of the big questions, which is inherent in our lives every day on an everyday basis. And so, but through the process of dialogue, which is, you know, key to a good society and to, I suppose, also existential health, to practice dialogue. And that's something super rare, I think. And so that's, I think John Dewey is a big person and inspiration to that. He's the one who coined learning by doing, and that's so true, because, you know, not everything can be perforated on your brain just mentally and by reading, but you really need to do it every day, because that's how it transformed to something that you can actually master in some sense. So you really need to practice.
Right. So we have two ideas here: the idea of practice, the idea of doing, and the idea of talking, right, and listening. Therefore, because there's no dialogue without both. And I think that you have this actually is a good transition with the fact that you consider actually the philosophical practice and the philosophy in everyday life as a political endeavor. This connects with one citation of one quote of Stig Johansson that you have in your book. Allt vi gör vi av fri vilja. There's a little bit of Swedish lesson for the listeners. Vår egen eller andra. So everything we do is out of free will, either our free will or the free will of others, right, or of groups. So can you say more about that political dimension of philosophical practice?
Yeah, I mean, sorry, my academic background is moral philosophy and political philosophy, and to me it's super connected because of that free will. So in what sense can we say that we are free? And I think that we have a moral duty to try and be as free as we can, even though not saying anything whether free will exists or not, but in some sense, most people agree that we can steer or navigate a little bit at least in our life. And so that has consequences for me as an individual, for my life, going the way I want it, at least trying to aim at some life that I think has qualities, and also as a person of this society to contribute and to a society that I think is reasonably just, or not just being swept away by forces that I submit to without at least a struggle. So that's it's indeed a political and individual personal endeavor, both.
Mm. Sometimes I think that we are entering a new era regarding free will, in the sense that, of course, we know that free will was one of the key concepts of the definition of the modern subject, let's say since Descartes, 17th century. And what we are seeing right now, perhaps in the last 10, 20 years, is a slow algorithmization. That's a complicated word, but basically the increased use of algorithms to rule and govern our society, such that more and more, and we won't fetishize AI, but I've worked a little bit on AI, and there seems to be now emerging a society where computers will know and are starting to know, and this is in a little bit ironical, but are considered as knowing better what you should do, right? They tell you, well, given your background and given your statistics and predictive analytics, they might tell a teenager, you should choose that job. You have 98% chances of succeeding that job. But you tell us you want to be a philosopher. Well, you have only 2% chances of succeeding as a philosopher. What do you choose, right? So I think we will see more and more pathologies of free will, in the sense that people, and you talk about choices in your book, right? When choices, the idea of excess of choices, I think this was a very important theme in the 20th century, but we might enter another world where actually the best choice will be predicted and suggested to us by algorithms. And in that sense, what is left for us to decide? And then, of course, here we could, and I will just finish with Hegel here, because he has a very interesting analysis in the phenomenology of spirit about what was at that time considered the AI of the 19th century, which was phrenology. So the fact that, as you know, they looked at the brain and they had this pseudoscience of which remained in some forms with neuroscience today, of saying, okay, so these are the parts of your brain, and we look at the shape of even of the skull, and we can know what type you are. And Hegel said, well, even if it were right that we can understand everything about Tulsa right now at this moment based on a computer analysis, in the next second, Tulsa will make a decision that will make her ununderstandable for computers for the next 100 years. So Hegel was quite optimistic about our capacity for decision, existential decisions, to liberate us from imposed determinism. So another aspect that I found very interesting in your book, and you're welcome to react in my long, perhaps incomprehensible variation on free will. You have a very nice a distinction here. It's a drawing. Maybe I should show it. So passion or yen, mud. Can we translate yen, mud by equanimity? Is it equanimity or is it?
Oh no, equanimity. I don't know that word actually. But
equanimity is a term that means equality of soul. It's like whatever happens, you remain
calm,
you keep calm and collected. You never go too high, you never go too low. It was also called ataraxia by the Greeks. And in your drawing, so there's this passionate couple and they are talking to each other and they say, oh, we have had a nice weather. Yes, unusually mild for the season. So what they are doing with their bodies contrasts with the kind of dialogue they are having. That's actually a very good question. Does philosophy apply in everyday life? Does it bring us this equanimity, this equality of soul? And that would be like, let's say, the Stoic version, or a more Nietzschean version. Does it bring us this sort of conquering passion to create our own values, or maybe a little bit of both?
I think again, it's the quest to. I mean, it's this debate within your head or outside with other people. What's the correct level at each? I mean, situational ethics, basically. I mean, what is reasonable to do here? Because I think that most people have these urges sometimes. Oh, you hear some good music at a cafe and you would like actually to dance or to laugh out loud or to do something, and then you constrain yourself because you feel that it's not really the time or the place. And yeah, so basically, I mean, I guess that's also one of the reasons people drink, or to be able to put that little police in your head in brackets for a while, and to be a bit more direct and passionate, maybe, if you want to. I'm not telling people to
drink.
No. but I suppose
only on Friday.
So in that sense, philosophy again, it's just I mean, I can't even not do it, and I think many people feel that way. You just can't avoid doing philosophy in your everyday life, because these types of dialogues or debates or considerations, they take place constantly on a daily basis for different reasons. And the hope is that you have better grounded your ideas on how to act. So not necessarily going in a more passionate way, or in the other hard word, which was a gray sort of mass economics. What, say again? You contradicted.
Equanimity.
Equanimity, yeah. So I'm not saying that that philosophy would necessarily lead us in one way or the other, but just again making, better founded, decisions that are better grounded.
Right. Yeah, there is this traditional idea of the philosopher. Even sometimes the word is used that way, like, oh, he's a philosopher or she is a philosopher, meaning this person can handle unfair things in a way that is detached, right? But and I would say that, despite the irony there, I would say that, well, yeah, there are many situations in life where you can become stressed, or you can, lose your temper, and if you take a little bit of distance, you realize, well, this is really unessential. And usually we get to that form of knowledge later in life, right? But I think philosophy is perhaps the idea that, we can have a curve of life that doesn't necessarily mean that we get wiser in the last 10 years, if we get wiser. But on the other hand, and you do speak of creativity at the very end of your book, in my approach that I call crealectics, this relationship with the creative dimension, which is not only present in humans, but in life, in nature, in the cosmos. This is extremely important for the kind of healing and liberation that thinking can bring, such that new ideas and new ways of looking at things can actually, give us this sort of not only gratitude, but alleviation from worry. And sometimes it's just about looking at things in another way. Like, I look at your background, and this is really just a small metaphor, but I see the books and I'm wondering, are the books holding the wall such that it doesn't fall on our head? And I like that metaphor. Perhaps without philosophy, I think it's Asterix and Obelix who were always afraid that the sky would fall on their head, right? The roof might be shrinked, and then we would have to crawl.
Yeah, I think that I actually read Asterix and Obelix each night. So
okay,
I have stash on my yeah, that's a good point. I mean, with the creative, because I mean that is what a philosophical dialogue is. It's creative. So you are being creative in a way that you are usually not, because normally when you're talking, you're trying to make a point, or while being in philosophy and talking philosophically is aimed towards the truth, or what seems to be the reasonable. So you need to all the way be able to pop around and change your aspect and take into consideration other things. So there's a really strong creative element, which I think has a lot in common with other types of creative tasks, such as painting or music or whatever. And I thought that something else you said there about alleviation and from worry, and I really do think that too, because I think, and the reason that I think you get an alleviation, and is that the correct word? Alleviation, yeah, is because for some strange reason, like grieving, you're grieving on your own, somebody close to you died, and strangely, when you're grieving together with a lot of other people who has also lost close persons, then you feel comforted. I mean, normally it should actually add to your sorrow that a lot of other people has also died and suffered from having a near one lost. But that's a strange sort of, because you feel as if you're not alone. And that, in the same sense, philosophy does that to you, because you are wandering together with other people, one person or several persons. Like when I do philosophical cafes, for example, you do get a strong feeling of that people feel like they belong, and that they can worry together and worry together, as opposed to logically that should increase the worry, right? But on the contrary, you actually feel comforted in knowing that you're not alone in this quest for what's the point.
Right. And so right now you enter into this practice aspect with philosophical cafes, and perhaps it's time here to celebrate the 10th anniversary of SSFP. So SSFP, it stands for Svenska Samhället för Filosofisk Praxis, a Swedish Society for Philosophical Practice. It sounds very British and respectable. Would you like to, you founded it 10 years ago, right? What's the future of the society, and what's the vision?
Well, the vision for me has always been the same. So it's, and unfortunately, it's a bit contradictory because we both want to be a platform for philosopher who wants to practice and find, basically work outside of academy and find and also make a case for the need for philosophers in other places than academy. So that's one part. And the other part is to be very inclusive and to be what you'd call a folkrörelse, sort of a movement to try to inspire and give tools to everybody who wants to practice. But also, as is stated within our vision or mission, is to make sure or to work towards that philosophy genomsyrar the society in a more substantial way, meaning both
infiltrates, perhaps infiltrates, or
yeah. So within both healthcare, in school, elementary school, as well as public arenas, and so it's a political aim for me, at least. So it ties in with my ideas of what the use or value of philosophy is and could be.
And indeed, I mean, I think we're coming back to that point, both with Asterix and Obelix and with Socrates. We have this dimension of philosophy as a resistance against a dominant system, and there's always the question. And it started with Socrates' condemnation to death by Athenian democracy. That is philosophy going to challenge the convenient pillars of society in a way that people might start to question more, to resist some. We saw it, for example, this would be an entire conversation. Perhaps we don't have time today, but with the COVID situation, the different ways governments were using COVID to control the masses, right? If we compare, for example, Germany and Sweden, huge difference. With results that are similar, by the way, in terms of health and biomedical results, but with very much liberticide decisions in Germany. So on the one hand, and you speak about philosophy for children in your book, so you do believe actually it's better for democracy to educate people to think by themselves, and yet to be able together, as you were saying in that dimension, to be able together to recognize that we're not alone in confronting the mysteries and the limit situations of life. But on the other hand, there is this idea perhaps that philosophy can be a menace, because in the time of Socrates, for example, Socrates was challenging the young people who were usually from the aristocracy who were going to govern the city, right? And these young men were not used to doubt, right? They were so filled with perhaps not hubris, because it was not a virtue, but still this idea, yeah, of course I should rule. And here comes Socrates and say, okay, but what is justice? And they became very confused. And this was, of course, very threatening perhaps for the power in place. And so we could imagine today, well, if we had the same conversations about concepts and the definition of our conceptual pillars with leaders, politicians, etc., we would also realize that, well, it's very shaky, it's very fuzzy, and the decisions they take are perhaps not the most rational and enlightened. So where would you be in this sort of dialectic? Would you think, no, I actually, philosophy is very good for democracy, and we see that in certain countries, for example, France, where I studied, philosophy is mandatory in the last year of high school. Everyone does it. Could be better. Could start in young schools, as you explain in the when you relate the Philosophy for Children project. Or do you think, and that's sort of a rhetorical question perhaps, that we shouldn't do philosophy at home? Or this idea that it's dangerous if you don't do it in a way that is it's sort of facilitated or curated by philosophers?
Well, so first of all, I think there's an important distinction, which is about learning about philosophers and learning about philosophy, and on the one hand, and on the other hand, philosophizing. So everybody from you're really young till you die are philosophizing, because you cannot function without investigating how things seem to be. So that's something we are doing all the time. That's a part of life. And then if you choose to call it, and then of course, then you can develop that into being more
articulated.
Yes, thank you. So, and I cannot see how that could be bad in any sense, because it's not a doctrine. You're not pushing ideas. You're just helping and training to specify, to divide, or to see the differences and what's in common and what is this, concept. So I cannot see how that could be bad, because another fundamental thing is that you cannot keep your stance. You will have to consider other perspectives as assets. And that's something that just cannot be bad. And also, I mean, also I used to work politically as well, and a lot of politicians here in a small town are actually trying their best, and they have a notion of what that best is, and what could be good is if they also have a training of reevaluating and to. So what I'm saying is that I think it's called permeate, genomsyra. If we could bring philosophy much more into society, that would bring components that I cannot see. I mean, of course, I'm missioning about philosophy, but I cannot see how that could be bad in any sense.
Right, penetrate. And you do have this nice image in your book about, you would have an office and you would say city philosopher, Stadsphilosophen, and I like this.
I haven't given up on that.
Right. So
that's one personal goal that I have, just because it would be, it would mean something. It would be resonate. It would be something super cool.
I like that too, and perhaps we should create a party.
I have, you know what I wanted it to be called? Just philosophers, and then the motto should be, or the slogan should be, "We're back," and then we will do all in togas.
I love that. I really like that. I'm in. And I like very much your simple but powerful idea that we are actually philosophizing sometimes without knowing it. If we take random people, right, what we call sometimes the lay person, a bit pejoratively. There's this idea in Molière, Monsieur Jourdain, who is this bourgeois who decides because he has a little bit of money in the 17th century to educate himself, and he has this master of poetry, and the master of poetry tells him, okay, so there is poetry and there is prose, and prose is when you talk. And Monsieur Jourdain says, oh, so right now I am doing prose. Exactly. And well, wow. And I think that I really like this idea. Well, it's not about choosing between philosophizing or not. We are all from childhood philosophizing in a way or another, but our education system, etc., is perhaps not taking this seriously enough, such that he would train us in a way or another, such that this would actually strengthen political pluralism, which is for me an important dimension, the fact that world making could be much more diverse. We should be able to experiment socially and be much more open to diversity in a way that is not only a superficial diversity, but what is sometimes called cognitive diversity or knowledge diversity. I think this is a very good conclusion. We could, end with this call for a party. I think the hardest part will be to get people to use a certain outfit. That will be the hardest part. But I do think that it will be a very inspiring gesture. And in my view, it wouldn't surprise me that it happens in Sweden in a way. That's one of my biggest, I will conclude with that, and then I will give you the word. My biggest surprise is when I opened the philosophical parlor in Sweden, I really thought, is Sweden a philosophical nation? And it's not known for that. I mean, for example, if we look at Sweden's most famous philosopher, it's actually Descartes, who died here and who came to advise. He was the first philosophical counselor in Sweden 350 years ago, right? But nevertheless, to my big surprise is that in many environments, including in corporate situations, I work, for example, with Vattenfall, the energy multinational. There is a strong inner life in Swedish citizens that comes out to the surface. Sometimes, provided you tell them, okay, you are in this room, no one can hear you. So I think that when I first arrived in Sweden, I thought it feels strange. I had this strange feeling that Sweden is a nation that thinks, collectively. If you take people individually, it might not be obvious that they are very philosophical, but in fact, it is a nation that thinks even about, you were saying that politicians are doing their best. I think there is a debate, not only in Sweden, of course, but so I really am looking forward for this party, and you really have my voice, provided I could vote. Unfortunately, since I'm still a French citizen, not sure I could vote, but maybe soon. Shall we conclude with a few words on your side?
Yeah, I thank you, Louise, for inviting me. This was fun, and I mean, it's a great thing to expose also the way you do. So great, thank you. And I think just ultimately, we have to remember that philosophizing is about wisdom and seeking more wisdom, and to be humble, because you can find it in the least expected places, even with politicians.
Yeah, that's nice. What's the title of your book? Next book?
It's actually called Obstacles or Hinders for Wisdom and Keys to Wisdom. So in Swedish, it's called Visdomshinder och visdomsnycklar. 24 things to keep track of if you want to be klok, which is kind of, yeah.
Okay.
So, yeah.
Yeah, we'll end on that word, wisdom. Well, I thank you a lot, Tulsa, and good luck with the great job you're doing with SFP, and we'll continue, of course, this.
Bandwidth. I feel like that is a word that I've been hearing and reading a lot lately. And so it prompted this interesting discussion in my mind that I thought would be relevant to you all. So here I am. I want to talk about bandwidth and like the things that I've been learning and what I think that it might mean for us as moms. I feel like all moms are busy moms, so I don't even want to distinguish. I was going to say especially for busy moms, but I think all moms are quite busy. We all have a lot on our plate that we're trying to handle and juggle. And so, yeah, I've been reading a lot about that. And when I think about bandwidth, especially like mental bandwidth, I think about it as like your ability to like focus on tasks, concentrate, just like the energy that you need to like get through the day. And I feel like it's relevant for moms because I feel like you'll feel more confident and more peaceful when you feel like you have enough bandwidth to process all the things that need to get taken care of. But I feel like one thing that moms may struggle with, especially if you feel overwhelmed all the time, is we might feel like we don't have enough bandwidth, energy, focus, concentration, like all willpower, all the good things that we need to be successful. Sometimes it can feel like a struggle that we don't have enough bandwidth to juggle all the things that need to get done. And so I want to talk about bandwidth for me because one thing that you guys may or may not know about me, I used to talk about this on my channel a lot, is that I am an Enneagram 5. Please research that because I'm not an Enneagram expert, but I know that one thing about Enneagram 5s that some people see it as a flaw, but after the things that I've been reading about bandwidth, I'm starting to possibly see this characteristic as, you know, having its good side and bad side. But one thing that we believe in as Enneagram 5s is basically the conservation of bandwidth, the conservation of energy. How do we still accomplish our goals and get things done without feeling depleted at the end of the day? And although I'm not like an expert in that, I have definitely learned a lot and have found things that make me feel better when I approach it in a certain way versus things that definitely make me feel depleted and like I have no bandwidth left at the end of the day. So I want to talk about, I think I came up with 6 things that have been successful for me in the effort to preserve bandwidth, emotional and mental bandwidth. And so before I begin, I want to talk about why bandwidth is important. I took some notes here. Yeah, you need bandwidth in order to have willpower. So if you have goals that you're wanting to focus on and you notice that you're not showing up for them, it's probably because you're lacking bandwidth. You need bandwidth in order to make good decisions. You need bandwidth to be able to concentrate on tasks. I don't know how many of you guys have ever experienced this where you're trying to accomplish a task and you're doing it when you're tired, you feel depleted, and it just feels like you're not doing it as well as you would if you did it at a different time of the day when maybe you're high energy. That happens to me a lot, and that could be an issue of just not having the bandwidth to do it. I was listening to this YouTube video that was kind of talking about this as well, and he said one mistake that people make is when they plan out tasks that they need to get done, we tend to plan in time, like, you know, I'm going to work on this from this time to this time, the next task I'm going to do from, this time to this time. And we think that we can plan with time alone. And that's not the case for a lot of people, because what we need to be managing instead of our time is we need to be managing our bandwidth, because just because we block out some time to do something doesn't mean that we'll meet that time block and also have the bandwidth that we need in order to have the willpower and the energy and the strength and the focus to be able to show up and complete the task. So instead of only planning by time, we need to also be making sure that we're taking our bandwidth into consideration and making sure that we're planning our day to also match the bandwidth that we have. So that's what I want to talk about: how to increase your bandwidth, or at minimum, preserve the bandwidth that you have. One more thing that I want to say about bandwidth, and especially with its relationship to willpower before I begin, is that I feel like for a long time, people have thought about willpower and bandwidth as a characteristic, like, a characteristic of someone. Like, if you have strong willpower, you show up no matter what, that means that this person has, is a good person. They don't have any characteristic flaws. Meanwhile, if you struggle with bandwidth, you struggle with having the energy to show up consistently, that shows like poor moral traits for that, person. And that's the way that they used to think a long time ago. And I think a lot of us are still kind of trapped in that thinking. But the more and more research that comes out that kind of tests this bandwidth idea and willpower, the more that the research is starting to support that willpower is more like a muscle. And just like if you go to the gym and you try to work out your muscle, you will deplete the energy in that muscle at some point, at which time you would need to take a break, recuperate, and try to regain that energy again. And then you could try again, maybe the next day or in a few days' time. So that's what it's like when it comes to our willpower and when it comes to our bandwidth. We only have so much in a day, and we need to manage it because it depletes. And then once it depletes, it's very difficult to, like I mentioned, be consistent, demonstrate willpower, have the focus and concentration that you need in order to accomplish your tasks appropriately. So I hope at this point you guys understand the importance of bandwidth and the importance of taking it into consideration as you're planning your day, as you're planning your goals. Maybe this can explain why you feel like you're struggling with certain things, being consistent mainly. And it's, it's really hard to be consistent and make good choices when you just are at the end of the day and you don't have any bandwidth left. And so before I begin, hi, my name's Lede. I'm the creator of this channel, Love Always Lede. And on this channel, I just like to talk about tips, tricks, hacks, and things for moms to make life easier for us. If you like that kind of content, then definitely feel free to subscribe and like this video. That is an awesome way to support the channel. All right, the number one way or thing that I noticed that helps me preserve bandwidth is you guys may have noticed this in my last video, but I really try to do my most challenging tasks earlier in the day. So whether I have a task of the day, I have a goal that I'm trying to meet, and I know that this is one of my big primary goals of the day, I try to do it as early as I humanly possibly can. Sometimes it's not very early because I have kids. I might have to do things for them. I have routines that I need to get done, but as early as I can, because for me and the way that my body works, I have the most energy in the first half of the day. But for someone else, you have to know your energy. Maybe you have the best energy after you've eaten a healthy lunch. I don't know. But I try to plan the biggest tasks that need to get done around when I have the most energy. And for me, it's not exactly directly when I wake up. I need time to kind of get my brain going. Then I need time to get my routines. But once I get my routines done, boom. If I'm going to get something done, if I want to increase my chances of getting those tasks done, I have to execute early for me. And that makes sure that I'm using my bandwidth for the most important things. Because what will happen if I don't is I will get pulled in so many different directions. I will get, things come up. We have families. And by the end of the day, after I've been pulled in 50 different directions, I've handled everyone else's priorities, I have no energy and no bandwidth left for the things that I decided was a priority. So what I notice is if I do it first, I can get those things done and still have plenty of bandwidth left to tackle the unpredictable parts of my day. And so this doesn't only apply to goal setting. For me, this can even apply to my routines. It's not a very smart idea for me, knowing that I don't always have like the most bandwidth, for me to wait until the very end of the night after I've done every single possible thing for everyone else, for me to be like, now it's time for me to do my cleaning routines. It won't work for me. Sometimes it can, especially if it's a habit, but for the most part, I don't trust myself to do my routines at the very end of the night, because a lot of times I just don't have the energy to do it. So what I instead do is I try to find a way to push that task earlier in the day. If I have like a small window of time before I need to go pick up my girls from school, I'm not gonna waste that window of time. I'm gonna do some darn dishes. If I am waiting for something to cook in the oven, I'm not gonna waste that time. I'm gonna be folding laundry, because I know that all these things can give me a head start. If I don't know, I'm just in the kitchen and I don't have anything to do, or if I'm taking a break from work, I'm gonna be like dicing berries and stuff and getting ready for the next day. Because just because I have a goal to get those things done at the end of the night doesn't necessarily mean that I have to do all of it at the end of the night. If there's any way that I could give myself a head start, or incorporate it into earlier parts of the day when I have more bandwidth, I just know that I'm more likely to be successful than if I wait until the end of the day to try to get things done. So that's just me. All right. So we're talking about 5 ways to maximize your bandwidth. And now I'm going to be going to point number 2. One thing that can take a toll on your bandwidth is trying to hold too much information in your brain at one time. You guys, there are studies that support that. Let's see, I have notes here. I've been taking notes when I'm reading, you guys. But there are studies that support, for our short-term memory, we can only hold about 7 pieces of information, give or take 2. So for some people that number's 5. For some people that number could be 9. But we can only hold a small amount of information in our short-term memory at one time. And the more information that you just try to hold into your short-term memory, that has a way of pulling down on your bandwidth. Because what happens is we think we're just going to remember it, we're going to tuck it into this nice corner of our brain, and that's not how it works when it comes to our short-term memory. Because instead what it does is it just kind of bounces around in there, it keeps popping up, distracting us, pulling us from the task that we're supposed to be working on, because we're remembering all this stuff that we need to do. Oh, I need to do this. Oh, I forgot I need to get my son's medication order. Oh, I forgot. So one thing that you can do to preserve your bandwidth and to keep like those little short-term memory tasks clear out of your brain so that you can be focused and have bandwidth for the day is to have a system that you trust and to write those things down in a system that you trust. And so before I got, into my system, I tried to like write tasks down on sheets of paper. I tried to write tasks in to-do lists, but even that wasn't enough for me because I kept losing my sheets of paper. I kept losing my to-do list. And like, I just didn't feel like, or information would get lost in the to-do list. Like I would overlook it and I would still be struggling to like get things done in a timely manner because I totally overlooked it. It was on my list, but I didn't pay attention to it. And so, for me, I noticed that having a system, the system that I do now, helps me with that because it helps me build that trust that when I write this down, I will absolutely take care of this task because it's not going to get lost. I have places where I document certain things. And for me, that has given me peace of mind. So when I write something down, I literally release it from my brain so that I can focus on the task at hand. And I feel like it took me starting the Fly Lady system for me to feel like that sense of relief from writing things down in my life. Like, for example, if I have things that are coming up, I know the perfect place to put it in my Google Calendar. I have, I have planners that I've created and I have like the perfect place to like document stuff. And I just know that information is not going to get lost. And because I create routines and systems that are realistic, I'm not overcrowding my day and expecting myself to do too much. Because it's realistic, I know I'm probably going to get that task done. And I feel a high level of confidence in myself that things are going to get taken care of. And that gives you such an increased amount of bandwidth when you can write stuff down and trust that it's going to get done. I read that there are 2 ways to kind of stop that loop of, things floating around in your short-term memory. The first way is to get the task done. To stop what you're doing, do the task, and that will release it from your brain. The other way that you can also have that same sense of relief is to document it into a system that you trust. I think that came from the Getting Things Done book. I have not read that book, but it was referred to in the book that I did read, which was How to Take Smart Notes. That's what I read this weekend. And, this actually goes along with the second thing that I was going to write. You guys know that I'm a lady who I think a lot. I have lots of ideas. I like to build lots of connections, and then I like to talk about them. And that was another thing that was frustrating me. Like, I would have these ideas, and I would always be worried that I would forget them because I would write them in notebooks. And then when I need the note, I don't know which notebook I wrote it in. Did I put it in my app? And that's stressful when you don't trust that when you write something down that you'll be able to get back to it or reasonably handle it. And so that's what this book helps you with. It helps you with having a system of note taking that kind of takes away that problem so that you can reference back to it. I can't remember, but did you finish Tiny Habits? I did. That was an excellent book. I read Atomic Habits and I read Tiny Habits. And for me, I feel like I liked Tiny Habits a little bit more because I felt like that book had practical, things that you could be doing today to improve your routines and not your routines, your habits. And I thought that book had a lot of great ideas about just in general habit creation and being intentional about that. And that was a book I really enjoyed. So yeah, I recommend it. All right, so where was I? Having a place to document so that you don't have to try to hold things in your short-term memory, because holding things in your short-term memory, it drains you guys. And so having a system to document those things. If you have not heard of the Peaceful Homekeeping System, I highly recommend that you find some type of system. The Peaceful Homekeeping System is a free series of videos that I offer here on my YouTube channel where I walk you through the system that I am using. And it's just really good because it will help you take that massive list of things that you feel like you have to do, and it will chunk it down into 4 categories. So you know that everything that you see in your home, you know what category it goes in. And just something about the simplicity of that and the way that I try to teach it is very realistic. You will get things done, but more importantly, you will just have that clearness of your mind when you have an appropriate place and a system that you actually trust to get things done. All right, I gotta hurry up and get back to work. So let me zoom through these next 3 things. Okay, we're talking about how to maximize your bandwidth. Number 3, it kind of goes along with what I was talking about before, but I listen to my intuition when it comes to planning what I think that I can reasonably accomplish in one day. If I am writing out my to-do list and I'm like, oh, I'm not sure that's gonna get done, I listen to that. I break my task down into small bite-sized pieces. I use the basic weekly plan to spread tasks throughout the week so that I have a focus of the day. If I feel like I have too many focuses in this week, I start rolling tasks into the next week, and that system has worked out very well for me, because I find that what I was doing before is I would underestimate or overestimate how long things take. And I find that if I keep my focus to 3 major focuses of the day, that gives me lots of room in my day to, if things don't go according to plan, I have not overpacked my schedule so much that I can't address it. And then that creates stress. So I try to keep it, like I mentioned, to 3 focuses a day. And I have a system that helps me spread that out throughout the week, throughout the month, so that number 1, I'm not handling a lot of urgent tasks that are due today. I don't have that problem as much as I used to before. So I'm getting things done in advance. And for me, I feel like that preserves a lot of bandwidth by not over jam-packing my day, having realistic expectations, and lots of wiggle room for when things inevitably go wrong. I have lots of space in my day to adjust and to problem solve and to work through it, because I don't have the pressure that, oh, I only had 15 minutes to do this task. Now I got to jump to I don't have that because I don't over jam pack my day. So I find that having that wiggle room, that flex room in my day really helps me just preserve bandwidth. And it just gives me that sense of assurance, if that's the right word, that if things go wrong, I still have plenty of room in this day to be able to try to work it out and figure it out. So that helps me out a lot. And I would consider that giving myself flex. So that can even include, I am very serious about taking my breaks. So that can even include making sure that you're taking your breaks. I know, especially as a work from home mom, it can be tempting to work through your lunch break. It can be tempting to not take, what people would be doing in the office is chatting with their coworkers and having that time of non-productive time and then returning back to their task. When you're working from home, sometimes it can be tempting to just power through everything because you don't have a coworker to talk to. But for me, I have to take my breaks, and that I feel helps me also just with having that flex into my day. Also, it's important to plan breaks into your day, which I think I'm gonna talk about in a minute. But yeah, I'll talk about that more in a minute. But that helps me out a lot, is just not overpacking my day and giving myself plenty of flex room. And I find that when I'm consistently knocking things off my to-do list every single day, that flex room is not problematic for me. Because sometimes I feel like we can get into that mindset that, well, if you could do 3 tasks, well, if you have time and flex, you should have made it 10. No, like for me, because I'm so consistent, I'm finding that it doesn't really hurt anything for me to just keep my focus to like 3 major tasks. And if I have something that's really heavy, like I see a task coming that's pretty heavy, like one thing that I'll do as well is I will adjust the rest of my day. Like I had to take 3 kids to get blood drawn. That was like a really big deal because like 2 of them are like two of them were 3-year-old toddlers. And for that day, you better believe we had like an easy dinner when I came back home. So I do that a lot. Like I will adjust my day according to the tasks that I know that I have. And if it feels really heavy, I'm like, okay, well, where can I start cutting back a little bit to make this fit into my day comfortably? So those are things that I do to preserve bandwidth. The next thing that I do, number 4, is I try to avoid hyper focusing. So what does that mean when it comes to homekeeping? For me, that means like trying not to clean my whole house from top to bottom all in one day. I'm just gonna get it all done. That used to be what I tried to do. That led to like a lot of stress, chaos, overwhelm, self doubt, thinking that I must be the messiest person in the world. I can't keep up. Why does everybody keep up for me? Yeah, that led to a whole lot of drama that I'm not trying to go back to. And so I find that it's just effective to set boundaries with myself that prevent that hyper focusing and cleaning in layers. Like, does that mean that my house is perfectly clean 100% of the time? No, but I also don't have projects lingering around the house that are irritating me, that are getting under my skin, that I don't feel confident that I can take care of. Because in the way that my system is structured, if there's anything that I want to get to, I know where it will be taken care of in my system. If I have clutter that needs to be addressed, I will get that in zone 2. If I have some vacuuming that needs to get done, I will handle that during my weekly home blessing. If I have dishes that need to get done, I don't have to stop what I'm doing right now to focus on that. I know that it will be taken care of, during my routines. And so it's nice to know that every single thing that I see in my house, I can figure out what category it best fits in, and I know when I'm going to be working on that category of tasks. And so that really helps me not hyper focus. That one thing I was reading about was called tunneling. And that's, let's see. Yeah. Tunneling is basically when you feel like you have like a scarcity of something. So like a scarcity of time when it comes to homemaking. So you just get so focused and so like tunneled in on that thing that you focus on it at the detriment of other things that need to be taken care of in your life. And that's something that I've absolutely been so guilty of. Like I'm going to clean this house, but I'm going to, ignore my kids. I'm probably not going to cook. I'm not going to maintain the work that I've done. Like I just throw out everything else out the window. My emotional, well-being, everything out the window because I'm focused on this goal. I want a clean house. And that's not very healthy for us either. And that absolutely can wear down and pull down on your bandwidth. And so instead of hyper-focusing, it's like we want to be focused. We want to get things done, but we want to make sure that we're balanced about it and that we're juggling all the things that need to get done. So for me, avoiding hyper-focusing, cleaning in layers, having a plan helps me preserve bandwidth. All right, the next thing is, I've talked about this before, but trying to reduce the number of decisions that you make in real time. Like if it's 5 o'clock in the morning and you're trying to get your kids breakfast ready, for me, it helps when I already know what I'm about to do. If I have any possible way to separate the thinking of that task from the doing of that task, I really try to do that because that is one thing that will pull from your bandwidth is decision making. Responsible decision making pulls down your bandwidth. They call it decision fatigue. And so the number of decisions that you can make ahead of time will help you preserve bandwidth throughout the rest of the day. And I think for a lot of us, we've already made so many decisions just to walk out the door. Like we probably already feel drained just by walking out the house. What am I going to wear? What are the kids going to wear? What am I going to pack for snack? What are you going to have for breakfast? And then heaven forbid something goes wrong. Like you thought you were going to pack this, but you found out that you're out of this. So now you got to make a new decision. What am I going to make for dinner? I said I was going to make chicken. We're out of chicken. Like it just before the day can even start, you've already like depleted yourself because you have so many decisions that you have to make. So if there's any way that you can make those decisions ahead of time, maybe you have a dedicated planning time on the weekend to think about how you want your week to go. Maybe when you're in bed at night, pulling up your Google Calendar and just writing a couple of decisions out. I do that sometimes. Like I'm in bed and I'm like, okay, this is what we're gonna do in the morning, you know, whatever. Like really try to get out of making those decisions in real time and trying to decide what that vision of your morning would look like and making those decisions that night. So that for me, it's just much easier to do the task than it is to think about the task and to do the task. So whenever I have the ability to do that, I definitely try to get it in because it just helps. Like right now, I know what we're eating for dinner, but there have been times where I'm like, I will figure it out when we get there. And that is like one of the most draining things that you can do, especially when it comes to things like that require preparation and having supplies and then finding out that you don't have what you need to make what you thought. So one way to avoid that is to make your decisions in advance whenever you can. All right, the last thing that helps me. Oh, I gotta hurry up, you guys. All right, my break is over. It should have been over. I wanted to make this a 20-minute video, but y'all know I get long-winded. So the last thing that helps me with just preserving my bandwidth is, incorporating lots of planned breaks and me time into my life. There used to be a time where I felt like selfish about that. I used to feel like guilty about that. But those days are behind me because I've learned that when I have like that wiggle room in my life, that flex room in my life, it just makes me show up in everything that I do better. And so what does that look like for me? That looks like on the weekend, I have my self-care day. Half the time, my self-care day literally could just be me under the blankets without, I'm sure you guys can hear my kids yelling, but that helps me out so much. Sometimes it looks like me reading a book and having quiet time. Sometimes that looks like me getting my kids to bed on time so that after 8 o'clock, like I don't have to talk to or answer to no one. Sometimes that looks like me waking up an hour before my kids because as much as I don't want to do it, it sets me up for so much success when the first hour of the day is quiet. I gotta talk to nobody. Like I can cut my fruit in peace if I need to, pack whatever I need to pack, take my shower, put my makeup on, and have that slowness. So what looks like self-care and time and space and capacity for me might look completely different for you. Maybe you need to schedule some time to go hang out with your girlfriends. It don't have to be dramatic. It don't have to be an all-day event. But if you know that it makes you feel energized and rejuvenated, I just feel like it goes a long way to helping you maximize the bandwidth that you have when you're pouring back into yourself. And it is something that I have seen the difference, you guys, between not doing it and doing it. And that is why I advocate for it so much, because I have seen a very contrast difference. And so if you are not taking that time for yourself, I highly recommend that you start doing that, because that is definitely a way to kind of increase your mental and emotional bandwidth so that you can show up for all the things that you need to do with more energy, more clarity, and more focus. So my kids are really back there just screaming. School starts next week. But anyway, that's all I have. That's all I have today. 5 ways. I've just been seeing that a lot. And with this new like note-taking system that I've been trying, it's really cool because you start to see you read about 3 different articles on 3 different things, and then you start to see how they're all connected. And I was like, I feel like this is very relevant when it comes to us, especially when we have goals, we have systems that we're trying to do, we're trying to be consistent. And it's really hard to be a responsible adult when you don't have bandwidth. And so just thinking of ways that you can use that knowledge to your advantage. How can I not allow that bandwidth to wear down so quickly in the day? What can I do to not let it wear down? So we talked about making decisions ahead of time before the day even starts, knowing how you want this day to look. We talked about when you have something bouncing around in your head, writing it down in a system that you trust so you can preserve your bandwidth. We talked about, doing things. If you know that you have tasks that are important, maybe they're not urgent, but they're really important and you want to see yourself working on it. We talked about either giving yourself a head start throughout the day when you have bandwidth, or trying to work on bigger tasks first. We also talked about just not planning too much into your day, trying not to over jam pack your day and really allowing there to be flex room, because things will come up and it is really stressful when you feel like you packed your day with so many activities that you can't you know, you can't adjust, you can't problem solve. And let's just normalize that. Like, once we get our 3 tasks done, if everything goes smoothly, let's normalize, you know, taking the rest of the day to do the best you can with your normal routines and tasks that you have. Let's normalize, like, being okay with, like, not having to keep adding more and more and more stuff to our plate because it's not okay to take a break. Like, I have definitely normalized that, and I do believe that having that space in your life as often as you can will definitely help with the preservation of bandwidth. The book that I was reading was called or not reading, I didn't read it, but that was referred to a lot, was called something about scarcity. Yeah, if you Google scarcity, why having too little means so much. That was the solution that they had for just increasing your bandwidth, is giving yourself more flex room in your life. And I know that's going to look different for every person. But one way that you can do that is to stop putting so much pressure on yourself. If there's goals that you can control, that you can take off your plate, try not to put that pressure on yourself to like cram so much in your day, and giving yourself that flex room will improve your mental and emotional bandwidth. And so I think I covered all 5, all 6. So yeah, that's all I wanted to say. Thank you guys so much for watching. If you like this type of content, then make sure that you like this video. Thank you so much, Marina. Thank you guys so much for being here. And I will see you guys in the next